All right. Good morning, everyone. I will now call the City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 7th, 2026 to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Campbell. Councilmember Whitburn.
Here.
Councilmember Foster.
Here.
Councilmember Von Wilpert. Council President Pro Tem Lee. Councilmember Campillo.
Here.
Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember Ela Rivera. And Council President LaCava.
Present.
Also attending the meeting are Chief Deputy City Attorney Corrine Newfer, Independent Budget Analyst Charles Modica, and myself, your City Clerk, Deanna Fuentes. Thank you, Council President.
All right. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. A quorum is now present. We will begin this morning with the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Council Member Campbell.
Please stand if you're able. We respectfully acknowledge that the Kumeyaay Nation are the original inhabitants of the unceded land, now known as San Diego. Despite enduring the horrors of genocide and colonization, the Kumeyaay spirit remains unbroken. We honor the resilience of their ancestors who fought to protect their culture and land, and today they carry their legacy forward, ensuring that their traditions continue to thrive in gratitude and strength. We stand with the Kumeyaay Nation, connected to our past and committed to a thriving future. Please face the flag and put your right hand over your heart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So, Madam City Clerk, please go over how the public can offer their testimony.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to highlight the slide on the screen that reviews how the public can offer their public testimony during today's meeting. Please note the time allocations for proclamations and consent items for meeting management purposes. The order can be found at the agenda summary online or at the table in the back of the room. If you are in person, please complete a speaker slip located at the entrance of chambers and bring it to the front of the room. There have been no organized presentations submitted for this morning's session, and council ambassadors are available near the entrance of chambers and can assist with questions and speaker slips. No further in-person testimony will be taken once the council begins virtual testimony. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. And as a reminder, this is actually day 2 of our implementation of new public comment rules under State Bill 707. Yesterday seemed to have gone very well. There seems to be all indication today will go well as well. And as a friendly reminder, when you're speaking to a docket item, please focus your comments on that item. Non-agenda public comment is your opportunity to speak more broadly about anything under the City of San Diego purview. So with that, we will now dispense with the approval of the proclamation item. Clerk, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Council President. The public comment period for proclamation items is now open. Each speaker will have 1 minute per item per person. If you would like to speak on 3 or more items, there's only 1 item on the agenda. You would have a maximum of 3 minutes. Those participating virtually that are please be sure to submit to raise your hand now. If you were wanting to speak on proclamations, we did not receive any e-comments. Floyd Johnson, if you can please come forward. After that will be allegedly Audra. You'll be speaking on item S501, Tia Turner Day. Floyd?
Well, I'm here on behalf of Tia Turner. She's accepting some acknowledgement today. And I just want to say that I'm very happy to be a part of her life and have her be a part of mine. I've known her for years. When I first worked for the city, when I was fresh out of high school, she was my supervisor. Very energetic, very taskful. You know, she has a lot of gumption, you know, very intelligent. And she kind of like took me under her wing and like treated me like a little brother. So I'm just happy to be here on behalf of her, accepting her award, which she earned very, very much. And that's all I got to say. Have a good day.
Thank you. Allegedly Audra, if you can please come forward.
actually thought it said Tina Turner at first, when I realized she's not here anymore. My problem is when you guys do proclamations, and I'm always going to say this, is that it's just sad that there's things that just get brushed under the rug that we don't talk about, like different murders and rapes that are happening at the parks and recreations. And we can appreciate these people, but then it's like if we don't acknowledge the things that are taking place there at different parks throughout the city, and you guys, don't concentrate on making them safer and putting lights and things like that, that I feel like, we need to acknowledge those things. And instead of, pretending like they don't happen because we're, supporting somebody, which is great. But at the same time, I just feel like with Tent City, all these things get brushed under the rug, and it's very disturbing to me.
That does conclude proclamations here in council chambers. Going to those participating remotely, starting with Francine Maxwell. If you can please unmute.
Francine Maxwell, Southeastern San Diego. Well-deserved proclamation for Sister Tia, where she has exemplified Black excellence working for the city of San Diego. No matter how much she went to leadership and shared what was happening, especially under the Chief Race and Equity Office when we had it. Now it's under the IBA with the executive director. None of the things that Tia brought forward has changed over the years, but she persevered. She continued to teach. Her programming was second to none. This is such a great day for her to receive a proclamation in the city of San Diego, the 8th largest city, because of what she had to endure in the 8th largest city, working with Park and Rec, and she was blessed to get a transfer, and she went and finished what she needed to do. We are excited for her next chapter, and it's been a privilege to watch and learn what things could be in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Peggy Walker. If you can please unmute.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Blair Beekman, if you can please unmute.
Hi, Blair Beekman. When I saw this proclamation, it seemed kind of interesting. I was hoping someone like Francine Maxwell would offer public comment, and she has. I now have a history and understanding of this person, and sounds like she's done good work, a lot of good work over the years, many years. Congratulations to her work in life and what she'll be doing next. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on the proclamation items.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. And with that, I'll turn over to council members for questions, comments, and entertain a motion. And we'll start with Council Member Foster.
Yes, thank you, Council President. And I would like to provide comments for item 30, Tia Turner Day. Today, I'm proud to join the mayor in recognizing Tia Turner for more than 38 years of dedicated service to the city of San Diego. Throughout her career, Tia exemplified public service by showing up for residents, building relationships, and creating programs that brought families and communities together. Through Parks and Recreation, Tia served communities across every single council district and worked at recreation centers throughout San Diego, including Paradise Hills, Skyline Hills, Martin Luther King Jr., Linda Vista, Scripps Ranch, Mira Mesa, La Jolla, Terrasana, and many others. Tia helped bring meaningful programs and events to life, including the first annual Juneteenth Festival at Skyline Hills Recreation Center, the first Cackleberry Festival nighttime egg hunt at Terrasana Recreation Center, and summer meal programming for children and families. She also stepped up during critical moments, including helping set up Scripps Ranch Recreation Center to support FEMA operations during the Cedar Fire some years ago. Tia's impact can be seen in the programs she helped lead and the community partnerships she built among city departments, schools, community organizations, public officials, and neighborhood stakeholders. While her service reached across San Diego, Tia has always remained rooted in Council District 4 as a lifelong resident and Lincoln Park homeowner, a proud Lincoln High School graduate, and the parent of 2 Lincoln graduates. Tia, your legacy will live in the lasting difference you have made in the lives of San Diego residents, especially the families and communities of District 4. Thank you for all you have done for our community, and I wish you the very best in retirement. Tia, if you would like to say a few words, please.
Well, first, giving honor to God and to you all, because you guys help our run amazing city. My heart is full. I don't know what to say. I don't have the words to express how I feel. I'm just grateful that I received a job for the city and I got to work 38 years. And I'm thankful for everything. I don't have any words. I'm just grateful. Thank you.
So, Tia, thank you for those words. And again, just on behalf of District 4, just thank you for everything that you have done for our community. I know as you retire, you will not be going anywhere. We will see you actively throughout the district and the community. So thank you for everything that you have done. And so with that, Council President, I move our proclamations. Or proclamation.
Sorry. So we have a motion by Councilmember Foster to move the proclamation, and we'll go to Councilmember Elo. Oh, actually, for the record, that was item S501. But we have a motion by Councilmember Foster to move S501, and we will go next to Councilmember Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to second Councilmember Foster's motion and express my gratitude as well to Ms. Turner for her service to the city. Councilmember Foster said it very, very well. But I just, one, wanted to say thank you for your service to the Mid-City community, City Heights Rec Center, Mid-City Gym, and Mid-City Police Station. And then, I was listening to your comments, Tia, and you said you got to have a job for 38 years. You earned the job and you kept the job because you were doing incredible work. And the gratitude that you expressed here, just know that it's right back at you. 38 years is an incredible amount of time to dedicate to the city. And I was thinking about some of the programs that were named that you helped support. And those are, you helped create lifelong memories for folks. And when our city staff pours love into our parks and our rec centers, it has such an incredible impact on communities. I know you know that, but the young people who grow up there and will always remember fondly the experiences they had, the seniors who find connection there, it's just really, really important work. And so thank you, and just know that you are grateful and we are grateful for your service. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. So again, we have a motion by Councilmember Foster and a second by Councilmember Elo Rivera to move the proclamation item. We'll go next to Councilmember Von Wilpert.
Thank you very much, and I would also want to thank you, Tia, for your service to our community. I mean, the Parks and Rec Department provide joy to our city, which is such a huge part of a city. We can build roads, we can have public safety, but if you can't provide community, it's not a city. And so thank you for all you've done. I really appreciate you. And on behalf of the residents of Scripps Ranch in particular, my family went through the Cedar Fire. And I know how hard you worked to keep the rec center to be a place of refuge, to be a place where the community could get information. I've been told many, many stories about people sitting down and being told to call their home voicemails to see if it picked up. And if it didn't pick up, that meant their house had burned. So I just know that we so appreciate that overarching dedication you've had to our community. Congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for your service on the Municipal Employees Association Board as well. You not only helped our city, you've helped other people. And so thank you for everything, and congratulations on your retirement. And don't be a stranger. Come back anytime. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Von Wilpert. Not seeing anybody else in the lights. I'll add my thanks Thank you for taking a job with the city. Thank you for believing in the city and giving everything that is what a public servant is all about. So we are very blessed to have had you. And this is a small token of our opportunity to say thank you with this proclamation. And that's what we're talking about this morning. So thank you, and we wish you the very best on your retirement. So with that, again, we have a motion by Councilmember Foster, a second by Councilmember Elo Rivera. Please call the vote.
As far as voting system, please cast your vote. And that passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you. And with that, we will now pause for a photo. So this is a time to come on up into the pit. All right, with that, we will now proceed with the approval of consent items. So first, are there any requests to pull an item by council? Not seeing any request. Clerk, please proceed with public comment on the consent items.
Thank you, Council President. Please note each speaker will have 1 minute per item per person. If you would like to speak on 3 or more items, you'll have a maximum of 3 minutes. Those participating virtually, please be sure to raise your hands at this time if you would like to be in the virtual queue for consent items. We did receive 1 comment in opposition to item 100 via our e-comment form, which have been distributed to the council. Also, let me note for the record the potential reappointments that are on the agenda this morning. Item 103 is the potential reappointments of Antoinette Aliotto, Gwen Marie Hillary, Jacqueline Jackson, and William Patoum to the Seniors Affairs Advisory Board. Now, if Maximilian Schmidt and allegedly Audra can please come forward to the other reserved seats. Maximilian, you will be speaking on items 50, 51, 52, and 104. You'll have 3 minutes. Please proceed when ready, when you get up to the microphone.
Hi, I've got some big ideas that I thought of that I think many people support and that I'm really excited to share. As for cannabis delivery services, item 50, I thought that we could loosen cannabis zoning and restrictions, and we could put a dispensary downtown, maybe by like Petco Park or in the East Village or in Little Italy somewhere, and have downtown full of cannabis dispensaries, kind of like Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles or New York City. And then I think that would be cool because the only cannabis shops we have are in Middletown and then one past Barrio Logan. So that's kind of, I don't know what other cities on the West Coast don't even have a cannabis dispensary downtown. It's just kind of inconvenient. And I have a really exciting idea for electric bicycle safety regulations is a total, which I think many people on city council maybe would support, but it's just considered radical, but it's an exciting idea. A total citywide ban on electric bicycles to promote exercise. And because an average bicycle can go 10, 15 miles per hour, that should be enough. And I say that because I'm a skateboarder and I have a story to tell. This is going to sound crazy, but I will never look at an e-bike the same because I was on a bike trail. This is actually not in San Diego and Los Angeles, but I was on my skateboard and I was skateboarding on the bike trail, and there was the little white line that's on the bike trail, and a e-bike went by me at like 35 miles per hour, like inches away from me, and my life flashed before my eyes. And I think it was the closest experience I've had to death in my life, and it was extremely dangerous. So yeah, total citywide ban on electric bicycles. Just only can I say that as a skateboarder who rides a non-electric skateboard, just a normal skateboard. I think skateboards should be allowed. I think normal bicycles should be allowed, and then ban all electric, everything electric. And then just to finish up, I just wanted to say, as for the state of emergency for the Tijuana, Mexico, I think we could have the state of emergencies for much more serious things, like Freemason Zerzit song. That would be more appropriate. And this is kind of a strange form of corruption that many people don't like to talk about, but it's medical fraud, and where people's Medicaid and Medi-Cal gets charged to get unnecessary hospital procedures and even ambulance procedures in the form of mobile crisis that they don't need, because that
Thank you
also
for that
happened to me.
concluding comment. Allegedly, Audra? You'll be speaking on 50, 51, 52, 100, 102, 104, and S500. You'll have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
You guys might not like people, but Max was, right on that. I mean, electric bikes don't promote health. I mean, it actually keeps you from riding a bike. I mean, you're not pedaling like my dad was all excited to ride 20 miles, and it's like, your bike did it, but whatever. So this cannabis stuff, it's so interesting that you guys use the war on drugs as a reason to rob people from selling drugs or while they're selling them, and then using that money, the billions of dollars that the government's taken, and people still think it's a profitable business. All you do is want to regulate it. It's crazy. It's like, people can't come in here and, deliver this if we don't, make them get a permit. I mean, who's going to know that? Anyway, you're just going to but it's good because you have the enforcement. That's where you guys come into. And this electric bike stuff, for real, it's thing is that you're going to make it so nobody can ride a bike until they have insurance, get it registered, just like a car. Get them out of their cars and then put them on a bike and then treat it like a car. And he was also right about medical billing and things like that, or just, fraud that happens. In addition to the Falk ambulance sexual assaults, where women are, get to the hospital naked and having, stuff injected into their necks. But we don't need to worry about that. That's just another business. And then I just find it interesting when it's like urban area security initiative. Like, we had a border invasion, we have all these things, I just don't think you guys can be trusted with that, but it's another way to make money, so good. Let's see, yes, and the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Grant. Is your guys' way of preventing homelessness murdering people in Tent City? I'm wondering, because people are being murdered there, strangled, black men are being strangled there. But it's cool. It's another business. You can just get more money. You know what I mean? And then the Tijuana River Valley. So the lady that came yesterday, it's interesting. She's talking about these leach fields of sewage that are potentially coming. I'm wondering how that's any better than it just going right where it is. Who knows? And at least, I mean, it's going to come back in the form of pure water, right? It might taste different, a little bit spicy. Who knows? And then just any surveillance that you guys need. I just, we can't even use the ALPR, right? We chase cars to the mall when they're out shooting people at a mosque. But, it's good. Let's get more of them, right? And pay the police more for that. So, I don't know, just good job. You guys are doing good business, racketeering, and making sure that people are being murdered and don't care. But it's cool. It happens in your parks, huh, Raul? Good job.
That concludes public comment for consent hearing council chambers. Going to those participating online, Becky Rapp, if you can please unmute. This is for the consent agenda. We currently have 8 speakers in the queue. Becky Rapp, I can't unmute for you. Yep, there you go.
Good morning. My name is Becky Rapp, and I'd like to speak to item number 50. I support strengthening enforcement against illegal marijuana delivery operations, especially when out-of-town businesses are delivering into San Diego without complying with our local rules. Businesses that profit from the San Diego market should be held to the same standards as those that have invested in permits and comply with our regulations. Strong penalties are appropriate when operators choose to ignore those requirements. However, I encourage the council to go a step further. The same enforcement should apply to any business operating within San Diego that is selling illegal marijuana products, not just delivery services. Whether the violation comes from outside the city or from a storefront or other business such as a smoke or vape shop inside our city limits, the harm is the same. It reduces consumer protections and weakens respect for the law. If we're going to create strong penalties and enforcement tools today, then they should be applied consistently to all illegal activity.
Your time has concluded. Francine Maxwell, if you can please unmute and let me know which item or items you wish to speak to.
51-103.
You have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Francine Maxwell, Southeastern San Diego. So excited for the bike safety AB 2234. Really encouraged. Would also like to make sure that if someone is throwing a free helmet giveaway, that you look at our Encanto CRG to host. We have a lot of children, their grandparents have purchased, but did not purchase a helmet, and we want everyone safe. We want to change those numbers absolutely at Rady's Children's Hospital. For the appointment, I continue to stay excited for those individuals that serve on our boards and commissions, which consistently continue to help our city of San Diego move and make decisions. I'm hoping that the diocese will consider. Every council office has a newsletter. The same way we're asking you to maybe have a clerk's corner in your newsletter to educate the community as a whole on things that they can access in the clerk's office or even learn what is happening. We need to know what's going on in the boards and commissions. So maybe every quarter, the city council can take out a picture of you handing out a resolution and put in what is happening with the boards and commissions that you've assigned to community members, because the information and the things that they work on are just so important, but it's not getting out to the entire community that they represent. Or maybe there could be a conversation about boards and commissions newsletter that can be placed in all our libraries and all our CRGs, because a lot of community members are still Wi-Fi deficient. Again, appreciative of the appointments and very appreciative of AB 2234. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next is 8700. If you can please unmute and let me know which item or items you wish to speak to.
All of them except for 50.
You'll have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Joy Sunyata. 51, yes to the electric bicycle safety regulations for under 12-year-old children. Yes to guiding our children in the ways of safety. I support tough love. 52, no to the contract with Whitman Enterprises for emergency ambulance transport billing and collection services. Until I know for certain they have a program to help low-income people through what can be a very challenging time, I will not support this contract. Thank you. 100. Yes to grants. I love grants. This is a large amount. I wasn't clear how the funds will be distributed, monitored, and so forth. Please oversee these precious funds stringently. Thank you. 102. A big yes to round 6 of HAP. I love HAP. Grant funds. Blessings and thank you, Governor Newsom. Love to you and your family. The magic word on this is prevention. Thank you. On 104, this is the raw sewage situation. President Harry Truman had a sign in the Oval Office. It said, "The buck stops here." In the United States-Mexico sewage pollution crisis, where does the buck stop? Thank you. And then S500, yes to Tech under the trust ordinance. I love the trust ordinance. Thank you, San Diego SWAT Association, for the donation of a robotic platform that has situational awareness. That word is so powerful. We all know everything starts with awareness, situational awareness. And this protects our very, very human police. Thank you for listening. It's already been a great start to the day. Love to all.
Thank you. Next is Peggy Walker. If you can please unmute. The 5-minute timer also concluded. There were 8 speakers in the queue. No additional speakers will be taken. Thank you.
Thank you. I applaud and support item 50. Registration fees are good, but the fees seem low, and it's not clear if there's a means for substantiating the seller's other city license. I think we need to recognize that wherever marijuana is permitted, there will always be an illegal market undercutting prices. That's underscored by the fact that 40% of sales in our county currently are illegal. Illegal deliveries represent the bulk of those sales, and black market products are selling at 40 to 50% off permitted sales prices. That all means that ongoing enforcement will be crucial but challenging for the success of this, especially when unlicensed operators have a history of popping up, shutting down, and opening again. This breeds public confusion, and those operators often care little about fines. Thank you, and good luck with this.
Thank you, Madison. If you can please unmute. Let me know which item or items you wish to speak to.
Hi, I'm speaking to item 50. I appreciate the effort in item 50 to strengthen enforcement against illegal cannabis delivery operations. Unauthorized delivery businesses should not be allowed to operate outside the rules while neighborhoods bear the impacts. At the same time, I want to express concern about the portion of this item that creates a new cannabis delivery business permit for operators delivering into San Diego from other jurisdictions. The proposed registration fees appear very low, and the ordinance does not appear to require meaningful verification of the originating city's authorization before allowing deliveries here. I believe we should be moving towards stronger oversight and fewer marijuana businesses in our communities, not creating pathways that could make expansion easier. High-potency marijuana products are already heavily marketed and increasingly normalized to young people. I ask the council to ensure that any delivery permitting system includes robust verification and safeguards that do not unintentionally increase marijuana business activity in San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Judy Strang. If you can please unmute and let me know which item or items you wish to speak to. Judy, I can't unmute for you. There you go.
Yes. Good morning, City Council. I came to speak on item 50 on consent. I support City Councilperson Capillo in his efforts to have some idea of who it is that's wandering around in our city delivering pot when it doesn't come from our own retail storefronts. As we know, the ordinance is 3-pronged. Most importantly, it's to increase the penalties, at least from my point of view, regarding non-compliance. And second, it will give others the right to sue against this illegal cannabis activity occurring in our city. 3, probably the one that's a little problematic to me, is what this permitting process might look for out-of-towners. And out-of-towners they will be, and we've watched that process in Oceanside and no one ever registered. So reason to be concerned in San Diego, we might see the same thing. They figured out how to do it illegally, they'll just continue. Thus, enforcement and those fines and penalties are going to be of primal importance. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Ann Skelly, if you can please unmute. Terry
Good morning. Good morning, San Diego City Council. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I came to support consent item 50 regarding higher penalties for illegal pot deliveries into and around our city. I appreciate the city's effort to know who is selling pot in our city and where the pot is coming from, since they don't have a physical location here within the city. And they are in direct competition with the city's permitted retail storefronts that are already delivering. I realize that the first step is to require a registration process. However, our business tax certificate is a nominal fee and does nothing to contribute to the cost of enforcement. So I will be most interested to see what the fee to establish by the city manager will be. And I hope the system of fines and penalties will enable law enforcement to mitigate the dangers that unlawful pot delivery vehicles create. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning.
Thank you, Natalie Rashke. If you can please unmute.
Hi, Natalie Rashke. I'll speak to 50, 102, 103, and 104. Listening to the marijuana stuff, people are acting like this is not some plant that you can just grow in your pot, in your balcony, wherever you may be. It can be grown. It's not going to stop growing. People aren't going to stop smoking pot. That it's become this, every day they call and talk about how evil it is. Maybe they need to smoke a joint themselves, but it's always going to grow and it's always going to be distributed. 102, the housing prevention grant. Yes, I hope this prevents all of the EHV holders from becoming homeless on November 30th. With the advisory board, I agree with one of the callers who said it needs to be stated or put maybe in libraries or other places when they're holding these advisory boards or committees to be on the board. Just like there's a homeless advisory board that I was unaware of, and I couldn't even apply to get on it because it's locked on the screen. And yes to the emergency sewage. I don't know how the federal government hasn't stepped up and made this correct in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. If you can please unmute. And let me know which item or items you wish to speak to.
All of them, please.
Please proceed.
Yes, I just wanted to start by saying great job to, I believe his name is Matt. He was the first person who spoke in person, but I just wanted to say I was very much in support of his comments and the way that he articulated his points this morning, and I really appreciated that. And I wanted to support Natalie Rashke's comments as well. Marijuana is a plant that's been growing and been used as traditional medicine in Chinese culture for the last 5,000 years. People have been using it all over the plant as a medicine. I think we really need to get over the marijuana phobia that we are exposed to when we come to these city council meetings every single day. We hear a new song and dance about how this medicine that Jack Herrera has a bunch of science that talks about how we could be using it for hemp, fuels, and fiber, paper, clothes, books, as an alternative, as a pesticide-free, organic, natural alternative. We could cut away with our pharmaceutical use, cut away with so many industries, but I don't support the proposal to increase the punishment and the taxes. I don't support item 50 because I don't want to live in this super litigious society where the only one that stands to benefit are the lawyers that know the law. Raul Campillo. We already live in a super skate stopper society where skateboarders already have enough time navigating through society, having fun. I mean, we've really put a paywall up for skateboarders where you now have to pay to go to a skate park. And my point is that there shouldn't be these obsessive paywalls and these fees and these fines for the society that we're living in. Moving on to the e-bike policy, I completely support the e-bike regulations because they're out of control and kids using them are way too young to be going that fast. With regard to the trust ordinance and the policy regarding the funds, the grant to be spent on Homeland Security, to apply for more Homeland Security funds, I think it's absolutely absurd. We've closed how many homeless shelters? We've closed how many parks? We've closed how many library hours? And we're applying for grants for terrorism that doesn't exist in San Diego at a time when the federal government is calling activists terrorists. It's freaking ridiculous. One is enough. End this militarism and end this police oversight with lack of accountability. I love what Francine was saying about we don't have enough council members going to our commission meetings. I go to the CPP meetings. I don't see a single one of the council members who's willing to give all the SDPD all the toys that they want in the world. I don't see a single one of you showing up to the CPP meetings. I don't see a single one of you showing up to the Privacy Advisory Board meetings. So I would love to see a lot more oversight from y'all with
Your time
regard
has
to.
concluded. Blair Beekman, if you can please unmute and let me know which item or items you wish to speak to. I can't unmute for you. I will need to move on if you can unmute yourself at this time.
Hi, Blair Beekman. My Zoom is cutting out. This is live in Tijuana for me. I'm sorry. Hopefully I can still be here. I wanted to speak on items 52, 100, 104, and S500.
Please proceed.
Is that okay? Thank you. Thanks that you can hear me. First about the item 52, the ambulance transport billing and collection services. I'm really concerned about the situation with Andrea Ebbing. She's had to get a rape test kit after her ambulance ride and her, police incident. I hope her situation can be really looked at with care and sensitivity, and that we are pulling for her and her humanity and not for her to be institutionalized. I think there's really serious problems with that, and you guys know that. And she deserves to be living freely, and we have to talk more clearly on those concepts and be more clear on that. Good luck in all of our efforts to understand this issue better and the ambulance role in all of this. What were they doing with her situation? What were the police doing? Good luck in those efforts. For item 100 is fiscal year urban area security initiative grant program. You guys had this item at a committee meeting a few weeks ago. Quite possibly this item will be the San Diego UASI it was suggested that they could appear at public meetings a bit more often to describe what they're doing in their programs. They also are at the quarterly San Diego County Office of Emergency Services. So those are two places that if we keep UASI open and accountable and transparent as part of the public process, we'll be in good shape, and they need it. And if we do that, we'll be practicing well. So really demand that of our UASI. We can attend their meetings. We don't have to be excluded. There are ways to attend their public meetings. I really invite everyone to check out what groups like UASI are doing to our local cities and what their role is and how you can contribute and make asks and demands. You have that ability. We don't exercise that very well. Good luck on those sort of efforts. About the raw sewage issue, solid waste coming from Tijuana. A council person from Tijuana is visiting Oceanside these days to check out pure water systems. That's an incredible concept that it may take 10 or 15 years to really work on better, but in the very least, we're communicating with each other. Good luck on continuing that communication, and it just stresses the incredible importance in working with Tijuana, even when we disagree. We can be just as snobby towards Tijuana as Tijuana can be towards us. So good luck and good communication. It's a really good skill to have for a great area, for a great region that we all share. And about the cat issues, you know, we've been in a state of war for the past 2 decades. Good luck that we're learning better and better practices of peace. We're talking about peace of our policy making and openness and accountability instead of war. That's an
Your
important
time
concept
has
we're learning.
concluded. Hector is our final speaker. Please let me know which item or items you wish to speak to.
I'd like to speak to all of them. Yeah, thanks for taking my call because my Zoom has been going off 3 or 4 times. Kind of keeps reloading. I'm trying to use it, but thanks for taking my call. Well, on the dope thing, it's going to be hard to go against the drug dealers that are on the side. They've already got their customers, but we got some legitimate businesses trying to compete with them. But until like Trump makes a move on the drug dealers big time, they're always going to win out in the end. They have cheaper prices, but you guys are giving it a try. On the e-bikes, I think we should have more enforcement on the boardwalk. There's always guys flying by on the boardwalk in Mission Bay and on Mission Beach on the ocean side and bay side. Some are tourists, some are just young kids going crazy. But they could make tickets like $400 and really stick it to them just for e-biking on the sidewalks. And the TJs, the sewer plant, we need to get a plan. Forget all this and that. We need a plan. We need like 6 Olympic-sized swimming pools, basically what it is, to hold the stuff and aerate it. Sewer plants are basic stuff. I worked on one in Colorado for 2 years in the 80s. I know how they work. They're basic stuff. There's nothing high-tech about it. You know, we can do a little bit better job at doing the water, but we can use the water for irrigation. And that should be a #1 priority of our city, even the county too. It's just embarrassing, you know, that's happening and the kids are suffering. The poor people that live in the downwind from that stuff, it's disgusting. And then the grants. Now, I've been looking into those flock cameras. They can go super high tech. If they get your license plate, they can get access to your bank account, everything you bought on eBay, everything you ever did. It's getting better for them. It's getting better and better for information. So they can just do it in a split second too. It doesn't take a long time. So I think they've already passed the point of no return. Like 5 years ago in China, they got your face. If a guy would jaywalk on the street, they'd get his face in the camera. By the time he crossed the street and got to the other side, they took the fine out of his bank account. That's how quick it works. I'm sure they can do that here. They link it to our bank accounts and we break the law like jaywalking, let alone drug dealing or illegal alien. It's going to help with a rapid deportation. Because if you have a facial recognition, if you're not in the database, you're a legal alien.
Your time has concluded, and that concludes public comment on consent. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. And with that, we'll turn it to my council colleagues for any questions, comments, and entertain a motion. And we'll start with Council Member Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President. With item 102, the City Council is giving approval to spend round 6 of the state's Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Grant. This is the HAP funding that the city applied for and was awarded last year. The city is receiving nearly $26 million. It'll be used to help people prevent homelessness and also help people who have fallen into homelessness get back into housing as quickly as possible. There's also an allocation to help homeless youth. Thanks to Sarah Jarman and the staff in the Homeless Strategies and Solutions Department for successfully securing round 6 HAP grant funding from the state. I also want to thank the mayor for going up to Sacramento to ask for even more money for the HAP program for this year. And I thank our local legislative delegation and the governor for agreeing to do so and increasing that allocation. I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, sir. So we have a motion by Councilmember Whitburn to move the consent items. We'll go next to Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you, Council President. I am happy to second the motion. I approve of all the consent items. I would like to speak about item 51, about the e-bikes. I want to say a special thank you to our state assembly member from the San Diego, and that is Tasha Berner, for providing us with this new law in the state, AB 2234, which is a compromise item. And so we have the children 12 and up are able to ride e-bikes number 1 and number 2 class, not number 3 class. Of course, children always have to wear their helmets if they're on a bike or an e-bike. They should on a skateboard. Anything they do, they should wear a helmet. This law was necessary. It's kind of a pilot study, to tell you the truth, around the state. It does sunset January 1st, 2029. So we will have a couple of years of data from around the state. But so far in San Diego, we have found a tremendous increase in the emergency rooms in e-bike accidents and injuries since 2021, when they started to become very popular. Injuries include head trauma, torso trauma, fractures of the ribs, spinal fractures, and extremity fractures. So it hits the whole body, and it's not good for anybody. And those of us who are old know that all these injuries stay with us and really crop up once we reach a certain age. So it's really important to prevent. Remember Ben Franklin? Of course, I'm about as old as he was when he was still alive. But he said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And so I think that's what Assemblymember Berner was trying to help us with. Our local collection data reflects the growing prevalence of e-bike crashes, and it is a crisis. In San Diego Police Department data, we see that since 2021, e-bike accidents that are reported have increased 4 times, quadrupled. There were 23 incidents in 2021, and now at least 84 incidents have been reported for 2025. So you can see that improving the safety of children is so important. I think the age restriction is too low, but I think once we get the data from this study or from around the state, we'll see that we probably should make it 16, and we probably should insist that they have training and a license before they ride their e-bikes, because I see these kids and my heart leaps. I'm really worried about them getting hurt, and as a family doctor, I know better. So I hope that it helps. I want to give a shout out to State Senator Catherine Blakespear. She is also helping to make us safer by proposing Senate Bill 1167 that addresses e-motorcycles and puts more responsibility on manufacturers to differentiate between the different classes of e-bikes, which usually you don't even find in the store. They don't tell you, oh, this is class 3, your kid can't ride it legally. But we need to know all that, and we need to have the manufacturers be responsible for what they're selling. And hopefully her legislation will advance as well to continue to improve safety for the riders. And I just want to say thank you to my colleagues and for bringing all these consent items forward, and to the council president, and I am definitely in favor. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And with that, we have a motion by Councilmember Whipper and a second by Councilmember Campbell to move the consent items. We'll go next to Councilmember Von Wilbert.
Thank you very much. I've spoken on many of these items previously, so I will keep this short, but on item 51, electric bicycle safety regulations, I am pleased to support this item. As we've seen across San Diego, there have been a troubling increase in serious crashes involving high-powered electric bikes and electric motorcycles operated by minors. Recently in Black Mountain and Scripps Ranch, where young people suffered serious injuries, we have seen the importance of taking a thoughtful look about whether our current state laws and enforcement tools are keeping pace with these emerging safety concerns. What happened is riding a regular bike. We can still use those too. But I appreciate the work of Councilmember Campillo, Assemblymember Tasha Berner, Senator Blakespear, and our city staff and our partners on this. On item 103, with the reappointments to the Senior Affairs Advisory Board, I'm very pleased to support the reappointment of Gwen Marie Hillary to the Senior Affairs Advisory Board from their 2-year term. Ms. Hillary brings Decades of healthcare leadership and operational experience with a proven track record of managing complex healthcare organizations. Throughout her career, she has overseen large-scale healthcare operations, including administering a Medicare 5-star, 192-bed long-term care hospital with a budget of $36 million. It's a lot of work that you have done. You've also founded and led nonprofit organizations, bringing valuable governing experience, financial oversight, and organizational management to your role on this board. She's also worked to strengthen collaboration across the healthcare system by establishing 8 post-acute care and hospital community forums, demonstrating her commitment to improving coordination in patient care. We are grateful to have your experience on the board. Thank you for serving again and for serving your city. And with that, I will support the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Von Wilpert. We'll go next to Councilmember Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. Wanted to start by just quickly saying that item S500, I appreciate the work done by the Privacy Advisory Board to approve the use of this technology. I see that that happened on April 9th, which is why I'll be supporting what's in front of us today. And then I did want to turn to item 102. So I don't know if Sarah or Coda, I do have a few questions here around our acceptance, appropriation, and expending of round 6 of HAP funding. So I spent some time going through the documents here, and first, Sarah, as always, thanks for all of your work. You have a incredibly difficult job with not nearly enough resources, and I want to acknowledge that before I get into my questions here. The table that I am looking at for the plan is pretty light on details. It's a simple table labeled HAP 6 funding plan. In that table, there's $2.2 million for prevention and shelter diversion, and almost $18 million for operating subsidies for interim housing. Can you talk to us about the ratio there and the choices that fed into this being the ratio?
Sure. I will point that in the presentation that's attached to the item, there is a little bit more detail on each of those. So it'll be split between what sorts of prevention and diversion are funded, along with what interim housing subsidies there are there, which is mostly the shelter system. I will say that for...
Just so is that the bullet points under each of those? Because I had a difficult time finding specifically which programs or shelters are being funded with these HAP dollars.
Sure. Would it be helpful if I run through it really quickly?
Yeah.
Sure. So for prevention and shelter diversion, the city is proposing to fund family reunification, the Housing Instability Prevention Program, and the Diversion Program. That's the new program that we discussed back when we brought this item before previously. For operating subsidies interim housing, we're funding the 16th and Newton Bridge Shelter, the Single Adult and Seniors Interim Shelter, the Women and Family Shelter, the Salvation Army Interim Family Shelter, and the Travelodge Family Shelter. In addition to that, under the youth set-aside, we are funding a significant portion of our youth shelters within the system. And then we do have administrative costs for both the city, the Housing Commission, and for HMIS that will go to the continuum of care. In terms of the ratio that you mentioned previously, I will say that as we do this application, we do it as a collective unit between the city, the county, and the regional task force. For the city's proposed allocation, a large portion of that does come from the shelter system because it is an eligible expense. So if you recall, at least 50% of our HAP application needs to be for housing-focused programs. Housing-focused programs do include shelter, they do include prevention, they would include permanent housing. But as this fits into the larger puzzle piece of the budget system, this is the proposal that we came forward. It only differs very slightly from when you saw this previously in January, so I would like to touch on that for you. The one major change is within safe parking. So safe parking was no longer considered a housing-focused program, so we did swap out safe parking to fund additional shelter beds to kind of meet that match. And then also we did make one slight change in funding the Housing Instability Prevention Program to offset some of the general fund that came out of the final budget council action.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate that detail. The shelters that are being funded, can you talk to us about how the success rate of placing folks into housing is factored into which shelters will be funded with HAP dollars?
It's not necessarily factored in. Each of our shelter contracts have contracted kind of metrics to meet those success rates. I don't have those in front of me today, but it's not necessarily a factor. Generally across the board, we see a similar kind of goal target for success rate within our shelter system.
Right. I know the goal target is pretty similar. The actual rate, though, and obviously different populations with different challenges means that the timeline might look different. But I do think it's important for us to have that be the goal, and us to hold both the providers accountable to that goal and ourselves. To what extent, if at all, does what we are utilizing this round of HAP funding account for the emergency housing voucher program and what's happening there?
This funding, other than really the diversion funding included here and the diversion collective with the Housing Commission, in my opinion, would be the largest kind of a step forward for folks under the emergency housing voucher program. If you'd like more information, I'd be happy to go back to the Housing Commission and we can bring that information forward to you.
Well, I'm familiar with, I think I'm pretty well versed in what the Housing Commission's doing. We have, and I'm glad the city invested in prevention and diversion in the budget that was just approved. At the same time, we have a specific number of very vulnerable families that are going to be losing assistance that keeps them housed. And it would seem important that we account for that in the housing, in the homelessness, housing, and prevention funding that we're receiving from the state. Turning quickly to round 7, if I understand it, round 7 is going to be allocated to the same cities that received HAP 6 funding, not necessarily the same amounts. That's to be determined in a couple months.
That's correct. So the state of California will release the notice of funding availability for the city along with the counties and the COCs. HAP 7 is at $900 million right now, which is more apples to apples than HAP 6 was funded for. So back of the napkin math, we could anticipate anywhere between $26 and $30 million. However, that is dependent upon various factors. A lot of it is, of course, block and formula based, and it will be based upon our point in time count across the state.
Okay. One of the things that I was unsure of is whether or not, so if I'm understanding correctly, the purpose of providing funding to the same cities was to reduce administrative costs and administrative time in getting HAP $7 out the door, making the best use of those funds. What I didn't necessarily understand, at least at first glance, is whether or not we will be bound by the way we're spending HAP 6 funding in how we spend HAP 7.
No, so HAP 7 will still be able to allocate HAP 7 separately, and HAP 7 will still have to come before the city council for us to accept, appropriate, and expend it. The process for the application, as far as we understand today, will be slightly administratively better, where instead of an entirely kind of new application, we'll be able to amend the application, but that does not tie our hands to the allocations that you have in front of you today, and it also would require council approval.
Okay. I appreciate that. So one of the feels like there's it's like a right of seasonal right of me saying that I want to make sure that the city council not only has an opportunity to approve, but to weigh in on the application and the way that what we were going to be pursuing funding for. So is there a plan to engage the council before the application is submitted? Because at that point, in front of us, I'm not going to say no to receiving the funds, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the funds that we're pursuing are being, then that does not necessarily mean that it's the best use of the funds in my mind or the mind of the council. It may be, it may not be, but we haven't necessarily had the opportunity to weigh in if we don't have a chance to do that with the application before it's submitted. So what will that process look like?
Councilmember, my department is happy to bring forward our proposed allocations similarly to what we did with HAP 6 prior to actually submitting our application, if that seems agreeable.
Ultimately, Council President and the Chair of the Land Use and Housing Committee, but certainly my preference that we would have an opportunity to weigh in before that application is submitted. And then last question, I don't see it listed here, and I didn't hear you mention it. Safe camping not funded with HAP funds?
That's correct.
And is that because they're not eligible, or just a different decision by the city?
Safe sleeping is similarly to safe parking is not considered shelter under HUD's definitions and therefore doesn't qualify under the 50% necessary to be allocated towards housing-focused solutions. So as the 3 jurisdictions collaborated for this application, we did not include anything that would not be counted in that category. So safe sleeping does not count in that category and therefore is not funded here.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Council President.
Sorry, before you leave and before I go to Councilmember Campillo, the NOFA hasn't been released. Do we know what the submittal deadline is?
We do not to my understanding.
Okay. I'm just thinking about trying to respond to the request. So if you could let my office know once that NOFA comes out.
Council President, we'll pull all that information together and we'll get in touch with your office.
Okay, just determine whether we can actually schedule it for council or you'll have to have individual briefings given the council meetings. All right, thank you very much, Sarah. With that, let's go to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. I'll keep it brief. I want to thank my colleagues for their support over the previous weeks on item 5051, the Cannabis Delivery Services Business Permit and the electric bike safety regulations. But most of all, I want to thank my 2 staff members who put in months and months and even years of time into those policies. Carrie Shaw working on the electric bicycle safety regulations, and Summer Patton working on the cannabis delivery permit, meeting with hundreds of stakeholders on that in dozens of meetings. So just wanted to give them a shout out for their very, very good work on getting unanimous votes on those. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Campillo. We're the pretty faces. They're the ones that do the hard work. It's good that you acknowledge them. And we'll go back to Councilmember Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President. Very briefly, I just want to thank Ms. Jarman for answering the questions in regard to the allocations. I fully support the council having the opportunity to review the applications. The one thing I would say is that when we do that, I think it'd be helpful to do that in the context of the overall city spending on homelessness services, because if you just look at one slice, it could look weighted very differently than it does when you look at the entirety of homelessness spending as a whole. So I just think that anytime we're looking at homeless spending, we should look at it in the context of what the city's spending is overall. That's all I would say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Whitburn. I think a point well taken. Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to take a moment to congratulate Mr. Patoon for his continued service on the Senior Advisory Board, and certainly long history in terms of serving the Filipino American community, and your service on this board has been appreciated for quite some time, so thank you for continuing that. And then similar follow-up to the HAP funding as well. I do think we should appreciate and acknowledge that the final movements on the budget at the state level ended up trending in a very positive direction and increasing those dollars, because they've continued to be at risk, it seems like, year after year. I don't feel as strong of a need, and this is just my feedback, Council President, to have an entire hearing item to review the specifics of what we're submitting grant-wise, but I mean, the details would be helpful. So if there was a larger discussion around homelessness in terms of grant funding, how that ties to expenditures, does feel like we do some of that during the budget as well. But just knowing that docketing can be difficult at times, just want to appreciate how we can get information in the best way that would help us. So thank you.
Sure. Absolutely. We'll all kind of weigh that in and work with Sarah and her team and the mayor's office about how to navigate that. Not seeing anybody else in the lights, clearly item 102 was the popular one on the consent agenda, and I'll offer some closing thoughts. And I'll start out by thanking Sarah, you, and HSSD team for your work in securing the Round 6 grant. And your command of what you're doing and how you're doing it and every little detail about it, was a good testimony in your answers to my colleague there. The allocated funding for the city as well as the county and the RTFH through the joint application demonstrates the previous and ongoing efforts of this region to deliver on results and use the funding strategically and effectively. And our city's ability to apply this funding over the past 6 years is also the reason the governor and the state legislature agreed on full funding for HAP 7 in the current budget. That was certainly a moment to celebrate. Earlier in the state's budget cycle, I had the opportunity to join PATH and other housing leaders across the state in Sacramento to speak to the importance of HAP and how cities like San Diego both use this grant to reduce homelessness and provide housing, as well as leverage those dollars with local resources. And this is what we're doing with HAP Route 6, and I appreciate everyone's efforts to maintain this grant. We have a lot of work to do, and this grant provides the annual funding, and I think that it speaks to what my colleagues referred to, the challenge of this is an ongoing issue. These are people's lives, and we're trying to create sustainable solutions. And every year we have to apply for those grants. And even though we have a track record of getting those grants, the being on pins and needles when people's lives are at stake makes this so problematic. For now, we can be grateful. That HAP 7 will be a bigger chunk than HAP 6, but there is a lot more work to do. Councilmember Hilo Rivera mentioned the emergency housing vouchers, which is a separate but important conversation about that vulnerability. Councilmember Whipper and I talked with Senator Schiff about the 13,000 units that are housing units are currently under contract, and whether they will remain under contract for the people who live there. There are so many things that require sustainable ongoing funding. We're not there yet, but hopefully we can work together to get to better solutions. And before I call for the vote, we'll go back to Councilmember Hilo Rivera one more time.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to add some additional context here. I think one of the things that I've just frankly struggled with over the last 5.5 years is this idea that it's important to recognize the work that is being done and also simultaneously not for a second pretend that I'm satisfied with the progress that's being made. And we only get so many bites at the apple when it comes to the funding that we receive specifically for homelessness. And I want to make sure that we are being as thoughtful as possible every single time we get that bite at the apple. And I'm going to be very frank that for those of us who joined the council in 2020 and those who were already here starting in 2018, the administration was not nearly open enough with our input, not feedback, but input about how we would spend our precious resources as it relates to homelessness. And it was a tug of war to simply get the opportunity for the council to weigh in before the cake was baked, and we were essentially told, do you want the money or not? Not how do you want to spend it, which is the most important power that we hold as a council, but will we or won't we receive it, which is obviously a choice that we would never say no to. So that is why I just want to provide some additional context for why I guard so jealously the council's ability to weigh in on the front end. And if I had my way, we would be having these conversations on a much more regular basis, but I recognize they are exhausting and challenging. But the reality is that despite this being a priority for the council, despite the amount of time we spend on it, despite the way that I know it keeps some of us up at night. If tonight's meeting runs long, we're going to walk out of this building and there's going to be people sleeping outside the doors of City Hall. And we may not like the way that that's told to us as a council, but it is a fact. And so long as that is the case, I want to make sure that we are not sacrificing for a second any opportunity we have to determine how those dollars are spent and whether or not they're being spent well. And we can have that conversation without for a second dismissing or disrespecting or denying the incredible work that city staff does on an issue that is not their making and far beyond any one individual's ability or even one city's ability to solve for. So thank you for the additional time, Council President. I just wanted to add that context.
No, I appreciate that. And I think that without drifting too far off course, that's the continuing challenge of incremental things that staff is responding to deadlines and different buckets of money and different red tape and different bureaucracy where it's difficult to grab hold of the totality of what we're trying to do and what our priorities are. And then we scramble in June to try to make sense of the overall budget when we've already predetermined so many decisions along the way. We can always do better. Okay, with that, we do have a motion by Councilmember Whitburn and a second by Councilmember Campbell. Clerk, please call the roll.
Start the voting system. Please cast your vote. That passes 8-1. That passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you, Council President.
All right. Thank you, Clerk. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to staff for making yourselves available on the consent items. So before we go to non-agenda, public comment, are there any comments from the mayor's office, council members, city attorney, independent budget analyst, or city clerk? Not seeing anything from the mayor's office, but we see the city clerk is on the lights.
Thank you, Council President. I did just want to make an additional announcement. Due to the changes with organized presentations, we have found capacity and new technology assets to be able to also allow any individual speakers to also be able to submit any type of PowerPoint, video, audio to www.sandiego.gov/materials 2 hours before the meeting, whether they are presenting here in council chambers or virtually. So this is for individual speakers, not just group presentations. If they would like to share a PowerPoint or an audio video, they can submit that again to sandiego.gov/materials 2 hours before the meeting. And if you'd like additional information, please be sure to go to www.sandiego.gov/participate. Thank you so much, Council President.
All right, thank you for that continuous efforts. We'll go to Councilmember Von Wolpert.
Thank you. I just wanted to commemorate the 3 firefighters who were killed a few days ago battling the Sydney fire in the border of Utah and Colorado. They were young. Emily Barker, Nick Hutcherson, and Sydney Watson were killed while battling the fire. The U.S. Forest Service says they were part of the rifle heat-lat crew that they were smoke jumpers that helped to try and prevent fires. And so we here in San Diego have just commemorated the Cedar Fire anniversary and the Witch Creek Fire anniversary recently. So thank you for your service to our country, and we need to do better to protect our workers. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Von Wolpert. Not seeing any other requests to speak, we will now take up non-agenda public comment. Council members respect and appreciate the public's input and are fully committed to protecting every participant's free speech rights at council and committee meetings. Clerk, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Council President. Per Rule 2.7, non-agenda public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. Please note if there are 8 or more speakers on a single topic, the maximum time for the topic will be 16 minutes. If you're in chambers, please submit your speaker slip. If you're joining us virtually, please raise your hand at this time by tapping the raise your hand icon, or if you're a call-in participant, *9. If I can have Damian Robertson please come up to the microphone. After that, if I can get Stephen Gerard to please come up to the yellow reserve seats, Taylor Partridge, and then will be Maximilian Schmidt and allegedly Audra. Damian, please proceed.
Hey, how we doing? My name is Damian Robertson. I would ask for a little bit more than 2 minutes. I will come back in the afternoon if I have to. Starting off, I am part of the Circle of Service. I'm got my eyes on you now, Mr. Shauna Elo Rivera. Basically, I have a plan that is about homeless outreach, people, places, and things. I've seen all the budgets. I've seen how it works. I created my own companies that are employee-owned, and then I created another resource that is Let Us Empower, which is a stamp. If you are an organization, if you are Joe LaCava, if you are my man Jeff over here, who's a great mayor's detail. I know this city pretty well. I've been part of everything of it, and I would like to be heard on ways to allocate these budgets, funding, maybe even put a partnership, sponsorship, apprenticeship for resources. It's a job source. I've created the companies myself. They're part of a Lettuce brand companies, which is Lettuce Clean, Cater, Entertain, and Build. They're incorporated, and so that is the people. And anybody who wants to be a part of that, the people, that we are an organization. This city of San Diego is a great city. I can take us from number 8 economy, at least minimum, to number 3 in the world. And that's just based off what I see and allocate from people, places, and things. Let me see here. So like this, Dr. Shabazz at City College, he's a part of maybe being an apprenticeship for these services. That's a catering, a janitorial, construction, and even the entertainment sector. MTS, they do a great job. Father Joe's, Think Dignity, Alpha Project. And these are in the Circle of Services, I say, places that I work with personally. The homeless outreach, I would want to make a homeless outreach advisory board that might include some homeless or people that represent that. I'm a voice of this city, and each one of you guys, even the city attorney, from the DA's attorney to the public defender, I've had personal dealings with. Even when in community, Brittany Daniels is an officer. I shake hands and make friends.
Thank you for that
And so that's what I'm working on.
comment.
Anybody wants to understand and see what
Damon,
I'm
your
about,
time
give
has
me a call.
concluded, but thank you for that concluding comment. Stephen Gerard, I understand you have something for the, something to put up, so we will put that up right now,
Thank you.
and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
San Diego City Council and citizens, Stephen Gerard Sedlowski. I'd like to open, since we're celebrating 250 years and we're a Judeo-Christian nation, I'd like to open up with just a random Holy Bible, starting with Hebrews 9. Then verily the first covenant had also ordinances of divine service and a worldly sanctuary. For there was a tabernacle made the first, wherein was the candlestick and the table, and the showbread, which is called the sanctuary. And after the second veil, the tabernacle, which is called the holiest of all, which had the golden censer and the ark of the covenant overlaid. Please read all of Hebrews 9. I smile when you embrace the Holy Bible and read it daily, as I try to do myself. I frown if you don't. I encourage that. Looking at the slide here, San Diego will be hosting another wonderful Walk for Life coming January 23rd. I encourage you to put that on your schedule and attend it. Next weekend, Mission San Diego, the Diakala Festival of the Bells will be occurring also. I encourage you to attend that. I often play at the Blessing of the Animals event with my guitar. I continue to amplify New USA Preborn Personhood Cities as a pro-life speaker. It's something that we can do now. I hope you are already reading the correspondence that has been placed before you. Thank you for permitting me to speak, and remember, let the beating heart show you there is life in the womb. God bless you all.
Thank you. Next is Taylor Partridge. If you can please come forward. Taylor, are you here? Taylor Partridge, going once. All right, Maximilian Schmidt, if you can please come forward.
Hi, I just wanted to give a big thank you to Councilmember Campbell for saying that the e-bikes are a crisis, because they are. And I think that we need to be super aggressive about a full-out ban on electric scooters, bicycles, and skateboards. Completely ban them. They're way too dangerous, in my opinion. They actually ruin the sidewalks completely. The sidewalks don't even feel safe to walk down at all. Ban everything electric. We could be the first city on the West Coast to do it. And I think if we took a vote of everyone in San Diego, everyone would support that. And San Diego could be like big heroes, and they could be set to be the first city to do it in the U.S. And I think we need to be super aggressive about a full-out ban on everything electric. Because, I liked what Councilmember Campbell was saying, where it's also a helmet issue, where maybe like teens don't want to wear helmets, so they go on the bike path where it's safer. Where a lot of skilled people with like the one-wheeled skateboards, they'll wear a helmet and they'll go on the road. So if you want to do something electric, you have to ride on the road with a helmet, and then the sidewalks, nothing electric's allowed on the sidewalks. Pretty basic. And then I also want to talk about Freemason Zerzit song. We can help people across the planet. But in every downtown urban center in the world, there's someone who's lonely and isolated and going crazy because they can't grasp or wrap their mind around the fact that someone can read your mind, and they're becoming mentally ill. And if we send a public service announcement across the world to let these people know that people can read your mind by doing occult group rituals and Masonic lodges, you're not crazy. In fact, that person is evil and trying to make you crazy. We can actually save lives.
Allegedly, Audra, if you can please come forward.
First Timothy 6:10, the love of money is the root of all evil. And it's interesting to hear you guys talk about that being your favorite item, about the HAP funding. And, talking about when people's lives are at stake. These are people's lives. Talking about money being at risk. Efforts to maintain grants, ongoing funding. Do you want the money or not? And it's like you're using these people's lives. And it's so sad because I wish you cared about those people just as much as you care about this money that you get. Because you're talking about, you walk over them and you don't like how I talk to you about it. Well, I don't like watching that. Really hard. And it's really hard to listen to you guys talk like this when I come to you year after year and tell you about people dying at Tent City. And then you use them as a means to get money. And it's like, how sad is that? A man was strangled yesterday at Tent City, and he's part of the lawsuit. And people have been dying there from fentanyl overdoses that don't do fentanyl. And I'm just like, what the fuck? You guys, you're the ones that are supposed to, you have this opportunity to do something. You have the power to do it. Why do you just walk over them? I ask them if they've gotten help, and they say no, and they want it. And it's like you have all these people that are set to lose housing, and they could die if you send them to Tent City.
Thank you for that concluding comment. I've started the 5-minute timer. We currently have 11 people in the queue, starting with Lori Saldana. If you can please unmute.
Thank you. Good morning. And thank you for instituting the way for people to submit documents and other things before non-agenda comment. I want to address collapsing infrastructure and climate change in San Diego, and also the cost of change orders that are increasing the cost for these projects by hundreds of millions of dollars in coastal areas. Pardon my sore throat. I'm getting over bronchitis. There has been a 35% increase in cost due to higher groundwater levels around a pure water pump station along the San Diego River. This overall is a $1 billion plus project, which means hundreds of millions of dollars in change orders for specifically that one pump station along Friars Road, very close to where you're proposing to build thousands of new homes in the Midway project, what I call the Midway Sinking Project across the river, adjacent to the San Diego River. Until and unless you investigate changes in groundwater in these communities, the citizens will continue to put more taxpayer money into addressing these change orders, and they will also have to pay for emergency repairs. And one company in particular has received almost $100 million. This is the Cass Construction. They have received these emergency change orders close to $100 million now because the city is simply not evaluating the risks of these coastal communities. High tides are routinely now flooding Mission Bay. And very soon we will have El Nino-driven storms pushing those tides even more into the community. The floodwaters are reaching the streets, the alleys, and soon the homes in Mission Beach. And any high tide, you simply go down to those areas and you see the tides are going up through the storm drains that are supposed to drain water away from the land. Sea level is changing, groundwater is changing, our communities are sinking. Please investigate these changes before you spend more money on change orders. Thank you.
Next is Becky Rapp, if you can please unmute.
Good morning. My name is Becky Rapp, and today I'd like to share data provided in the San Diego County Cannabis Public Health Initiative report. The data in the 2025 report makes one thing very clear. We're seeing increases in cannabis-related emergency department visits, poison control calls, highly potent products, synthetic cannabinoids, and new forms of access that simply did not exist a few years ago. Perhaps most concerning is that many young people still don't recognize the risks. A significant percentage of students report believing that daily marijuana use is not harmful, while justice-involved youth continue to report early initiation, frequent use, and easy access. That tells us education and prevention efforts are still desperately needed. We also need to be honest about what we're talking about today. This is not the marijuana many people remember from decades ago. This is not simply a plant growing in a pot on our balcony. Today's cannabis includes highly concentrated THC products, vapes, edibles, and other products designed to deliver much stronger doses than previous generations experienced. The potency and accessibility of these products have changed, and our prevention efforts must change with them. We also cannot ignore the mental health impacts on young people. Adolescence is a critical period of brain development, and research continues to show that early and frequent marijuana use can affect attention, memory, learning, motivation, and emotional well-being, especially those who are already vulnerable. It can increase the risk of anxiety, depression, psychosis, and other serious mental health challenges. At a time when youth mental health concerns are already at historic levels, we must take every opportunity to educate and protect our children. The data has been provided, local current data impacting our communities and neighborhoods. We have an opportunity and a responsibility to act before these problems become even more difficult
Your
to
time
address.
has concluded. Kathleen Lippett, if you can please unmute.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. As a prevention policy advocate, getting electeds to support prevention strategies is unnecessarily challenging with local government officials and sometimes with the public because their outcomes are not immediately seen. But no other strategy for addressing public health and safety challenges work better for their efficacy, sustainability, and economics. Having the failures of harm reduction policies and ineffective city policies influenced by addiction industries pointed out to city elected officials they're not appreciated. That's understandable. None of us enjoy being criticized. But instead of ignoring the words of those whose heartfelt concerns prompt them to be repetitive, please consider what they have to say. Audra is one of those whose passion for the homeless motivates her intrepid, conscientious, undaunted efforts to shine a light on preventable deaths of those who end up in homeless shelters, encampments, tents, or on our street. Kelly Davis was a similar voice who spent 3 decades to prevent those in our prisons from dying unnecessarily. Although the jails should be one of the most controlled environments, it remains a mystery as to why they are not. There seems to be no good reason why drugs, weapons, suicides take place in our jails and prisons. Ms. Davis spent 3 decades shining this light, and she could bring attention to their plight. In a touching tribute to her efforts, the families of those whose loved ones were passed away in jails attended her funeral to pay their respects. We lost a powerful and principled voice on behalf of those in prison, and we need to remind ourselves that voices like Kelly and Audra deserve to be respected and listened to. Unlike many of the politically influenced voices we hear, they're
Your time
clearly
has concluded. My apologies. But we have 9 speakers in the queue. The 5-minute timer has concluded. No additional speakers will be taken. Madison, if you can please unmute.
Yes, hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again today. I wanted to focus on the important mental health consequences of drug impairment and the impact on our young people. A new UCLA Center for Health Policy research study found that California adolescents who currently use substances experience significantly higher rates of psychological distress and suicidal thoughts or attempts than their peers. Nearly half of youth who used drugs, alcohol, and tobacco reported serious psychological distress. Even more concerning, adolescents who used both substances and experienced psychological distress were nearly 6 times more likely to report suicidal thoughts or suicide attempts than those who used substances without psychological distress. These findings remind us that substance use prevention is mental health prevention. Every effort we make to delay or reduce substance use has the potential to improve emotional well-being and reduce the risk of tragic outcomes. I encourage you to prioritize evidence-based prevention programs alongside treatment services. Prevention is often the most effective behavioral health investment we can make because it keeps young people from ever needing more intensive services later. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry Ann Scully, if you can please unmute.
Good morning, San Diego City Council. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a parent of 3 adult sons and a planning group member. My planning group had a presentation regarding fire safety from the county's Fire Safe Council last week. My planning group is concerned about tobacco and marijuana smoking and vaping on the hiking trails and the small sidewalks that connect the neighborhoods in my area. Marijuana and tobacco products are discarded out on the trails and the sidewalks, creating a hazard for fires. And legally, vaping products are considered a toxic waste. We need much better signage in those areas this summer indicating that they are smoke-free and vape-free. I'm hoping the city departments that would be responsible for this type of signage could do so soon. And now would be a great time to prohibit smoking and vaping in all public places in our city where our citizens live and play. The city could signal their understanding that the water we drink, the land we enjoy, and especially the air that we breathe are all very precious. It would be great by bringing forward a smoke-free and vape-free public places ordinance like many other cities throughout our county. This would work towards creating a smoke-free, vape-free generation of young Americans that reject tobacco and marijuana use and the physical and health mental problems they create. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning.
Thank you. Judy Strang, if you can please unmute.
Good morning, San Diego City Council. Thank you for letting me share some personal thoughts here. When I heard, and I'm not being unkind here, I hope, the idea that people grow their marijuana in pots, I wanted to say, oh, if only. Because my experience is that they are definitely using the products that they receive either for the illegal or legal market that are primarily engineered products now and are high concentrated THC. In the circle of people that I care about, I have visited one of them now 3 times as they've been hospitalized because of their psychotic and mental distress because of their marijuana use. I have received the phone calls from the Coronado Bridge regarding their contemplation about killing themselves, and got those phone calls every single day for several months till the person realized that 5% of those who jumped survived, and that scared him enough to let go of that idea. And I made plans to travel when he disappeared and his friends called me, and I went to the cliffside where his truck was parked. Thankfully, it didn't work out that badly this time. I know what marijuana use looks like. I know what decades of use. I know what it looks like in the 20s, the 30s, and the 40s, and the 50s. And it is scary. And whether it causes distress to the person smoking, well, we'd have to have them come in and talk to you. But I've seen some pretty agitated, depressed state. But let me tell you, for those of us around them who love them and care them and try to protect them, it's a horrific experience. So if we speak about our concerns, I want you to understand it's a personal issue for many of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Beekman, if you can please unmute.
Hi, thank you. There was, now that we're having the rollout of the new public comment time period, what speakers can do and working in groups. Thanks that it started. I'm interested how, if needed, the city clerk can know how to use the 1:30 time a bit more frequently and more flexibly as appropriate. I offered that yesterday, and I realized the meeting went on to about 6 or 7. So, she actually, yourselves made a very wise decision in how to garner 1 minute for public comment. But just sometimes some items deserve a bit longer time, and to be flexible and open to the 1:30 time, I think you guys do that really well and should know how to use it a little more regularly as needed. I thought I'd just mention it this time in this new public comment age we're entering. I also wanted to comment on the words of Lori Saldano, who I think did a really nice job to describe that if nothing else, we have, with the Midway Rising project, we have to be aware of our options and choices. And Lori Saldana has made it clear that I hope her words become a part of the regular conversation in how to address the future of Midway Rising. I think she's on a really important tact in how to talk about it that needs respect. And I hope it's just a regular part of the future of our conversations and not kept hidden and tucked away and not talked about. And I'm really hopeful about the future of accountability with public policies, with tech accountability. We've taken a bit of a break over the past few years. It's really time that when good policies present themselves, we need to really move forward and work towards them on a number of issues. We can be working towards peace, not war. That's
Your
an
time
interesting
has
concept.
concluded. Sorry, Francine Maxwell, if you can please unmute.
Good morning, Francine Maxwell, Southeastern San Diego resident. I want to make sure that you know how much we appreciate our CPP commissioners. We appreciate the time that they spend away from their family, the extra meetings, the extra training, but the community is a little concerned with the $185K. That seems a little bit lowball for us to get our own attorney. And so I say us because we are all in this together. And so as a taxpayer, knowing that you guys have some money that may not have been counted on for 2027 FY, maybe somebody can look and see if there's some scraps left to up the scale from the 185K for an independent attorney for our independent CPP. Our CPP works hard. They have absolutely got some things changed. Recently, the community has begun to receive letters again that tells you that there was no misconduct for the officers. And although you may not be happy with the letter you receive, you're receiving them again. We are moving towards better customer service with internal affairs. We leave a message and you sometimes get a return call within the same day. And so we want to make sure that we continue to work in partnership, but you need to help us get our independent arm a little bit stronger. And so an independent attorney to advise our commissioners. Although we do have some attorneys on the commission, we still need to have that seat filled along with a couple others. So please consider holding some type of hearing, add it to the agenda last minute like you guys do, many things that you want to, and let's get our oversight, our independent oversight, really going over the summer while you're on legislative break. There's some things that can absolutely be done because they are city employees that are staffing the CPP. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Walker, if you can please unmute.
Okay, thank you again. July is Social Wellness Month, a call to improve the health and mental well-being of our communities, which is a goal of those who work for safe marijuana and other drug policies to protect youth. That effort isn't about the marijuana plant, by the way. As mentioned earlier, it's about an industry engineering THC content of those plants far beyond anything natural, about highly potent synthesized products designed and packaged to attract young people while falsely presented as safe or even as medicine with no scientific backup and lacking pharmaceutical protocols. Today's highly potent products, not visualized with Prop 64, have introduced public health risks that local enforcement and healthcare infrastructure are proving ill-equipped to absorb. This is demonstrated by item 50 today regarding uncontrollable illegal marijuana delivery activities that present challenging enforcement issues, especially regarding deliveries to youth. It's challenged by the public health burdens of young addiction and increased demand for mental support services that offset projected tax revenues. By surging ER visits, highlighting the unanticipated medical costs of increased youth access to marijuana. It's about need for greater prevention efforts because allowing an industry to mess with a kid's mind before he even has a chance to comprehend the damage pot can do to young brains just isn't justified. Judging policies by how they work for the betterment of the community, the marijuana industry practices currently allowed fail the test for youth safety.
Thank you. Your time has concluded. Natalie Rashke, if you can please unmute. Then we have Hector and 8700, our final speakers. Please proceed.
Hi, Natalie Rashke here. Just a couple things I want to talk about, but I'm going to respond to the women that have responded to what I have said. I understand that marijuana is more potent. I have 4 children. I talk to them about what is out there and what is good and what is bad, and that they have consequences when they make these choices. Some of these people have other mental issues that may be affected by marijuana. I understand that. But to make it that it's illegal for everybody is not something I'm okay about. MK Ultra is a real thing, though that was classified. Big Pharma is our biggest drug producing addictive. It's crazy. And my whole original was coming on here and talking to the city of San Diego and how we're moving forward and looking at our future with innovation and protecting the people against Big Pharma, against MK Ultra. That is real stuff. And they do manipulate minds, and it is out there, and you can do the research. We, moving forward, I have 4 children, and I want them to be contributing members to society. We need to start looking at innovation. I don't know how many of you on the dais are researching how AI is moving and how all these technologies are moving forward. I think we need to start being more innovative. I just produced a book. We just received our first robot AI teacher in the city of San Diego. That is huge. I wrote a book on how to introduce AI to your teens. We need to start thinking in this fashion so that we are not, at the end of the day, in New World Order. That is serious to me, and I hope it's serious to everyone on the dais, especially if you have young children. Thank you.
Hector, if you can please unmute.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, I want to remind you guys, it's July and it's White History Month. And I was just thinking about, I grew up in San Diego in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And the white history at that time, San Diego was great, man. All the white guys were running the show, mainly guys, some white women, a couple black guys were out there. Archie Moore's house. We used to drive over his freeway entrance, going down to 32nd Street in the Navy. My parents were both in the Navy. And he had he probably still's got it. He has a boxing glove for a swimming pool. And Archie Moore, that famous, the mongoose, black guy in San Diego. My dad would point him out to me and stuff. He was pretty cool. But I don't remember it being like super racist. Like the one lady's talking about racist kind of thing, playing the race card all the time and not getting jobs. Or when I was growing up, it wasn't, I don't think it was like that. We had black guys in our neighborhood, Mexican kids, Jewish guys. It was like, you know, there was nobody stealing stuff from the store. There was no guy getting shot. You'd have a fist fight with a kid. It didn't matter what color he was. It wasn't, nobody was pulling out a knife. You could take the bus. Other neighbors could kick your ass if you got out of line. The neighbor could tell your parents and they'd believe the neighbor. They wouldn't believe the kid who was lying. So it was great, man. Growing up in San Diego was cheap. I had a 69 Camaro in high school in 70 for like $2,200. And I worked and I made the money myself, man. It was nice growing up here, man. But I think, quit playing the race card. Only once a month, play the race card, please. Thank you.
Our final speaker is 8700. If you can please unmute. Press *6. There you go.
Joy Sunyata. Audra, thank you for your tears. Tears are the sweetness of our voice. They speak 10,000 words. I love you. I'm saying this again because it's my big message. Thank you, Audra, for your tears. Tears are the sweetness of our voice. They speak 10,000 words. I love you, Audra. Now, I want to tell you something beautiful I feel that's happening at City Council. And President LaCava started it. He started connecting with the public. And I noticed it right on. I'm very aware. I had to be as a massage therapist. And I noticed that Councilmember Dr. Campbell did it at her Community and Neighborhood Services meeting last time. She answered a question that was critical to be answered from the public. And a police officer who had presented offered me a suggestion as to how I could be part of the patrol, the senior patrol, even though I can't drive anymore, I'm not allowed. I feel this, and Campbell also addressed a comment that Audra said, I believe, but I feel this beautiful thing that is present. And I want to encourage each and every one of you to fan that flame. It's so beautiful. It's tears. It's personal stories of that beautiful woman that spoke on the drug issue, the personal part of it.
Your time has concluded. Thank you very much for the comments. For non-agenda public comment has concluded.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. And in terms of connecting with the public, respectfully, the job opening for the Commission on Police Practices General Counsel is listed at 185 to 210,000. So don't want anybody to be scared off of the 185. So with that, we will now adjourn for the noon recess and reconvene open session at 2 p.m. or shortly thereafter. All right, good afternoon. I will now reconvene the City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 7th, 2026. Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Campbell?
Here.
Councilmember Whitburn?
Here.
Councilmember Foster?
Here.
Councilmember Von Wilbert? Council President Pro Tem Lee?
Here.
Councilmember Campillo?
Here.
Councilmember Moreno? Councilmember Elo Rivera? And Council President LaCava.
Present.
Also attending the meeting are Assistant City Attorney Leslie Fitzgerald, Independent Budget Analyst Charles Modica, and myself, your City Clerk, Deanna Fuentes. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. Quorum is now present. When we have meetings of this type, when we have folks that may be here for the first or maybe the only time they ever show up in council chambers, I like to provide a gentle reminder of how we conduct business in City Council. I know the City Clerk gave some suggestions already. Before we start today's meeting, I want to remind everyone about the city's practices and procedures for public comment at City Council meetings. The city welcomes public participation at City Council meetings. Speakers may address the council during public comment, also in connection with a specific line of business on the agenda. However, the city must make sure that no one person or group of people disrupt the meeting in a way that prohibits other speakers from expressing their opinions and ideas. So to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to address the council, I will alert an individual or individuals if I think their conduct becomes disruptive and a disruption continues. I will rule the individual out of order, and if the disruption continues further, I will declare a recess so we can restore order. At that point, I will direct the individual to leave the room, and if the individual refuses, police will escort the individual out of the building. And if we have to repeat this process of warning and recessing the meeting, which we will not, because you're all good people out there, all members of the public will be excluded from the council chambers. Credential media will be allowed to remain. Once again, we have these practices and procedures to protect the rights of other speakers who wish to address the council and to allow the council to conduct the public's business. And to repeat the advice given by our city clerk, if you agree with someone is saying, thumbs up. It's a very strong visual from up here. And if you disagree, thumbs down. It's a very strong visual as well. Although I only see one sign here, if you have a sign, please extend the courtesy to people sitting behind you who may want to see our smiling faces during the course of chambers, and don't restrict those lines of vision. And I think also for public safety there. So I'm going to ask you to take that sign down. If you want to go in the back and flash it and show it up, you certainly are more than welcome to do that. So with that, clerk, please introduce item 331.
Thank you, Council President. Item 331 is the appeal of Planning Commission process for decision of the Emerald Hills project at 5702 Old Memory Lane, project number PRJ-1107880. This item is not subject to the mayor's veto. We do have several organized presentations on this item, but all of them are here in person. Thank you, Council President.
All right. Staff, I see they sent you out there all by yourself, so please introduce yourself for the record and let us know how much time you need.
Thank you, Council President LaCava. Good afternoon, esteemed Council President LaCava and council members. My name is Martin Mendez. I am the Development Project Manager with Development Services, and I will be presenting the project appeal for the Emerald Hills project today. Before we move forward, I would like to read into the record that prior to today's City Council hearing, staff received a traffic analysis report for an all-way stop analysis at the proposed intersection at 60th Street. That report has been distributed to the council members, and copies are made available to the general public. Also would like to point out that the analysis was voluntarily prepared and provided by the applicant in response to a comment raised during the Planning Commission hearing.
And how much time do you think?
I will need approximately 30 minutes.
All right.
Okay, the project, just to give you some background, the project location, the project is located at 5702 Old Memory Lane in the Encanto neighborhoods. The zoning designation for the site is RS1-2, residential single unit, and the parcel size is 31.18 acres. The approvals for this project include a vesting tentative map, a site development permit, for the subdivision of land containing environmentally sensitive lands and for encroachments within the public right-of-way, a neighborhood development permit, and a neighborhood use permit for a neighborhood identification sign. Okay, this slide shows the 123 residential lots that are being proposed. 110 of those units would be market rate units, and 13 would be affordable rate units. The site also includes 7 private open space lots, 4 pocket parks, 3 stormwater basins, and open space areas. The project, as you can see on the map, is located south of Highway 94, east of Interstate 805, and then southeast of the existing Emerald Hills Neighborhood Park within the Encanto Neighborhoods Community Planning Area. This aerial photograph shows the aerial view of the project site as it exists today. The community plan land use, or the community plan for the project site, designates the site for residential very low land uses at 0 to 4 dwelling units per acre. That's land use designation allows 125 dwelling units, and the existing zoning for the project site, as previously mentioned, is RS1-2. And so just for clarification, the 31.8 acre site multiplied by the 4 dwelling units per acre equals 124 and 72, where the project is proposing 123 dwelling units. The project is utilizing footnote 7. This project was deemed complete on December 6, 2023. The footnote 7 was repealed by the City Council on April 24, 2025. This project went before Planning Commission on November 20th, 2025, and we are here today to hear the appeal hearing July 7th, 2026. The project currently has vested rights to continue to rely upon footnote 7. This is a proposed site plan, again identifying the 123 residential dwelling units and then the common space areas, including the parks. All the common space areas will be maintained by the Homeowners Association. The project also includes a 5-foot wide trail within private property adjacent to the 60th Street right-of-way. And then as part of the 60th Street right-of-way improvements, the project is proposing the replacement of sidewalks and providing additional landscaping. Okay, this project is requesting incentives and waivers. The incentive is to modify the street side fence height, and then waivers to modify the lot street frontage, lot width for corner lots, lot depth, and driveway curb openings. This project went before the Planning Commission on November 20th, 2025, and was approved with modifications. On December 1st, 2025, the Chollas Valley Encanto Neighborhoods Community Planning Group appealed the Planning Commission's decision based on the following grounds: factual error, conflict with other matters, findings not supported, new information, and citywide significance. I would like to identify that in accordance with the San Diego Municipal Code, Chapter 11, Article 2, Division 3, all notices for the project were distributed via United States Postal Service to all addresses within 300 feet of the boundary of the project site, including owners and occupants. It was also circulated to the officially recognized community planning group and the applicant. The notice of application was distributed on March 7th, 2024, which identified that there would be a decision at a public hearing to approve or deny the project, and identified that the project was undergoing environmental review. The notice of the application was also posted on the project site as required by the municipal code, and verification of posting was submitted by the applicant to Development Services. On November 6, 2025, the Planning Commission notice of public hearing for the November 20th, 2025 hearing was distributed to parties previously mentioned and interested parties who had requested noticing for the project. That was over 200 recipients, and the notice was also published in the San Diego San Diego Daily Transcript. Staff visited the project site prior to the hearing to confirm the notice of application posts were still present on the site, and the applicant also posted the Planning Commission notice of public hearing at the project site as a courtesy. The notice of the City Council peer hearing for today's hearing was distributed on June 22nd, 2026. The notice was mailed to interested parties and those previously mentioned. The notice was also published in the San Diego Daily Transcript and posted on the City Council's website. And as of this morning, I visited the project site to confirm that the notice of application and the notice of today's hearing was present and visible at the project site, with 3 signs for today's hearing posted on 60th Street and then 1 side for the driveway off of Old Memory Lane. Okay, summary of the appellant's issues are as follows. The issues related to the utilization of footnote 7 for the project, adequacy of the environmental analysis, deficiencies in public facilities for the community, including parkland, environmental justice concerns, including concentration of density in disadvantaged communities, inadequate community involvement, including inadequate noticing of the project, and the environmental determination. I will now move forward with the appeal issues as they were submitted. The first appeal issue is in relation to factual error. Issue number 1 stated that the project far exceeds the 0 to 4 dwelling units per acre density for which the site is zoned. Our response is that the project is in conformance with the residential very low designation from the community plan, which allows 0 to 4 dwelling units per acre. And as previously mentioned, that would be in conformance with the requirements by proposing 123 dwelling units. The next issue raised was the project does not conform to the RS1-2 zoning and far exceeds the number of lots allowed for the zone, 67. And again, the project is utilizing footnote 7 for the development and would be in conformance with the applicable regulations of the RS1- zone through the utilization of footnote 7. The third issue is the project does not appear to be consistent with the Chollas Valley Community Plan and Canto Neighborhoods Community Plan. Urban Design Policy PUD-26 states the following: preserve the existing single-family large lot development in areas where topographic conditions foster large lots and in areas located away from mass transit and transit corridors. Preserve large lot single-family neighborhoods in order to retain the rural atmosphere which is characteristic of Encanto neighborhoods. The project site was previously developed as a radio transmitter facility without a residential subdivision. Therefore, is not subject to the preservation of existing single-family large lot development. The proposed subdivision is consistent with the adjacent developments to the north, south, and west by proposing 1 and 2 story single dwelling units, having minimum lot sizes of 5,000 square feet, and site design that follows the topography of the land. Issue number 4, the project appeals to be neither consistent with the community plan nor zoning. Residential land use section 2.4 of the community plan states the following: the plan seeks to expand and preserve the supply of affordable housing through construction of new units as well as the preservation and restoration of older homes. The substantial amount of vacant and underutilized land and access to transit within the Encanto neighborhood provides an opportunity for well-located mixed-use infill development. The community has an extensive stock of single-family housing, much of it on large lots. Although they have already been developed, these large lots provide an opportunity for infill development through the construction of accessory dwelling units on the lower density residential sites. Accessory dwelling units increase the housing stock, allow for multi-generational housing opportunity, and can provide rental income for lower income residents. The project was found to be consistent with the policies identified on the screen, which include land use, noise, mobility, urban design, and conservation and sustainability, as well as goals and policies found in the general plan. Furthermore, regarding zoning consistency, as previously described, the project is utilizing footnote 7 and adheres to the RS-17 regulations with allowed incentives and waivers for the provision of affordable housing in accordance with the applicable regulations of the municipal code. The next appeal issue is violation of the 2015 Neighborhoods Community Plan, which identified the proposed development site as a potential community park. Despite this designation, the city made no attempt to purchase all or part of the land for the intended community purpose, nor was a community plan amendment developed to mitigate the loss of potential future park space. This is not just a loss for the Chollas Valley communities, but for all residents of San Diego, which will forever lose access to one of the most remarkable vistas in the city. The recreation section of the community plan identified the project site as a potential park and clarifies that identification of private property as a potential park site does not preclude permitted development per the underlying land use or zone. The acreage figures represented existing and planned sites anticipated at the time of adoption of the community plan. Acreage may be further refined over time without the need to amend the community plan. In accordance with this statement, from the community plan, a change in proposed usable park acreages does not warrant an amendment. Table 7-2 identifies the project as a major park with 19.8 acres allocated for proposed usable acreage, which would require acquisition of the privately owned parcel. This is a figure 7.2 from the community plan. That identifies the project site as a potential park, but also has the statements that were previously read about identification of private property. Just further clarification, to date, the community plan has not been updated to remove the project site as a potential park from the recreation section of the community plan. Also, I think just to address some additional questions that were brought up prior to today's hearing. City staff does not have records related to contracting the property or contacting the property owner at the time for possible acquisition or purchase of the site for purpose of a park. And based on the information contained in a historic resources report, which identified property ownership dating back to 1956, the site has been in private ownership since then, and the city has not had control of the property. Appeal issue 6 is factual error. This is a flawed assertion in the staff report that the site has walkable access to the Encanto Trolley Station and Euclid Avenue Station, which in fact the path to those transit stops requires traversing a very hilly, narrow, unlit, and dangerous road without sidewalks. In violation of recent revisions to the San Diego Municipal Code, clarifying that the transit must be reachable via sidewalks. San Diego Municipal Code Section 113-0103, SDA definition. Failure to properly assess the difficulty of reaching transit leads to the staff report to vastly overestimate VMT reduction for the project. The staff report described the following. 2 regional transit hubs, the Encanto Trolley Station and Euclid Avenue Station, are located approximately 1 mile from the project site. Metropolitan Transit Service, MTS Bus Route 917, is located near the intersection of Kelton Road and Roswell Street, approximately 1/2 mile southwest of the project site. The picture shows where the current bus stops are located, and the image to the right shows the proximity of that bus stop to the site, and then the proximity of the 2 trolley stations to the site. Okay, appeal issue, factual error, issue number 7, failure to consider the potential impacts of the project, including increased traffic and safety concerns on 60th Street, both for daily neighborhood traffic and for fire evacuation. City's response is city staff reviewed the project for potential impacts, including transportation impacts, safety concerns on 60th Street, and emergency access and emergency response. Factual error number 8, the project documentation does not include the fire marshal report nor an evacuation plan as required by state and local law, even though the proposed site is within San Diego's very high fire hazard severity zone. Our response is the project did not trigger the requirement for a fire marshal report or a fire evacuation report. In this case, the project is consistent with the planned density for the project site, which, as previously discussed, would be up to 4 dwelling units per acre, and the project is consistent with that density. Therefore, again, the project did not trigger the requirement for a fire marshal report or an evacuation plan. Conflict with other matters, issue 1. All of the 234 waivers being requested to permit this project, including but not limited to street frontage waiver, the driveway width requirements waiver, and the minimum lot dimensions RS17 waiver. These waivers would defeat the intent of the city's recent repeal of footnote 7, create a concentrated environmental justice burden in a historically redlined, majority Black, Latino, low-resource neighborhood, produce a starkly discriminatory outcome when compared to low-density approvals in wealthy, majority white neighborhoods such as Fox Hill, La Jolla, and expose the city to legal, policy, and public health risk, Fair Housing Act, disparate impact, exposure, and SB 1000 and CEQA vulnerabilities, and CEQA being California Environmental Quality Act. As previously stated, the project application was deemed complete while footnote 7 was still in effect. 1 incentive and 5 waivers are available to the project in accordance with the municipal code for the provision of 13 affordable dwelling units made available to moderate income households. The project would comply with the RS17 regulations with the allowed incentives and waivers, and the requested incentives and waivers are supported for the provision of on-site affordable housing. Furthermore, the project supports General Plan Policy EJ-C1 and EJ-C3, EJ being environmental justice, through the provision of publicly accessible pocket parks located on site. The project also enhances connectivity and accessibility for all residents via public accessible pathways, parkways, and open spaces available on the project site. Okay, the project supports the general plan commitment of creating and maintaining economically and socially diverse communities. The project would help the city meet the regional housing needs allocation targets, and the project would provide safe and healthy homes for people of all groups, allowing them to thrive in their communities. As to the differences between the Fox Hill La Jolla development and this development, just like to identify that the difference between the two projects are driven by the development teams, market conditions, and the applicable regulations for each project. Each project is evaluated independently, and both projects as proposed were equitably reviewed for conformance with the applicable regulations. As to the issue of legal exposure, the City Council will consider the appeal issues and make determination affirming or denying the appeal based on supporting information. Senate Bill SB 1000, adopted in 2016, promotes environmental justice through local land use planning. The law requires local governments with disadvantaged communities in their planning areas to develop environmental justice policies as part of the general plans. The city general plan, as required by SB 1000, includes an environmental justice element and is cross-referenced with goals and policies of other elements in the general plan, including the housing element, the safety element, and the climate action plan and their respective implementation plans. Regarding compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, the city as lead agency performed a review of the project's impacts on the environment and prepared an addendum to the 2015 Community Plan Update Program Environmental Impact Report. Based upon the review, no changes in circumstances have occurred and no new information of substantial importance has manifested which would result in new significant or substantially increased adverse impacts as a result of the proposed project. Therefore, the addendum was prepared in accordance with Section 15164 of the CEQA guidelines, and use of the addendum for the project complies with CEQA guidelines Section 15168C. The project is within the scope of the 2015 Community Plan Update Program EIR, and in accordance with the mitigation framework from the program EIR, the project was conditioned to include a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program related to biological resources and paleontological resources. Conflict with other matters, issue 2. The lot is in direct conflict with the San Diego General Plan from 2024, the Parks Master Plan 2021, the Climate Action Plan from 2022, as well as the 2023 Implementation Plan. Sub-issue A, San Diego General Plan 2024, policy LUH.1, affirmably further fair housing choice, promote equal housing opportunity, and promote the development of balanced and equitable communities that take into account community-wide involvement, participation, and needs. Sub-item A, planned village development with the involvement of a broad range of neighborhood and business stakeholders, including traditionally underserved communities, and take into consideration the needs of individual neighborhoods, available resources, and willing partners. Invest strategically in public infrastructure, and offer development incentives that are consistent with the neighborhood's vision, and then plan for more homes in village areas that are located in communities with high economic opportunity. The proposed project supports the goals of policy LUH.1 by proposing new dwelling units built in conformance with current building codes, providing fair housing choice and promoting equal housing opportunity, providing balanced housing options within the development. And just for reference, LUH.1 is found under Section H of the General Plan under Balanced Communities and Equitable Development. Okay, appeal issue, conflict with other matters. Also, as far as community-wide involvement and participation, discretionary applicants are encouraged to work with the community planning groups. For this project, the applicant presented as an action item to the Chollas Valley Community Planning Group on October 28, 2024, at a special meeting. The community planning group voted to deny the project with a vote of 0 yes to approve and 13 no to deny, without conditions or recommendations, and submitted the form to the Development Services Department. The project supports the following general plan goals: investing in public infrastructure by providing improvements on 60th Street, which include road widening and lighting, public stormwater system improvements, supports housing element goals and policies to support the development of residential dwelling units within all communities citywide, offering development incentives consistent with the neighborhood's vision. The project utilizes incentives and waivers in exchange for new affordable housing. Page 2-21 of the community plan states the plan seeks to expand and preserve the supply of affordable housing. The project will also be paying into the development impact fees, and San Diego Municipal Code regulations incentivize additional dwelling units. Conflict with other matters, issue B, City of San Diego Parks Master Plan of 2021. Equity is a central value of the city's Parks Master Plan. Park planning and investments should address long-lasting inequities in the city's park system experienced by people that live in traditionally underserved communities and areas with the greatest park deficiencies. Areas of the city where we know that the greatest need exists by ensuring equal access to meaningful recreational opportunities. The city's park and recreation needs have evolved, influenced by change in population and demographics and development patterns. Communities vary in the quality and availability of park space due to patterns of historical growth. Prior development patterns have also left parts of the city with fewer connections to parks and natural areas. More growth located in existing neighborhoods increases demand for parks that meet the unique needs of these developed areas that contain limited land for new park spaces. Prioritizing parks in these neighborhoods that are experiencing the greatest rates of residential growth is critical. The project, to address the current park inequities, the city is prioritizing park deficient and underserved communities by allocating at a minimum 80% of the citywide park development impact to park deficient communities, with at least 50% of that amount to be prioritized solely within traditionally underserved communities for at least 5 years. This project would meet that goal by paying their development impact fees. The project will support the city's park master plan by, again, paying the applicable impact fees, public improvements to 60th Street, providing accessible paths throughout the project site that connect to the existing Encanto neighborhood park, and providing 4 on-site pocket parks that will be publicly accessible. Conflict with other matters, appeal issue C. San Diego Climate Action Plan from 2022 states, addressing inequality and systemic racism requires a thoughtful and intentional approach that empowers and includes our communities experiencing structural exclusion. To create equitable outcomes, we must prioritize action and invest where the need is greatest by involving impacted community members in the city's decision-making process early and through continual partnerships. For this reason, the concept of climate equity is critical throughout the Climate Action Plan. Page 11. The project works against the City of San Diego's climate action goals that came out today stating the city's climate objectives are exceeded by 2% carbon emissions. Creating a park instead of dense housing will help with this objective. California law requires jurisdictions to consider environmental justice and reduce concentrated environmental burdens in disadvantaged communities. EPA and peer-reviewed literature document worse health outcomes where burdens concentrate. SB 1000 environmental justice obligations require local governments to identify disadvantaged communities and adopt policies to reduce disproportionate environmental and public health burdens. A decision that concentrates density and the discrete burdens that often accompany rapid infill, construction, vehicle emissions, inadequate public facilities, loss of planned parkland in an environmental justice community without robust mitigation is inconsistent with the law, SB 1000 mandate. Programs and approvals that systematically locate greater housing burdens in communities of color can create a disparate impact claim under federal and state fair housing law. The clear difference between allowing dense approvals in historically Black Latino neighborhoods creates a prima facie discriminatory pattern that the city must explicitly justify with legitimate non-discriminatory reasons and evidence. As stated in the appeal issues raised, to create equitable outcomes, we must prioritize action and investment where the need is greatest by involving impacted community members in the city's decision-making process early and through continual partnerships. The applicant for the project involved the community by presenting their project to the community planning group and through other outreach efforts that the applicant will describe during their presentation. The project supports investment in and prioritize the community by conforming to the requirements of the Climate Action Plan by paying the development impact fees in accordance with the city's park master plan, which fund public infrastructure and services like parks, mobility, libraries, and emergency services, including fire. Improving existing infrastructure within public right-of-ways to improve accessibility and connectivity, and conformance with the entirety of the Climate Action Plan goals and policies related to the development of housing. The project supports environmental justice by providing improved and diversified opportunities for play in public spaces for all people, homeownership opportunities including affordable housing, housing for a variety of household sizes, encouraging location and resource-efficient development near established community resources, and safe and healthy homes, meeting current building codes. Conflict with other matters, issue D, 2023 implementation plan, states prioritizing communities of concern while preparing the 2022 climate action plan. City staff work closely with stakeholders to develop a method for scoring each CAP action to understand its potential to prioritize and empower residents within communities that have been historically underinvested in and to address those disparities. To create equitable outcomes, we must prioritize action and invest where the need is greatest by involving impacted community members in the city's decision-making process early and through continual partnerships. For this reason, the concept of climate equity is critical throughout the 2022 Climate Action Plan and this implementation plan. The city will continue to frequently consult with CBOs on climate equity policy, on use of these tools specifically, and on equitable CAP implementation generally, page 6.
When you start to wrap up, we have a lot of conversation today.
Yeah. On the funding sources already, one of the funding sources already used to invest in structurally excluded communities is the city's Climate Equity Fund, which the city established in 2021, and as a dedicated source of supplemental funding for infrastructure projects in communities of concern. The implementation plan also referenced Council Policy 800-14, which prioritized capital improvement program projects and the goal of Parks Master Plan to prioritize park diffs to park deficient communities. The project supports the Climate Action Plan implementation plan by paying the required development impact fees, investing in improvement of existing infrastructure within the community through project-related public improvements, and by presenting the project to the Community Planning Group on October 28, 2024. Findings not supported, issue 1, allowance of the subdivision map based on the interpretation that the project was deemed complete before repeal of footnote 7. This assertion disregards that it is the approval of the project, not the date of application, that determines vesting rights under state law, as evidenced by the discretionary approval for the project that are being asked of the Planning Commission at the November 20th, 2025 hearing. Pursuant to state law, development applications that have been deemed complete are entitled to proceed under the law and policies in effect at the time the application was deemed complete. Findings not supported, issue 2. This project creates a concentrated environmental justice burden in a historically redlined, majority Black, Latino, low resource neighborhood. It will produce a starkly discriminatory outcome when compared with low density approvals in wealthy, majority white neighborhoods such as Fox Hill, La Jolla. This was previously addressed under conflicts with other matters. New information appeal issue 1. This project defeats the intent of the repeal of footnote 7 the City of San Diego Council agreed upon in April of 2025. This was also previously discussed in the response in the same issue under findings not supported. New information appeal issue 2, insufficient time to review hundreds of pages of project documents which were only provided to the public on November 14, 2025, less than 1 week before the hearing. In accordance with the requirements of the Brown Act, a notice of public hearing was distributed and the agenda was posted a minimum of 72 hours prior to today's City Council hearing, and the same was done prior to Planning Commission. All legal requirements were met. New information issue 3, failure to consult the community, the staff report cites, vote by the Community Planning Group on October 2024. However, this vote was taken while footnote 7 was still in effect, and in fact, the project triggered the public discovery of footnote 7 in the municipal code and the legally disputable process by which footnote 7 was adopted. Engagement with the community would allow the developer, the community, and the City of San Diego to explore alternative uses of the site that would be acceptable to all parties. Again, the project was presented to the Community Planning Group on October 28, 2024, and staff has been made available to respond to phone calls and correspondence. Development Services did not receive a request for additional coordination with the Community Planning Group, and staff acknowledged the receipt of the vote for denial from the Community Planning Group. Citywide implication issue 1, residents neighboring a proposed development may have due process rights connected to their property interest if they believe it will decrease their tangible or intangible property value. Chollas Valley and Canto Planning Group was not notified of this project by the applicant or by the City of San Diego before the CEQA determination was made. The Community Planning Group is not aware of notice being given to the potentially affected neighbors by other substantive means. Thus, the residents have been deprived of procedural due process on this matter because they were not given a chance to voice their concerns at a Community Planning Group meeting, public hearing, or other procedural mechanism after substantive notice with respect to content and time. To the extent that this lack of notice of development applications or permits extends to other community plan areas, this matter has citywide implications. As stated earlier, the project was noticed in accordance with requirements of the municipal code. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act statutes and guidelines, section 15164C, an addendum need not be circulated for public review, but can be included in or attached to the final environmental impact report. The addendum to the 2025 Community Plan Update Program Environmental Impact Report was posted on the city's California Environmental Quality Act website for final environmental documents on November 14, 2025, and a link to the document was included in the staff report to the Planning Commission. Citywide implication issue 2 exposes the city to legal, policy, and public health risk based on fair housing disparate impact, exposure, and SB 1000 CEQA vulnerabilities. This was previously addressed under conflict with other matters, appeal issue 1. Citywide implication, appeal issue 3. The 31 acres have been slated for park for many years, a park not only for our communities of Chollas Valley, but for the entire city of San Diego. The views alone are worthy of upgrading quality of life for residents of our city. This was previously addressed under factual errors, appeal issue item 5. Okay, staff's recommendation is City Council deny the appeal and affirm the Planning Commission's decision to approve the vesting tentative map, the site development permit, the neighborhood development permit, and a neighborhood use permit. That concludes staff's presentation.
All
We
right.
have the applicant and then city staff to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you for that. First, I'll turn it over to the Office of the City Attorney for comments.
Thank you, Council President. Our office will outline some legal considerations for today's item. When hearing and deciding upon a project appeal, the council may affirm, reverse, or modify the Planning Commission's decision. A decision to reverse or modify the Planning Commission's decision must be based on one or more of the following: 1, factual error; 2, new information; 3, findings that are not supported; 4, conflict with a land use plan, council policy, or the municipal code; or 5, citywide significance. In addition to approving the project, the Planning Commission considered and adopted an environmental addendum prepared by staff. An addendum is not an environmental determination that is subject to appeal under the municipal code or CEQA and therefore may not be appealed. That conclusion is supported by an appellate opinion from the 4th Appellate District in California. This project is subject to the state's Housing Accountability Act because it meets the definition of a housing development project. Under this state law, the city may not apply development standards that were not in effect at the time the application was deemed complete. At the time the application for this project was deemed complete, footnote 7 was in effect. If, after hearing the evidence presented, council would like to deny the project or impose conditions that the project be developed at a lower density, state law requires that council base that decision upon written findings supported by a preponderance of the evidence on the record that each of the following exist. 1, the project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety, and 2, there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid that adverse impact. That concludes my comments.
All right, thank you for that. So before we open it up to public comment, we'll hear from the appellant, and then we'll hear from the applicant. So I invite the applicant, the appellant, to come up. My apologies. And how much time do you need for your presentation?
Do I get 35 minutes?
If you need 35 minutes, that's what they took, yes.
No, I don't. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Can you tell me, though, how much time so I can put it on the timer?
Probably 15, okay? I would like to thank all the community members who are here today from our beautiful city, excuse me, who have showed up today in person and online. I appreciate the time, the energy, and the effort it took folks to have spent to support parks and justice in our community. Honorable Council President LaCava and honorable council members, today our neighborhoods of Alta Vista, Broadway Heights, Choias View, Emerald Hills, Encanto, Lincoln Park, O'Farrell, and Valencia Park are sending a signal to our leaders to envision the opportunity to create an urban sanctuary, investing in our children, investing in our environment, and investing in our health. I respectfully request if everyone on the dais would raise their hands if they've ever been to the radio tower site. Okay, next slide, please. Today we are sending a signal. Support the appeal and use your discretionary authority. City Council has a choice to support our appeal and deny the Emerald Hills project. This discretionary review allows the Council to exercise your legal power and authority to consider whether this project follows the legally binding Encanto Community Plan, complying with zoning laws and variances, DSD deemed project complete with just the application triggering vesting rights, properly qualifies for the city's CEQA determination. This project protects public safety and infrastructure in very high fire severity zones and evacuation routes, and follows SB 1000, an environmental justice obligation, and meets the requirements of the discretionary permits. Our appeal today argues that this project does not meet any of these standards, and CVCPG and neighborhood councils have rejected this project from the very first presentation. The council should support this appeal and deny the project. Next slide, please. This project conflicts with the Encanto Neighborhoods Community Plan. The Encanto Neighborhoods Community Plan calls for preserving large lots and single-family neighborhoods. Footnote 7 changed the rules without due process by reducing minimum lot sizes from 20,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet in Encanto and Emerald Hills only. DSD deemed the project complete and engaged vesting rights for a mere application. Community members invested, next slide please. Community members invested extensive volunteer time reviewing city records and public documents, leading to the discovery that footnote 7 was adopted improperly and was never valid and must not be applied to any project. The process undermines due process, transparency, and meaningful community engagement. Our community is fed up with being undermined by the color of law. The project increases density by 75% and has to add 234 variances on top of that. There are steep slopes on this parcel. Some waivers are street front waivers, driveway width requirement waivers, and minimum lot dimension are 1 through 7 waivers. Next slide, please. The council should support this appeal and deny the project. Unequal land use outcomes. The council should not approve land use patterns that place greater density and concentrate environmental burdens in Emerald Hills while preserving lower density outcomes in wealthier communities. This appeal compares this Emerald Hill subdivision with the low density approval at Fox Hill Farms in La Jolla, of 18 homes on the same 32-acre parcel compared to our 123. Your decision today will or will not perpetuate patterns of discrimination. Wealthier communities preserve lower density development, producing a stark discriminatory outcome. Historically underserved, structurally neglected communities receive greater density without any infrastructure improvements, losing the opportunity to right-size park inequities in communities of concern with scale. Environmental and infrastructure burdens are concentrated in low-resource communities and communities of color. Land use decisions either expand or reinforce existing inequities by defying environmental justice opportunities. Public health burdens like air quality and environmental justice obligations where local governments adopt policies reduce these burdens. The council should support this appeal and deny the project. Next slide, please. Park equity and environmental justice. Invest in our children, invest in our health, invest in our safety. The council has an opportunity to set a precedent that our leaders will no longer tolerate environmental injustices. Support a sizable park in Emerald Hills. In San Diego, neighborhoods of color have 64% less park space per person versus white neighborhoods. Low resource neighborhoods have 71% less park space than high income neighborhoods per TPL.org. Next slide. San Diego County faces serious air quality burdens. We are the 7th worst nationally for ozone and the 5th worst for year-round particle pollution in the 2026 State of the Air Report. A park could mitigate some of this. Right-sizing historic disinvestment and neglect in our underserved communities by investing in our children, enriching educational and economic opportunities through health, well-being, and social impact. This is the medicine of our times. A sizable park would also support park equity, climate equity, public health, and community quality of life. Next slide, please. The council should support the appeal and deny the project. SB 1000 and environmental justice obligations. This project is an environmental burden because the community loses sizable parkland, a climate action goal. The city has an obligation to decrease the burden on environmental degradation. Right-sized neighborhoods disproportionately burdened by pollution or environmental hazards, ensure residents are actively involved in municipal decision-making and land use planning, adopt tailored goals and policy to reduce pollution exposure, improve air quality, and promote public health. Address systemic inequities that focus heavily on accessible parks, equitable access to healthy food, and safe housing. Next slide, please. The council should support the appeal and deny the project. Fire, evacuation risks, and public safety issues. Poor evacuation routes can turn added density into a serious fire safety risk. This project is in a very high fire severity zone. Imagine 123 more homes or possibly 492 homes with a bonus ADU law. The surrounding area also has limited nearby fire station coverage, making safe evacuation routes and emergency access even more important. In a wildfire emergency, narrow or constrained roads can create traffic bottlenecks, delayed evacuation, slower emergency response, public safety concerns during evacuations. The surrounding road network cannot safely handle evacuation under emergency conditions. Next slide, please. The council should support the appeal and deny the project. Okay, next slide. So this is our solution, the land swap solution for a legacy park. a community-centered solution that prioritizes public parkland and environmental protection and public safety, a legacy park. Proposing a solution that would facilitate an alternative development for D.R. Horton in exchange for radio towers parcels as permanent parkland. The framework for this is not an untested idea in California. The developer receives a viable, low-risk alternative. The city advances housing production on a more suitable site while honoring the community plan. The residents of southeastern San Diego receive a once-in-a-generation destination park. This is pragmatic, equity-centered, problem-solving solution we are asking the City Council to champion. A legacy park could honor our veterans, could honor our sports icons, could honor our cultural icons from our community. A place for the rest of the city to take in the vistas and the beauty of our amazing city. This council should support this appeal and deny the project. Next slide, please. Today, we are sending a signal to City Council to support our appeal and to exercise your legal power of discretionary review. This council has the authority to support the appeal. This council has an opportunity to right-size historic disinvestment and neglect in Chollas Valley communities. See the vision our community has. This is a discretionary project. This project conflicts with the neighborhood community, the Encanto Neighborhoods Community Plan, and footnote 7 undermines due process, transparency, and meaningful community engagement. The project fails to comply with AFFH, park equity, environmental justice, infrastructure, and fire evacuation safety. Invest in your children. Invest in our children. Invest in our health, and invest in our safety. Together, let's create an urban sanctuary for our beautiful city. You can't make more land. The council should support the appeal and deny the project. Thank you.
She has more to do. Give her a chance.
Ms. Fuentes, can you play the next slide, which is the news article from KPBS? Is that allowable? Thank you.
There's nothing on the slide but a white screen. I'm sorry, Sage, but we can definitely put it into the record. No, this is the last slide that we received.
Okay, and now I invite the applicant on the project.
Good afternoon, Mr. Council President.
We give equal time to the applicant and the appellant. They took 15.
I'm sorry?
They took 15 minutes, so.
15 is fine.
Okay, introduce yourself for the record.
Great.
Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, Council President, members of the City Council. My name is Daniel Boyd, Vice President for Entitlements for D.R. Horton. We're very pleased to present and defend our project proposal, item number 331 before you today. First of all, we very much appreciate staff's dedication and time over the past several months, if not years. We also appreciate the appellant's presentation, and we appreciate the community standing behind me. We have been very involved with the community. I'll be short with our overall visual presentation.
All right, that was your first warning.
I will be very brief as to our next slide, please. I'll be very brief as the staff report was very thorough, and I don't need to be redundant. Our project includes, as we heard, 123 single-family detached homes set on a minimum of 5,000 square foot lots. These lots, however, average nearly 6,000 square foot lots. These lots also stretch into 7s, 8s, and 9s. The proposal also includes open space areas designed for passive recreation for the community residents and open to the public for the general community to enjoy. These open spaces will include typical passive amenities such as park benches, fountains, accommodations for your dogs, but really more importantly, it provides an opportunity for the community to converse, meet, and just discuss, and of course, enjoy the views. Next slide, please. The project is accessed off of 60th Street. It has one access off 60th with emergency vehicle access off of Old Memory Lane. That wasn't done by chance, that was done by design and in conformance with all the mobility requirements set forth under this project. We are very pleased that part of this project is going to include substantial public infrastructure improvements to the city, namely 60th Street. 60th Street, next slide please. 60th Street in its present condition looks like that. And that's what we've been seeing for years with this community. This is a situation that right now, and staff will confirm, does not meet all the safety requirements of the city, namely sight distance. Next slide, please. What we plan on doing with our proposal is to improve 60th Street and widen 60th Street by 18 feet. This will give us the ability to provide sidewalks, provide DG trails, provide curb-separated landscaping, and of course, drainage facilities. This will be representative of what we believe is a great entry to this community and enjoyed by all of the community. Next slide, please. This is a quick diagram that shows the street section of 60th Street. It's a little small, so I'm not expecting you to look at that. But what we're trying to show here is that there is no question that the community has not have a great record for sidewalks. It does not have a great planning from decades ago. And we hear that loud and clear. What we're trying to represent here is what we are been required to provide in terms of what the city policies and guidelines require. And we are providing that. Next slide. And we should make a quick notation that we're very proud. The purpose why we're here, our proposal, is to provide home ownership, generational wealth. We're here to provide opportunities for all. And in doing that, we're presenting 4 distinct architectural plans between craftsman, traditional. It just goes to show that what we're trying to do here is bring home ownership that's compatible with the existing neighborhood. We're proud of this, and we think that the city should be proud of this, and we know the folks behind me won't support this, but home ownership shouldn't be a privilege. It should be a right, and it should be something afforded to everyone. And we believe wholeheartedly that we're part of that objective of the city of San Diego. Next slide. The very beginning of this proposal, and I will describe in very detail here in a moment, we started our community outreach nearly 4 years ago, a year in advance of technically a formal review by the city. We were introduced and we became very involved with a wide variety of interest groups and organizations. Aside from the Pioneer Area Group and the local Emerald Hills Neighborhood Group, we became very close with the National Black Contractors Association. And why? We want to bring jobs to the community. We heard loud and clear from this association, we want jobs in San Diego. Do not give our jobs away to outside counties. So we became members of this association, and we're acting on that commitment. The National Association of Real Estate Brokers, they're not just brokers. They're folks that have devoted themselves to this culture and to this community and to the betterment of fair housing for all. No, they're just not brokers. They're not just real estate agents. They're advocates. And I believe that we are very proud to be part of that organization. And we work very closely with NARAB. And we are going to continue our relationship beyond hopeful approval of this project. We believe in what their objectives are, and we stand firm with their commitments. We've made notation with San Diego County Urban League, but most importantly is meeting with homeowners, meeting with individuals like Kenny Keys. I like Kenny Keys. He's invited me to his living room. I don't know if he likes me now, but we started out as friends. But we started out opening up a dialogue. Next slide, please. We opened up a dialogue represented by this diagram here. This is a process and a timeline, and I'll briefly go through it. It's pretty amazing. As I said earlier, we spent the first 12 months working with the Plan Area Group and the neighborhood council groups. We went to neighborhoods. We went to living rooms. We had conducted meetings, not required by the applicant. We volunteered to get ourselves out in front of the issues. 12 months, in fact. Don't say we didn't do our best with community outreach, because the next steps included meeting with individual homeowners. We finally get to a point where the city blessed all of our paperwork, all of our reports, and then we began. The next step was the formal review of the city staff. 24 months later, we end up at Planning Commission. Planning Commission, as we heard, approved this project, 7-0, unanimous recommendation. Well, we're pretty pleased with that. That's not an easy feat. And that means they supported the technical aspects of everything that your staff worked very hard over a period of years to bring forth. They reviewed all the technical aspects, and I don't need to be redundant. But moving from that point, did we stop our community outreach just because we got Planning Commission approval? No, we did not. We continued. We continued to meet with various individuals, with also the Plan Area Group and the Environmental Neighborhood Group. We met at coffee shops. We met with folks pro and against. We stuck with it. We did not walk away from our passion at D.R. Horton, which is to provide quality home ownership to the city of San Diego. We could have walked, and many competitors would have said, forget this madness, we're out of here. We stuck by our guns. And these people behind me, they know that. Do they like me? Probably not. But they can't say for a moment that we did not do our business in terms of community outreach. Now, we're here. Next slide. We're here not just to represent another home proposal. We're proud that we represent over 18 land use policies established by this city. We're proud of that. We're proud of that. Next slide. We're proud that we're able to comply with a number of very, very technical policies. But I'm particularly proud of what I've highlighted here in yellow. The top one, and I bring emphasis to it. We're helping the city of San Diego with their goal of reaching over 109,000 residences, of which you've achieved a little over 36,000 homes. Well, 123 doesn't seem like a big number. Every home counts. And I'm going to quote one of your council members. I can't remember who it was, but it resonated with me. And you can raise your hand if you recognize this quote. Every new front door built in the city of San Diego affords an opportunity for a family to walk in. And that is our passion at D.R. Horton, and we're pleased to share that passion with the city. But moving forward, we have another land use policy. It directs the city to efficiently use on-remain property for residential use at a minimum of density stated in the code. We appreciate that. But the last one I think is really good. Simply provide home ownership to old, to young, big families, and small families. Bring home ownership to a wide variety of folks. Next slide, please. Early on, we were challenged with compatibility, and this chart was produced by empirical data, and it clearly shows west of 60th Street, 86% of the existing lots are under 10,000 square feet. 50% are between 5,000 and 6,000 square feet. There is no question that our lot sizes, our architecture, our homes, and our community are very much compatible with the existing community. And let me say this for the record. Building infill development is one of the toughest types of development any developer can experience, because we have to listen to the community. We have to pay attention to the rules and regulations. We have to drop our proposal to be compatible That's not an easy feat, but we started months in advance by photo documenting the existing neighborhood so that we could produce a project compatible. Next slide, please. One of the more prominent issues raised of this project has been drainage. And I will not go into the level of technical levels, but I will say this. Think of our project as a tabletop in your home. The existing condition, which is uncontrolled drainage flowing off the north, the south, and the west slopes. When I say uncontrolled, there's no measures to collect drainage presently. That's not what we're doing. Through the review of your city staff, they have approved our drainage plan, which reduces the flows by upwards of 86% on the south, 84% on the north, and up to 84% to the west. How do we do that? It's real simple. The same tabletop, we now have streets, curb, gutter, and we have biofilter basins on site to collect the water. The water then is collected and disposed into city systems. We met the requirement, but did we stop at meeting just the requirement with this community? Hell no, we did not. We continued to say, let's go further. And by that, I listened to Kenny Keys. I listened in his neighborhood. I listened to his neighbors. And they didn't like what was done years ago. They had a culvert installed in their private backyards, not maintained, and they were fearful that this project would inundate their project. Not true. We agreed that we would install yet another V-ditch so that whatever remnant water would come off that slope would be intercepted by that ditch. We weren't required to do that, but we are doing that. And by the way, we're maintaining it. Not the city, not the community, our HOA. The same holds true for the north. They have a little different situation. They actually have an inlet system that collects the water and disposes it into the system. What's good for the south is good for the north. We're doing the same there. My point is, in conclusion on drainage, we're improving substantially the drainage condition, and we're proud of that. Next slide. In conclusion, I want to take a moment to talk a little bit about the company I worked for 27 years. And I'm damn proud of that. But I'm more proud of Don Horton, who founded our company with a few dollars in his pocket. He was raised in a home with no utilities, no water, no sewage. They were so piss poor that they had to live on top of a jailhouse, county jailhouse, with his siblings. His mother made 50 cents a meal. Do not tell me that anyone is with a golden spoon at D.R. Horton. We work with some of the greatest team members of our company, and he grew that company today under one thing and one thing only. He remodeled a small house in Arkansas, and he felt so much pleasure, he wanted to bring home ownership experiences to many. That single man, with not a couple of $100 in his pocket and a cell phone the size of our shoe, grew a company to be the largest home building company in the United States. I wish that man well, and his dream today lives with all of our employees, lives with me, and I'm sharing that wonderful experience with you because I know this city too appreciates home ownership. It's a thrill. And I'm not going to take anything away from the opposition. And in closing, everyone deserves home ownership in the city of San Diego. Thank you very much. I will be available for questions.
All right, thank you. So with that, we've now heard from the appellant, we've heard from the applicant, and we will proceed with public comment. I will extend a courtesy as council president and invite Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp to start off. I believe you requested 5 minutes?
Yes, and someone left their phone up here, so just FYI. Okay, thank you so much, Council President, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here to speak today in strong support of the project that we are discussing here today, and I'm asking the City Council to deny the appeal. I support this project because it will enhance the community of District 4 and provide an opportunity for first-time homebuyers throughout San Diego, which is very rare these days. The project contains 123 single-family homes, and that means there will be 123 families that will be able to provide a home for their children, a family legacy, and family stability, like my grandmother did for her children, albeit in the latter years of her life, and like my mom and dad did for their children. My motivation in supporting this project lies in the principle that I want others to have access to the same opportunity that I had in life, a chance to grow up in a home that I knew would always be there for me to dwell in. The project also abuts the Emerald Hills Neighborhood Park and includes 4 pocket parks on the property, along with the widening of 60th Street, which I've driven down almost my entire life and it has never changed, 500 trees, beautiful landscaping, 13 affordable rate homes, on-site water quality treatment facilities, public pedestrian circulation and trails, and a secondary vehicle emergency access drive. Many of these amenities were added at the request of community members, and the ideas came from community discussions that the District 4 office insisted on and that D.R. Horton engaged in. When I ran for the City Council office, I knocked on a lot of doors in my community, and the feedback was consistent. My neighbors wanted more economic opportunities. We know that a big part of economic opportunities are homes, especially these types of homes. They provide more customers for neighborhood businesses and increase the property tax base. I also distinctly remember hosting a forum and discussing Measure A, an affordable housing bond measure that was on the ballot in 2020. One community member challenged me at that forum and asked me, why does the focus always stay on low-income housing? What opportunities are there for those of us who want to own a home one day? Those words stuck with me. And during my time as a City Council member, the District 4 office prioritized home ownership by way of first-time homebuyer programs, down payment assistance, and credit repair programs. Through the Reinvestment Task Force, which I co-chaired, we became one of only 8 cities in the entire nation to receive a Wells Fargo Worth grant to supplement our down payment assistance programs at the San Diego Housing Commission. This project puts that advocacy into action. It makes what we do real and tangible, not abstract. That's why I strongly support the project. Footnote 7 is being used as a pretext for people who, 1, want to demean the current leadership, and 2, don't want this project in their backyard. I understand that everyone has a right to feel the way that they feel, and I acknowledge that. What has been disappointing is the lack of professionalism, harassment, and lack of ability to hold a decent, fact-based conversation about this project and other issues in our community. That's why I thought it was important for me to come here today. I want to address my role, community sentiment, and images like this that are deeply rooted in racist history and used as a humiliation tactic that have been promoted by the opposition. I thank the council for repealing footnote 7. I sat in that seat and voted for the land use code updates that included footnote 7 back in 2019. At that time, community feedback, though limited, supported the function of the footnote to reduce minimum large lot sizes because they knew it would drive economic opportunity. They also understood the impact of large lot size minimums keeping hardworking people of color out of neighborhoods. However, I do agree that minimum lot sizes should be reduced in the additional 7 San Diego neighborhoods out of over 100 that it still exists in, so that there is no neighborhood in San Diego that have minimum lot sizes of 20,000 square feet, because history tells us that lot sizes of that magnitude are wrapped up in inherent racist land use policies that have been used over our country's and our city's history to keep people of color out of certain neighborhoods. So the question becomes, why would I support a policy in any neighborhood, especially my own, that has been used against Black people like me? And the answer is, I wouldn't and I won't. Not now, not ever. And why would anyone produce and promote demeaning images across the internet? Because of racist undertones, the same racist undertones that exist in large lot size minimums. So if you know your history, it makes sense. If you don't, I hope you learn it today. To close, this project is for the future. The future is now. We are charged to provide a vision for the city. I envision a city where every person can have a roof over their head and provide for their families. This project is a part of that vision. Please vote no on the bill. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp, for taking time out of your busy day. So with that, we will now proceed with the rest of the public comment, and our city clerk will explain the steps going forward. And, you've been pretty well behaved. We're going to conduct ourselves with civility. You're going to hear things you like. You're going to hear things you don't like, maybe even hate. But I think everybody's had we want to hear from everybody, whatever your point of view is. And I think we can conduct the rest of the hearing with civility going forward. I think that'll be... Okay, do you want to challenge the disruption that I outlined at the beginning? Let's let people speak. You may agree, you may disagree. It is disruption of the meeting that I am particularly focused on. That's been my credo for the year and a half that I've been honored to be council president. Let's get on with the meeting. We have a lot of talk in front of us. We have, 6 group presentations. So that's a good 46 minutes right there, plus any individual speakers. We got a long way to go. All right, City Clerk, please explain what happens next.
Thank you, Council President. For the record, I would also like to note that this item received 28 comments in favor and 4 comments in opposition via our e-comment form, which have been distributed to the council. We will begin the public comment period with organized presentations that were submitted via the city's organized presentation web form. An organized presentation requires all listed participants to be present and raise their hand. If all participants are not present or do not raise their hand, the allotted time may be reduced accordingly. We will begin with in-person organized presentations, and as noted earlier, we only received in-person requests. There are no virtual organized presentations today.
Can you make sure the people who signed up stay?
Yes, if you did sign up, I will be calling your name when that organized lead presenter comes up, and you need to raise your hand at that time. If you are not here at that time, the time of the lead presenter will be minimized. We will be starting with Hazel Higgins. Hazel Higgins, if you can come up to the microphone. You have Michael Sewis and Billy Carter that are on your participant list. Can they raise your hand? One is Michael Sewis. Are you Michael Sewis? Billy Carter? One of your speakers. I only see one hand raised. I'll ask Kenny Key, Victoria Labruzzo, Andrea Heteru, Mary Young, and Thomas Mullaney to please all come up to the yellow reserve seats at the front of the room. For Hazel, you have Michael and Billy Carter. I still only see, are those two Michael and Billy? Okay. You'll have 3 minutes, please proceed.
And before you start, I'm sorry. You don't have to come up if you're ceding your time to the organized presentation. You can stay seated and stay comfortable. If you want to come up and join the speakers, you're welcome to do that, but you don't need to.
Yeah, I just need you to raise your hand.
And my apologies for jumping in, but...
No. Please proceed.
You want me to begin?
Yes, please. Thank you.
My name is Hazel Higgins. It is ironic that some 47 years ago, I stood in this council chambers to request that the designated adopted open space abutting this property not be allowed to take away our open space. Coronado Views and a mobile home park was designated for the designated adopted open space abutting this property. In the 70s and 60s, the Encanto Task Force petitioned the city to rezone certain Encanto properties, R110, R115, R120. We asked for that. That's where we lived. We wanted our La Jolla, we wanted our Point Loma in our community. We asked for that. I'm black as black can be. I asked for that with the Encanto Task Force. I'm 88 years old, not dead yet. Most of my friends are, cannot speak against what the previous speaker said. We asked for that. We asked for R110, R120 lots because we wanted big lots. As open space chairman, when Proposition C was passed, I witnessed 4 PRDs immediately submitted for our designated adopted open space. Like these fine people who want to help us, I wish they would quit helping us in the Southeast community. My credibility is substantiated by Mr. Jankowski in the Association of Governments. He writes me a letter thanking me for my input. As open space chairman, he tells me he could not have completed his projects without my input. Want to talk about Coronado Views, which abuts this property. This site was an Indian burial ground. It was designated adopted open space through Proposition C. It boasted 550 endangered coast bearer cactus. There were birds of many species. And when it was presented for open space for purchase, it appraised at $1 million, 5.39 acres in Southeast San Diego. My property was like $12,000 to $20,000 for an acre. But this property, so that we could not apprise ourselves of this open space, appraised at $1 million. So the city did not buy that land. That land was lost to us. 5.39 acres of designated adopted open space in the community plan. It's there. It's in the environmental impact reports.
Thank you for that concluding comment. That does conclude your time for the organized
Thank you.
presentation. Next, we have Kenny Key. If the following individuals can please raise their hand. Gerald Johnson. Gerald Johnson. I don't see a Gerald Johnson raising his hand. Stephanie Overstreet. Stephanie Overstreet. I don't see a Stephanie Overstreet raising her hand. Geraldine Simmons. Thank you. Kathy Caraway. Thank you. Carl Davis. Carl Davis. I don't see a Carl Davis raising his hand. Cynthia Santos. Thank you. And Joseph Sapp. Thank you. That is 5 minutes, and you have your presentation that will go up.
Yeah, because you're going to start the time once I start talking, so go ahead and play that.
Okay, we'll play it.
But I just want to say, while it's playing, that I wish I had that much energy from a supervisor for us.
San Diego United Communities was created because our neighborhoods are being ignored.
So aggressive in support for a developer. That blew me away just now. But watch this video. This is not just Kenny. This is a bunch of us that I'm representing. Part of this organization, it was founded because we want to push back on all this crazy development y'all doing. But please, you guys, I want you guys to weigh in with us and connect with us. This is an election year.
Today, I stand before you not just as a resident, not just as a veteran, not just as a community advocate. I stand here as someone fighting for future generations. Because this land is more than dirt. It is more than real estate. It is a diamond in the heart of San Diego.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Foster,
it is gone
and
forever.
Monica
For years,
Montgomery
our
Step
community has asked
for
one simple
conspiring
thing.
with D.R. Horton
Answer all
behind
questions.
scenes
Be transparent.
to
Be
push this
accountable.
through. It was
Instead, our
RS1,
questions
RS2.
surrounding Footnote 7
There's no
have
need
gone
to change it.
unanswered.
Only to
Campaign
get this
forms
project
were
through,
written
it wasn't
to shield
changed. And
candidates
we
from
had no
answering
say in
those
it.
questions.
Okay,
The
we've
public
been
was
waiting
denied
4
the
years for y'all to
opportunity
talk.
hear
It took
answers from
5
the
years
very
for her to
people
come up
asking
here
for our
and
votes.
finally say
That
something.
should concern every resident of San
It's
Diego,
ridiculous
regardless
how you
of
guys
where
been
they
covered
live
up,
or what political party they
dismissing
belong
us.
to.
This is the last chance for us to high-risk fire zone. This was last week, you guys.
It's ridiculous.
Last week.
Now we're told not to
High-risk
worry
fire
because
zone. You
these
guys just keep
applications
dismissing
were
our safety. We
complete.
got an elementary
Before
school
footnote
there.
7 was repealed,
Within
the
2,000
answer
feet of
seemed
this
clear.
project.
Footnote 7 was
And how you guys gonna say you care about our
Why was it
kids
repealed?
and our streets
And,
and our
if it was
safety?
bad enough to
When you
repeal, why should
going
projects
bending over
created
backwards
under
for this
it continue
developer
moving forward?
to make some
Those
money.
are fair questions. Those are reasonable questions.
Housing
Those are
policy should
questions
not
the
be
public
dictated by
deserves to have answered.
profit
Instead, we're
of a
expected
company.
to simply accept the
The
explanation.
company didn't
and
elect
move
you.
on.
We
refuse.
elected you.
Leadership
Represent
isn't about
us.
doing what's
How
easy.
dare you dismiss us,
Leadership isn't
Mr.
about
Foster and
avoiding
D4?
controversy.
You
Leadership
don't
is
need to
about
be
making difficult
reelected. We
decisions
got
when
somebody
public
else
interest demands it.
that cares about
Yes,
us.
D.R. Horton
You've proven,
could
you've
sue
shown
the
your
city.
hand, all of you guys.
Cities defend themselves
You're
in court
pro-development.
every year.
And in
Lawsuits come
November,
and go.
we're gonna deal
But
with
once
y'all.
this land is gone, it is
Whoever's
gone
up for
forever.
election, we're gonna deal with y'all for dismissing us. This is ridiculous. We should not be fighting you guys. Money, 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 money. What did they promise
And
you?
let's be honest, D.R.
What did D.R. Horton
Horton will
promise you?
survive
A
without this
covert?
project. But San Diego
A
will
pocket
never get
park?
another
That's
opportunity
what we
like
were?
this one. Imagine
You gotta
if
be
instead
ashamed of
of another
yourself for
subdivision,
bending over
this
backwards
became
for this
San
development.
Diego's Central Park. Imagine observation towers
This is our
overlooking
vision.
the city. Imagine museums
You refuse to
celebrating
look
our
at it. You
broadcasting
refuse to
history
show it
and
on
military
TV.
heritage. Imagine
You show
trails,
D.R. Horton's little
restaurants,
shallow
amphitheaters,
vision
educational
rendering all
programs,
for the
family
last 4
attractions,
years.
and community events.
We gotta fight our
Imagine a
councilman,
destination that
kick
generates
me out of your
revenue
office,
year
you
after year
disrespect me
instead of producing a
publicly and my
one-time
mother.
return.
You
That is
never
what
apologize
visionary
to the
leadership
people of
looks
San
like.
Diego. Yeah, you
Great cities
apologize
don't
to
simply
me.
ask,
Man, we
"What can
deserve
we
way
do
better.
today?" Great cities ask,
And I should
"What
not be
legacy
arguing
will
with
we
you.
leave
I should be
tomorrow?"
focused on
That
this
is why this vote
because I
matters.
love Emerald Hills. And
To
this is a
everyone
$100 million
public
potential
re-election,
property in revenues a year, and y'all got
people are
deficits.
watching.
D.R. Horton's blueprints ain't giving y'all no money, no return. We need long-term investment in Southeast San Diego. Quit denying us. Money. Money. You guys, this is a puppet show we watching. Y'all all got strings, invisible strings to develop. We are tired of this puppet show. Represent us. Stand for the will of the people. D.R. Horton's pocket's so deep,
Now we're told
They
not
gonna
to
be
worry
fine.
because these applications were deemed complete
If they
before
sue you,
footnote 7 was
won't be the
repealed.
first and it
Our
won't
answer
be
is
the last.
simple. If footnote 7
Look at
was
our
good
vision.
policy, why was it repealed?
Give
And if
us
it was
some.
bad
I mean,
enough to
look at
repeal,
us.
why should
Have
projects
y'all seen
created
how
under
long
it
we've been
continue
coming in here
moving forward?
into these
Those are fair
chambers?
questions.
Why
Those
y'all
are
keep
reasonable
dismissing us, man?
Those are questions the public
50
deserves to
years.
have
I've lived
answered.
up there
Instead,
over 50
we're
years. I'm
expected to simply
an Air
accept
Force
the
veteran.
explanation and
I'm
move
a
on. We
retired
refuse.
county employee. I'm a community activist, and I'm thinking about kids, the future. And that park is a juggernaut, economic juggernaut. If you guys would just open your eyes, every last one of y'all need to go up there and visit. D.R. Horton, let them go up there. Don't they need to go up there and take that view? Take that view in. And you guys gonna see how you guys almost messed up and let a diamond jewel get away from San Diego. You control the permitting process, okay? You control the, how you gonna say you ain't got the power? We don't have developers coming in our city telling us what they gonna do. I'm gonna do this here and I'm gonna do that there. No, they gotta come to you, see y'all. Stop bowing over to them when we're begging you to stop it.
Thank you for that
Y'all be
concluding
ashamed of
comment.
yourself, man.
Next is Victoria Labruzzo. Victoria, you have time seated, you have the participants. I'm going to get that out of my mouth. Participants listed are William Crooks and Paul Kruger. You'll have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members, council president. My name is Victoria Labruzzo, and I'm with the CPC. We are commenting today because this appeal reveals something much larger than the project itself. It's about confidence in San Diego's planning process. By the time Chollas Valley CPG began asking fundamental questions about footnote 7, why it existed, what planning purpose it served, and why it applied to only 2 communities, it appears the process for this project had already moved too far forward to have any impact. That's a problem. Those questions should have been answered long before they reached this council and demonstrates exactly why CPGs remain an essential part of San Diego's planning process. Footnote 7 has become much more than a municipal code footnote. It's become a symbol of something many communities are increasingly mindful of, that significant planning policies are being developed without transparency, without context, and without making use of the industrial knowledge that exists within the city's own communities. If Choyas Valley CPG had been invited into the process at the beginning, yes, singled out during the Land Development Code update that specifically affected them, had they been given their seat at the table, we might not be here today. Instead, to the communities, this has the appearance of a backroom deal rather than an open, transparent process. If the policy reflected in footnote 7 had instead been considered through the normal community plan amendment and rezone process, it would have involved a more deliberate public discussion, greater transparency, and direct council review. Yes, this process takes more time. Yes, it costs the applicant more money, but those processes exist for a reason. They allow communities, applicants, and the city to work through difficult planning questions before anyone becomes locked into opposing positions. Instead, we're here today trying to answer those questions. That benefits no one. This appeal demonstrates the values of CPGs. Throughout this process, Choyas Valley had demonstrated thoughtful leadership, a commitment to understanding a complex planning issue, and a deep sense of responsibility to the neighbors they were elected to represent. Community planning groups are not simply another opportunity for public comment. They are the city's established community planning bodies. They understand the community plans. They understand their neighborhoods. A planning process should never leave communities asking fundamental questions about a significant policy only after it's too late. This is how trust is lost. Rebuilding that trust begins with giving planning groups a seat at the table to the policy conversations earlier, sharing planning context openly, and making better use of the institutional knowledge they provide. When an appeal raises questions that reach beyond one project and into the integrity of the process itself, those questions deserve
Your
to
time
be fully
has
heard.
concluded. Thank you. Andrea Hedharu? Andrea, you have several people on your participants list. If they can please raise their hands. Ken Hunricks, please raise your hand. Maria Conrad? Lorna Zukas? Thank you. Alex Zukas? Don Houston? Peter Walding? Susan Baldwin? Paul DiPaolo? Connor Rector? Lisa Barron? Nigel Brooks? Margaret Brooks? Ann Scott? Dave Nicolai? Scott Case? Mark Santos? Yvette Porter Moore? I do not see a hand for Yvette Porter Moore. Yvonne Jones? Catalina Arenas? Kirsten Skadberg? Angel Phoebus? And Jeanette Klauber. You'll have 15 minutes. Please proceed.
Before I begin my land use remarks, I want to preserve one procedural matter for the record. I ask that the declaration attach still photos excerpted from video, Planning Department email, City Clerk's July 6th email with notice recipient lists, and written notice and due process statement be distributed to Council and incorporated into the record. The underlying video footage was submitted into the record on Sunday, July 5th at 8 a.m., consistent with instructions provided at the time. I have submitted a declaration under penalty of perjury, attesting that the attached still images were taken from video footage recorded on June 29th, 2026, after 2:30 p.m., showing the absence of the required appeal hearing sign at the project site, at least one day too late by law. I have also submitted the Planning Department email stating that correct appeal hearing signage was not posted until June 30th, although the hearing notice was publicly posted on June 22nd, at least 2 days later by law. On July 6th at 2 p.m., exactly 24 hours before this hearing, the city clerk produced the notice recipient list to me for the first time. The interested parties list included my physical mailing address, yet I did not receive mailed notice. I understand Council may also hear testimony today from other affected persons who did not receive mailed notice. That raises unresolved compliance issues under San Diego Municipal Code Sections 112.0301 and 112.0304, including the required posting, mailing, and verification of notice. These issues are not harmless if founded. Notice is what gives affected residents time to see, prepare, organize, submit evidence, and participate. That would matter in any district in San Diego, and that includes District 4. I ask Council to continue the hearing or take the matter off calendar until notice record is complete and legally meaningful participation has been provided. I also want to be clear that the community is not abandoning the footnote 7 issue. In the Clobber appeal, Councilmember Campillo called footnote 7 a poison tree. This proposed project grows from that same tree. With that preserved, I will turn to issues of this project's more particular record. Council members, this decision is about scale, and scale determines trajectory. Scale determines whether the site functions as a generational infrastructure or becomes another isolated subdivision placed into a community already disordered by generations of public and private disinvestment. District 4 is already one of the densest councils in San Diego, and it has the worst resource to density ratio in the city. That means District 4 is not simply underbuilt, it is overburdened and under-resourced. It has carried more than its proportionate share of income-restricted housing. And because disinvestment suppresses surrounding value, even market-rate housing on this hill would be discounted by the very conditions the city has allowed to persist. That does not change trajectory. Scale can. This hill is the only site in District 4 capable of operating at that level of scale and prominence. Its elevation, acreage, and 360-degree vantage point make it uniquely suited to function as a regional destination, not a pocket park, not a neighborhood amenity, but a city-wide draw. You have been told that you are constrained by state housing law. You are not. The Housing Accountability Act applies only if the project complies with all objective standards in effect at the time the application was deemed complete. The idea that every project must be approved unless it creates an unmitigable health and safety hazard risk skips the very first step of the statute, whether the project complies with objective standards. That step matters here. Staff says the community plan allows up to 125 units, and this project proposes 123. Staff also says the applicant qualifies for a 5% density bonus, but is not using that bonus to increase density. So, the question is narrow. Can the legally protected number of homes be physically built on this site if objective standards in the community plan are applied? Or do the standards only interfere with this developer's preferred subdivision map? The objective standards at issue are not vague or mysterious in this proposed project. They are street frontage, lot width, corner lot width, lot depth, and driveway curb opening limits. A developer may prefer 123 detached lots, a particular street layout, a particular pocket park placement, a particular open space buffer, particular driveway curb openings, particular lot dimensions. But density bonus law does not protect every preferred design choice. It protects against objective standards that physically preclude the legally protected density. Staff's own report says strict compliance could reduce the project by 8 to 14 lots and could potentially reduce up to 2 affordable units. But the report frames that as a loss of maximization, development potential, and site layout preference. That is not the same as a finding that no compliant design can physically achieve the density protected by law. If the record does not prove that the standards physically preclude the legally protected number of units, HAA does not compel approval. Council is not bound to approve this project. Now, because you retain discretion, The next question is how that discretion should be exercised. This is not simply another housing site. This is the only remaining site capable of changing the long-term trajectory of District 4. We have had many council members sit in that spot, and we are still in the condition that we are in. Denying this project would not be arbitrary or unequal treatment. Equal protection protects similarly situated applicants from being treated differently under the law. But this is a discretionary land use decision, and this site is not similarly situated to ordinary development sites. Council may evaluate this application on the record before it, including the site's singular public value. It is not merely the acreage, it is the combination, elevation, sweeping views, regional visibility, symbolic prominence, and location, and how much it would affirmatively further fair housing. Views of downtown, the bay, the ocean, and the surrounding mountains are not cosmetic, they are economic. Even the applicant's own presentation uses those views to establish value. That value should become public value for District 4 and the city at large. They create the kind of destination that can attract institutions that usually bypass low-resource communities. Satellite college campuses, market-rate healthcare, nationally recognized nonprofits, higher quality retail, and middle-income households. There is no second site waiting in reserve. If this hill is subdivided, the trajectory-changing opportunity is gone. And because this is a discretionary entitlement, the developer could never guarantee that entitlements would be granted. Council's duty is not to protect a private development expectation. Council's duty is to make an independent, lawful decision on the record before it. Now, when I say District 4 has been disordered by generations of public and private disinvestment, I mean, previous slide, I mean conditions like this. These are not side streets. These are Euclid and Imperial Avenues, the two most iconic thoroughfares in District 4. One runs east-west, the other runs north-south. They show worn commercial frontage, abandoned and defaced commercial properties, harsh heat island infrastructure, a weak pedestrian environment, corridor conditions that suppress value rather than attract it. Ordinary subdivision adds units into that disordered landscape. It does not reverse it. Southeastern San Diego has carried a disproportionate and shameful share of the city's very low and extremely low restricted housing obligations. That imbalance became serious enough that the city settled the Baker case. The lesson is not that affordable housing is bad. The lesson is that concentrating income-restricted units in low-resource communities before building capacity around them does not produce opportunity. It does not affirmatively further fair housing. Matthew Desmond made that point plainly in his book, Poverty by America. Concentrated poverty chokes opportunity from children and families, and District 4 is not experiencing that concentration by accident. District 4 has roughly 2.5 times the citywide percentage of Black residents. The disadvantage created by the concentration accrues to everyone who lives there across race and ethnicity, even when their long-term group trajectories differ from that of the Black residents. Housing is not just rooftops. People do not live only inside 4 walls. People live in communities. And opportunity is not abstract. It shows up in years of healthy life, educational attainment, income of children matured into adulthood, institutional presence, quality retail, and whether children grow up surrounded by signals of investment or abandonment. We have produced units. What we have not produced is capacity. Capacity before density is the principle here. Capacity that signals stability to businesses and institutions and attracts a broader income mix. If density alone created resources, District 4 would already be one of the best served communities in San Diego. The data confirm what residents have lived for decades. District 4 carries high density with almost no resource capacity underneath it. Look at that bar graph. Among all 9 council districts, District 4 has the lowest resource to density ratio. This is why the answer cannot be more density on the one site capable of building capacity at scale. I expect you may hear about recent improvements that have been made: the MLK pool, Marie Whitman Park, the skate park, community stewardship. I welcome every one of those investments. But improvements are not the same as transformation. A renovated pool does not replace these 31 acres. A skate park does not. Resident stewardship grants and plans do not, nor do frontage improvements or 60th Street widening replace these 31 acres. Those investments matter, but they are incremental. This hill is structural. Residents have been asked to trust assurances before. On Clobber, council was assured that the required public notice had occurred, but the staff report did not contain the proof. Advance. Responsive public records later showed that the developer certification of proper public notice was blank and unsigned. That history matters today. When staff now says HAA leaves no discretion, the record has to support that claim. Here, the record before you does not. Once residential stakeholders are introduced, scale is foreclosed. New homeowners gain standing to challenge grading, programming, lighting, traffic, every future effort to assemble a regional park that is a citywide and tourist draw. Delay becomes attrition of land and of the energy of working class volunteers in the community, including those on community planning groups. Attrition becomes permanent loss. The city can renovate another facility. The city can fund another improvement project. But the city cannot recreate or relocate Radio Towers Hill once it is gone. Granting the appeal should be the beginning of the preservation pathway, not the end of it. Council should direct staff to return with options for acquisition, conservation, funding, and a possible value exchange framework, including work with other levels of government, regional park partners, land trusts, conservancies, philanthropic foundations, and public-private partners. Councilmember Foster, you can bring this home for District 4. And when you make that move, the beloved community that Dr. King called us toward will stand behind you. Each of your names will be entered into history as a result of the vote on this project. The question is how? Will this be the council that permanently locked District 4 into the continuing legacy of redlining? Or will it be the council that finally came to terms with that legacy and created a mechanism to save countless years of healthy life of the now living and yet unborn due to more than 7 decades of disinvestment the city has allowed to continue? Council members, we ask you to grant this appeal.
Our next organized presentation is Mary Young. Mary Young, if you can please come forward to the lectern. You also have several speakers on your participant list, or several people on your participant list. You can please raise your hand. Butch McCrae. Thank you. Hondo Hamill. Marisol Campbell. Kay Thomas. Dorothy James. If I can ask you just to put that down for 1 second so I can see the hand. I'm a little vertically challenged. Dorothy James, thank you. Becca Batista. Bowie Batista. Bowie Batista. Oh, okay, thank you. Gus Bautista. Sean McHenry. Sean McHenry.
Oh, he gone.
Okay. Maverick Garcia.
She's sick.
Max Walding. Thank you. Hank Cairns. Hank Cairns. I do not see a Hank Cairns. Danielle Kunoff. Or Kunoff. And Shani McPherson.
No, she's not here.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Please proceed when ready.
Good afternoon. I'm really disturbed about what happened earlier, and probably the first time that I ever felt disconnected from my community official. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Young. I come from a community of greatness. I am here to honor that legacy and to remind you that our history, our people, our neighborhood deserves respect, protection, and a real voice in decisions that affect us. My family story begins in Concord, California, where we lived in an integrated DOD housing, and my brother attended an integrated DOD school. My father, Worcester Duke Young, served in the U.S. Navy. My mother, Sisika Young, became an American citizen on September 8, 1960. We had freedom, safety, and opportunity there. But when my father was transferred to San Diego, everything changed. DOD housing was closed to us. Redlining shaped where families of color live, and racism followed us as we searched for our home. For a year, every Sunday, my family drove through neighborhoods looking for a house while my mother reminded realtors that her husband had served in 2 wars and that she was an American citizen. Eventually, we found Rancho Sierra and Alta Vista, a development built for military families and minorities. Walking through that front door felt like walking through the gates of heaven. Where those red lines, we found a place of dignity, safety, and greatness. So I want you to be sure that this issue here is not about housing. The greatness is everywhere in our community. It is in neighbors like Mr. Robinson, a retired fire chief and master gardener who taught children about urban gardening and protecting the earth. It is in our Filipino Navy families who advocated for Nye Elementary School, one of California's top schools, 20%, that has 95% minority enrollment. It is about our Montford Point Marines, Congressional Gold Medal recipients. We have the majority of them west of the Mississippi, living in the 4th District, the one remaining. It is about Morris Rafael Portela, Navy Cross recipient who threw himself on a grenade, Marine. He has a ship named after him, from Morris. Excellence. It is about the graduates of Lincoln and Morris who went on to serve, coach, compete, lead at the highest level. It is Willie Saw's legacy. It is Morris athletes who reach Major League Baseball's legacy. 30 of them went to Major League. It is about Lincoln's football legacy. Number 4 in the nation to produce professional players. We produced 4 Heisman Trophy winners. Jackie Thompson, Olympian. Monique Henderson, Olympian. And in Roz King, a retired nurse from Encanto who began playing tennis at 40. She is now ranked number 1 in the world in doubles for her age group. Excellence. And even when our young people faced neglect, they still rose to the occasion. Lincoln High School football players lost access to their fields because of floods and had to practice outside their community. Yet they brought a championship home to their community and their city. Our planning groups reflect greatness also. Members from our planning groups on their own secured a voucher program to reduce segregation and expand opportunities. Others have fought freeway encroachments through our community, participated in the concentration of poverty lawsuits, and continue to stay engaged even though we lost the power, support, and investment of SEDC. That's when the city just rolled over us. We listen to our community, we invite people in, we stay engaged. But too often, the city ignores our community plan, opens the doors to predator investors and developers. They invite and write policies and then fails to correct them. We are the people who know our community the best. We are the people who live here. We are the people who fight here. We are the people who carry the history forward. We are your people, not policymakers. We are your people. We are asking for a space to honor our legacy and to show our greatness. The legacy that belongs to the people who have built it here. We want you to protect it. We want to continue to live it. Again, we are the people. Please respect our history, protect our community, and stand with us. Support the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final organized presentation here in council chambers is Thomas Mullaney. Thomas Mullaney, you have time. You have a participant on your list as Janet O'Dea. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm Tom Mullaney, representing a group, Livable San Diego. We support the appeal by the planning group. I want to describe some of the reasons why that appeal should be upheld and the decision of the planning commission reversed. First is footnote 7. This fine print shows how far DSD and the planning department will go to fool the public. The staff report focused on the time 3 years ago when the application was made. They ignored a unique aspect of footnote 7. It was inserted into the zoning code improperly and was invalid from the start. I've submitted an attorney's letter which explains that in detail. The lesson from footnote 7 is the residents of the city cannot trust the city staff who work at the direction of the mayor. We do not trust those council members who go along with every bad project and every upzoning program the mayor can think of, even after the city has provided enough allowable capacity for hundreds of thousands more units than the forecast calls for. Relying on a housing shortage for all decisions is becoming more absurd as vacancy rates climb and property managers offer rent discounts. The second reason why you should uphold the appeal is the discretionary nature of the project. The conditions of the development permits have not been met. The findings cannot reasonably be supported. This does not require you're a legal expert. It requires common sense and good judgment. For one, it's apparent the community plan calls for large lot development in a rural atmosphere, covering the entire hilltop with this project and using the last sizable open space is not consistent with the community plan. So this appeal should be upheld and the project denied. This will allow an opportunity for city officials and the community to work together with the applicant for a project which meets the needs of the applicant and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. This does include all organized presentations for item 331 that were submitted to the office of the city clerk. We'll now move on to in-person public comment. We currently have 30 speakers with in-person and virtual, so 20 in-person and 10 virtual. If Zach DeFazio Farrell can please come up to the lectern, to the microphone, and if I can have the following individuals please come up to the yellow reserved seats in the front row, allegedly Audra, Mohammed Umar, Jesse Schmitty, Manny Rodriguez, Bruce Mayburn, Erica Becerra, Andrew Hollingworth, Kathleen McLeod, Eric Law, and Maximilian Schmidt. If you can all please come up to the front row. And then Zach, are you here? Oh, please come up to the microphone and you can begin. You'll have 1 minute. Yep.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Zach DeFazio Farrell, and I'm the treasurer of the YIMBY Democrats of San Diego County. We urge you to deny the appeal and approve Emerald Hills, including its 13 affordable homes. First, the potential park designation is aspirational, not binding. The Encanto Community Plan itself states that identifying a private property as a potential park site does not preclude permitted development under the underlying land use or zone. The plan does not require denial. It expressly allows this project. Secondly, there's no park to lose. This parcel is privately owned. The city never purchased it, never funded it, and never offered to acquire it. Denying these homes does not produce a park. It only produces no homes. San Diego desperately needs housing, especially affordable housing. Please deny the appeal and approve Emerald Hills. Thank you.
Allegedly Audra, if you can please come forward.
I need to call a point of order because this hasn't been properly noticed, like the item that you guys did yesterday with the Southwest Village. You can't continue when these are not properly noticed to the public because you're circumventing the will of the people when you don't do that. And so you cannot continue legally by even accepting the appeal or not. You have to properly notice it. So you're disenfranchising all of these people by not following the law as far as what you need to bring these projects forward. So it's very concerning that you guys keep doing this. And it seems like, obviously, if it's not something that people want, then you don't properly notice it so that they don't have an opportunity to come in and make sure that things are done legally.
I hear your point of order. The allegations are it wasn't properly noticed. The city believes that it was properly noticed. There are other avenues for people to pursue, but there is every evidence that it was properly noticed. So we'll give you your minute back so you can talk to the project.
It's unfortunate that, people like Monica and Henry will be sitting here and using the Black and brown community, acting like you really care about them when you actually gaslight them in your pursuit to bring forward a project. So I would suggest that you quit doing that to your own community because it is a disservice to them. And it's sad because it's like, if you guys cannot comply with properly noticing things, I mean, I had to hold you guys accountable for having a quorum, and now you do. But I was almost arrested 3 times for bringing that point of order. So you guys need to respect the people that come in here, and this is their community. They have said no, yet you have developers that come in and people who are supposed to represent these communities, and you guys are basically not giving a shit about what they have to say. You're not doing it legally. And so I suggest that you guys take proper legal action to not even allow any of this to continue.
Your time has concluded. Mohammed Omar.
Hi, my name is Mahmoud Omar, and I'm speaking on behalf of Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans, a member of the Coalition for Equitable Development in support of the Emerald Hills housing project. San Diego cannot solve its housing crisis without building more homes, and we believe this project represents an opportunity to add much-needed housing to our city supply. This project also adds infrastructure, streetlights, and storm water basins. We appreciate that the project includes deed-restricted affordable homes, which are an important part of ensuring that new development benefits a range of San Diegans. This site is also adjacent to Emerald Hills Park and a school, which has a potential joint use space to double as a park. At this time, we strongly encourage city and the developer to continue exploring. At the same time, we strongly encourage the city and the developer to continue exploring opportunities to strengthen the project affordability. While we understand today's hearing is focused on the appeal before the council. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Jesse Schmitty.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. My name is Jesse Schmidty, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Coalition for Equitable Development today, a coalition that represents nearly 20 organizations across the city of San Diego. Let's tether this conversation in facts. San Diego cannot solve its housing crisis without building more homes. And we believe that this project represents a rich opportunity to add much-needed housing to our city's lacking supply. This project also adds infrastructure, streetlights, and stormwater basins, all issues that we've heard the community asking for today. We appreciate that the project includes deed-restricted affordable homes, which are absolutely an important part of ensuring that new development benefits a range of San Diegans. At the same time, we strongly encourage the city and developer to continue exploring opportunities to strengthen the project's affordability. While we understand today's hearing is focused on the appeal before council, we hope that this project can serve as an example of how market rate development can also contribute more meaningfully to our city's affordable housing goals. Thank you.
Manny Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Manny. I lead the YIMBY Democrats of San Diego County. And as the progressive advocates before me have mentioned, this city cannot solve its housing crisis without building more homes. I won't belabor that point, but I will share that I looked at the U.S. Census Bureau's website, and I saw that it said approximately half of adults aged 18 to 34 in this zip code still live with their parents. I'm from the county. Most of the friends I grew up with still live with their parents or they moved out of state. These homes provide a great opportunity for people in the community, people in the city, to move in and build that home ownership and build those roots in their community and to, move out of their parents' home, which a lot of people my age desperately want to do. So I urge you to approve these homes, to approve new opportunities for people 18 to 34 to have their own home ownership, a place to build wealth, and a place to grow a family. Thank you very much.
Bruce Mayberry. Bruce Mayberry. Going once, Bruce Mayberry. Right. Eric Becerra. No, I don't see a Bruce, so Eric Becerra, you can come up.
Hello, guys. First of all, I want to thank all my neighbors here, especially the neighbors with all the young kids. It is extremely hard for us to take time off and be here, so thank you, guys. Now, this footnote 7, how did the developer know before we knew, right? How did they know? Remember, guys, was this something that was put in there? And we need to hold the law, right? So how did they know what's going on? Are you guys going to approve something that later on, when the truth comes out, it's going to be like, oh, man, we made a mistake? Is that what's going to happen, right? Now, you guys have the power to make San Diego great, make it better. Just imagine back in the days, what if they voted to mow down Balboa Park and put homes there, right? Earlier, Sage. Oh.
Thank you. Andrew Hollingworth. I have Kathleen McClade after Andrew Hollingworth. Andrew Hollingworth, are you here? Andrew? Going once. Andrew? Okay, Kathleen, if you can please come forward, and if I can ask the following individuals to please come up to the front row. Eric Law, Maximilian Schmidt, Alan Conrad, Patricia Montgomery, Ellen Wash, Dr. Ethel Sims, and Ozzie Meneses. If you can please come up to the front row. Please proceed when ready.
Yes. Good afternoon, council members. I'm a plaintiff in the Baker settlement opposed to concentrated poverty in low resource areas. Remedies focus on rebuilding infrastructure, housing equity, and neighborhood wealth. I read the city owned this site for 20 years, then sold it decades ago as surplus property to meet budget needs. It was a paper park that DIF would fund in future years. These fees didn't accrue because the lack of balanced income housing couldn't sustain an economic hub and tax base. Chollas Valley is owed this scarce land for the public good. Consider a park bond financed by the city DIF fund. Unlike other resource areas, we were denied the opportunity to generate this revenue over decades to pay for our infrastructure. Please support the appeal to invest anew in Chollas Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Law.
Good afternoon, council members. Eric Law from San Diego United Communities here in support of the appeal. That's the bottom line. What we're here to support is righting the injustices that have gone on for this century of shame. This community of concern lies behind the traditional red lines. They have a shortage of resources. We know that they have a shortage of resources. The park is a resource. They're supposed to get prioritized DIF funds. That's why the mayor consolidated DIF funds so that they could fund parks, especially in the communities of concern. And yet we're seeing the opposite occur here. We're seeing gentrification for displacement here. This community was promised in 2015 a park on the hill. It's a beautiful hill. If you haven't been there, go see it.
Thank you for that
Fulfill their
concluding
promise.
statement. Maximilian Schmidt. Maximilian Schmidt. I don't see him here. Alan Conrad, if you can please come forward.
I'm here in support of the appeal, and I also want to just bring a little clarity about accountability that people guys like to talk about. Footnote 7 was more than just not best practices. It was illegally placed there by some of you, and some of the lady that was here was a conspirator of this, and those should have consequences. Illegal acts should have consequences, and the natural consequence of these illegal insertions of code is that the things that are passed under that code should not be allowed to continue. It's really simple.
Patricia Montgomery. Patricia Montgomery, are you here?
I am here. I am Patricia Montgomery, and I am here in support of the project because I live in the community and I like to see growth. I'm 70 years old, and over that period of time, change comes. It's come to me. Things change. I'm hoping that things will change for the better. I'm hoping that people in the community will have the opportunity to not just live in an apartment or a rented property, but that's owned by someone else, but be able to go and purchase their own home, single family home. We need single family development in our area. It's nothing wrong with that. And Monica Montgomery Steppe loves the 4th district, the whole 4th district. She loves them all,
For that
and she is
concluding
going
statement.
to do what is right for
I
all
appreciate, but your time
of
has
the 4th
concluded.
district.
I need to be fair to everybody. Lisa, Catalina, if you can please come forward. Catalina Arenas, my staff is going to speak with you. After that, Ellen Wash, if you can please come forward to the microphone. Ellen Wash, are you here? Oh, my apologies.
Is it on?
Yes, now you can speak.
Hi, I'm Ellen Nash. I'm a lifetime resident of Southeast San Diego. Also, my family home where I was born and raised is in Chollas View. I want to say that I have listened to all of the wonderful presentations by the residents of District 4, particularly of Emerald Hills, which is one of the most pristine areas that growing up there in Chollas View, that I look to Emerald Hills as one of the most beautiful areas that we've ever seen. We were always proud of that area. And I do support proceeding with this project. It is necessary. I am a mother of 3 grown children who cannot afford to buy a house here in San Diego. We need housing. I'm going to say that again. We need housing in San Diego. We need housing in Southeast San Diego, particularly for those mothers like myself who want my kids to stay in
Thank you for that
District 4.
concluding statement.
We need housing.
Your
So
time
please
has concluded.
support this.
Thank you. I must be fair with the time. Dr. Ethel Sims, if you can please come to the microphone.
Hello, thank you everybody for having this forum. I do appreciate everybody and everything that's been said. I'm a native of, well, not really a native of San Diego. I've been here long enough. I'm a homeowner in Coronado View Estates, which is right adjacent to the project. And it's been there 46 years. In 1978, my mom bought there. That was her first time owning a brand new home. We need brand new homes in San Diego that is going to actually increase and upgrade the community. It's going to bring us housing. So as a broker in a real estate and actually as a mother, I also want to actually be able to see my children, my children's children, be able to come to the community, which has such diversity and rich history like Emerald Hills. 123 new homes, and us trying to work together to make lemonade out of the footnote 7 is a great opportunity. We now have a chance to increase the things that we need in this community. So we're going to start with a coalition that's going to actually talk about why the housing, not only bringing housing, but why it brings community benefits and beautification to this area. We're not going to be erased. We're going to be upgraded. Thank you.
Ozzy?
We support housing, to the previous speakers, but in the right place. Good afternoon, buenas tardes. My name is Ozzy Meneses, and I'm here with our community to support this appeal. The Hilltop has been designated for a public park since 2015. Southeastern San Diego has 64% less park space than wealthier parts of the city. That is not a coincidence. It is the result of repeated decisions. Today, this council has the opportunity to make a difference. This vote is bigger than one hilltop in one neighborhood. Every San Diego community is watching how this council treats its public green spaces. Every resident wants to know that when a community plan designates land for a park, that promise will be honored. Today, you have a chance to show all of San Diego that this council protects public land, listens to communities, and we have alternate places for housing. We support housing. I can't afford a house either. Make the right choice.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Gregory? Gregory Nil or Hill? After that, if I can have Johnny Lee Dang, Jeffrey Huter, Dr. Cornwell Clark, and Kimberly Reels, as well as Lisa Becerra, please come up to the front row. Please begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Council President and members of the Council. My name is Greg Hill. I'm the local president of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers. Since 1947, NAREB has championed the principle of democracy in housing, advocating for equitable access to housing and expanding opportunities for families to build stability and generational wealth through home ownership. That is why I'm here today in support of the Emerald Hills development. San Diego continues to face a critical housing shortage, and increasing our housing supply is an essential part of addressing affordability. This project helps move us in the right direction by adding much-needed homes, including affordable housing that will create opportunities for working families, seniors, and essential workers to remain in the communities they serve. The Emerald Hills development is also an investment in the broader community. It includes improvements to 60th Street along the new parks and trails that will be open for public use. These enhancements improve connectivity, expand access to recreational space, and create lasting benefits for both current and future residents.
Thank you for that concluding remark. Johnny Lee Dang? Johnny Lee Dang, are you here? Okay, going to Jeffrey Huter.
Thank you, council members. You know, it's disappointing that we got here because the city never really tried to turn this into a park. I mean, it's literally the most spectacular place in San Diego, on par with Soledad Mountain. And if we were here discussing whether to declare Soledad Mountain as surplus land and turn it into housing, we would, you know, we'd be outraged by that, and we should also be outraged about this loss of a resource. But given that we're here, what this is really going to turn on is whether or not footnote 7 was legally adopted. And the question for the city attorney is going to be, In effect, as the footnote 7 only applied to the Chollas Valley Community Planning Group. There are no RS12 lots in southeastern, so it's really only applied to one community plan update. And if that's the case, was it legally adopted as opposed to going through a community plan update? Thank you.
Dr. Cornwell Clark, my apologies.
Hello, City Council. I'm Dr. Cornwell Clark, and I respectfully ask that you reject the footnote 7. As many of us, it feels like less responsible planning and more like a land grab sold to the highest bidder. As a sociologist, I can't ignore the historical echoes. While people were once bought and sold through chattel slavery, today it feels as though the land our community have built is being sold with little regard to the people who have called it home for generations. My parents bought their home in 1975, and we still maintain and own that property. Communities are more than property value. They are history, relationships, and legacy. Adding more than 100 homes is not in the best interest for Emerald Hills. It will increase traffic, sustain our infrastructure, and permanently change the character of the community that families like mine have invested in for decades. This is environmental racism. Please put our people before profit, reject footnote 7, and protect the legacy of Emerald Hills. I'm from Emerald Hills, and I'm standing on town business. I'm Dr. Toshua Cornwell Clark. Thank you.
For that concluding comment, Kimberly Reels.
Okay, I wasn't really intending to speak today, but after listening to you, Mr. Boyd, I can't help myself. Unfortunately, I just had cataract surgery, so I'm not seeing that well, so bear with me. Okay, so here's the thing. Mr. Boyd, D.R. Horton began this project in 1997 when they bought the property. Don't. I have the paperwork. Okay, so don't. And anything I say up here, I have my receipts. I just want you to know that. Okay, so here we go. So, and you activated it. I'm assuming that what you waited to do is for a council, because you couldn't have got it in through George Stevens. So you're waiting for representation that was more palatable to the idea of dense housing. And less commercial things that might bring revenue to the community. But in any case, so I'm done?
That is a minute, yes.
Well, damn.
You're more than welcome to email in any comments to make them a part of the record to cityclerk@sandiego.gov.
Okay,
and they will be part of the record.
But you were damn good, so thank you.
Thank you. And if anybody would like to see my receipt, baby, I got them here.
Our last speaker here in person is Lisa Becerra. Lisa Becerra. You're our final speaker here in council chambers, and then we'll go to those participating online.
Before I start, I want my family up here with me.
Sure, they can come up.
Then, honey, if you can come up here.
Please
I
proceed.
want to note that we are not an organization.
This can be part of your comments. Please begin.
We're talking about a project with D.R. Horton. Cities across the nation have come to city council chambers, residents, and city councils across the nation have denied D.R. Horton from building because it's bad business. D.R. Horton has lawsuits in multiple states for both having shoddy-ass construction, right? They're harming their residents after they're living in there. They're getting freaking sick. And then they're also saying, here, take this mortgage, and then not having proper disclosures. So when the people are having to redo their mortgage after their lending arm is done with it, their freaking mortgage rates go up $1,000. You're talking about freaking affordable housing? That's not affordable. That's not what we need. And that's not going to help our freaking community. We need quality construction. We need places where I can gather my family over there for a freaking birthday party, for a celebration, that it's
Thank you for
not
that
taking
concluding comment.
advantage and not
That
freaking
does conclude
nickeling
your
and diming
time,
the
and I do need to be consistent, but thank you so much for your comments. That does conclude public comment here in council chambers. I've started the 5-minute timer, and I'm going to those participating remotely. We currently have 12 speakers in the queue. Okay, I haven't started. Please come up to the podium. I'll take your speaker slip. Please begin.
Hi, I think we should all consider that if something starts unethically, it shouldn't be because you started something unethically, you can bury it. I work in construction, and having construction is also going to deteriorate our land. All of the moving trucks. Has anyone actually done all of the civil from a third party, not from someone bought, to make all of, how are we putting all construction materials? We also have a lot of industrial area, which means we are required to have land environment that is green so that we don't have lung issues, everything else issues. I understand people wanting affordable housing, but do you want affordable housing where people have mold, have issues with lungs, have bigger issues later down the line where they die, and then that is more costly to the city to go and send them to hospitals to have all the other issues. I don't think you should be having this construction ceiling, not just because but like all of the way that it was built is not an ethical way. As a community, you want to build something unethical.
Thank you for that concluding remark. For the record, that was Megan Garcia. Now I've started the 5-minute timer, and I'm going to those participating online. We have 12 speakers in the queue currently. Doreen Diaz, if you can please unmute. You are unmuted.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello, Doreen Diaz. One thing I want to make very clear is I support this appeal. I support Emerald Hill's right for justice and fight against racism. And to all these people that are saying, oh, we need more housing, we need more housing, where were you? Where the hell were you when projects in La Jolla, the same size, were getting measly 24 homes and they want to put 123 here? I also have a concern with the water main loop and the fact on the water main report that's supposed to have 2 sources or a reservoir, and this community needs this. All these people with housing, if you want to fight for housing, you get this council to copy Habitat for Humanity and what cities in Massachusetts are doing with lottery systems, selling $800,000 homes for $200,000.
Your time has concluded. Our time to act, please unmute.
Hello, my name is Nicole Lilly. I'm the Executive Director of Our Time to Act and a member of the Coalition for Equitable Development. I would like to uplift the comments of County Vice Chair Monica Montgomery Stepp. Large, sprawling minimum lot sizes are a historically segregationist tool, and while footnote 7 never should have targeted the reduction of minimum lot sizes in just one neighborhood, it does not negate the fact that minimizing minimum lot sizes reduces environmental impacts and housing exclusion, not increases them. This project unfortunately reduces currently open space, but with this area being zoned as entirely residential and without any actual city plans to create a park there, the inclusion of pocket parks and significant infrastructure improvements goes towards mitigating the impact of this new development. Ultimately, this project will significantly increase homeownership opportunity in this neighborhood, and additionally, the development should also increase the percentage of and depth of affordability of homes in this project as outlined by CED. I respectfully ask that you deny this appeal and continue to encourage greater density in every district, especially high-resource areas going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Stump, if you can please unmute.
Thank you very much. My concern is that this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Members of the council must be free of any apparent or known conflict of interest. Council President Joe LaCava made a very good affirmative statement on yesterday's appeal, and I would expect that all current council members would make a similar disclosure. One of the things that did come up in my mind was the employees of council members, their agents and employees, and their conflicts are this transfer to the council member. Finally, the name of the parties in this are appellant and appellee, not applicant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Margaret. Margaret Verissimo, if you can please unmute.
Hi, my name is Margaret Verissimo, founder of San Diego United Communities. We don't need more density without proper infrastructure. What we need is more park spaces. We are in a major deficit. Quick question, where does the VP that spoke today representing D.R. Horton live? Who are they to say that this community needs this massive monstrous project built in the community of Emerald Hills? They don't even live there. The community is here today to say that they don't want this project, so listen up. San Diego United Communities is watching all of you and your bad decisions. No on footnote 7. To the people of San Diego, remember, elections are coming up. Let's vote out these incumbents making the wrong decisions. The D.R. Horton applicant that spoke today was very disrespectful by calling out concerned neighbors from Emerald Hills. Why would this council support this disgusting, disturbing behavior from the offices of D.R. Horton? Also, word on the street is that Monica Montgomery's family's construction company will be retained for this project. It explains why she is so angry today. We have a park deficit in San Diego. Make the right decisions.
Your time has concluded. Jake Buchanan, if you can please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jake Buchanan. I'm a San Diego resident. I'd like to express my support for the new housing development. Our city is facing a severe housing shortage, as we all know. The state of California is mandating more housing, specifically affordable housing, and new projects like this are ones that are exactly what we need to provide relief for renters. So the addition of the 123 new homes, including affordable units, is very helpful for first-time homebuyers like myself that are stuck paying premiums on rent year after year and are looking to get their foot in the door and build equity within this city. So lastly, I believe creating more affordability here in a very supply-constrained city is essential for San Diego's future, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. The 5-minute timer did conclude. That means that there are 8 speakers in the queue and no additional speakers will be taken after that. Lori Lipsman, if you can please unmute.
Hello, Lori Lipsman, She, Her, District 3. Yes, we need housing, and infill is essential to meeting our housing needs without sprawl. But removing valuable green spaces is irresponsible as we move into a future amid this human-caused climate crisis. No study, expert organization, or government can predict the future, which is why we need to pay attention to what we know. The climate crisis is real, and we are a racist country. Green spaces are essential infrastructure for mental health, physical health, for creating community, and for helping heal the planet. Please grant the appeal and deny this project.
John from LEA, if you can please unmute.
Good afternoon, City Council.
Your volume's a little low.
Oh, sorry about that. I will try to speak louder. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we'll reset your time. Please proceed.
Thank you. We're calling in support of the development. However, we do have some concerns about community access, specifically related to pocket parks. Do those parks include restrooms, and will they be guaranteed the same access, or will the homeowners association be able to restrict access to important trails and viewing areas in the neighborhood at their discretion? These pocket parks are problematic because generally they're managed by private security and are highly restrictive in who is allowed on or off that property. Thank you.
Natalie Rashke, if you can please unmute.
Hi, Natalie Rashke. My concern is that the project overwhelmingly benefits the developer, not the city, and certainly not the Encanto community. D.R. Horton is using the city's affordable housing bonus program to unlock multiple waivers, reduce lot widths, reduce depths, oversized driveways, and other exceptions, but they are only providing 13 units, and those units are not low income. They are moderate income at 100% AMI. That means the families most in need in Encanto will not benefit from these so-called affordable units. Yet those 13 units allow the developer to reshape the entire subdivision to maximize yield and profit. These waivers directly increase the number of lots they can build, which increases their revenue. Meanwhile, the community absorbs the impact, loss of open space, increased traffic, and a project that Encanto's planning group unanimously opposed. When a corporate developer uses affordability program to gain waivers that primarily benefit their bottom line while offering bare minimum affordability in return,
Your
that
time
is
has
not
concluded. Blair Beekman, if you can please unmute.
Hi, Blair Beekman, just trying to learn about this process. I think something of this item was here a year ago. We were talking about similar issues. Did we reach a compromise solution instead of 120 units that we work on something like 40 units and work on park space as well? And that there needs to really be a need that we grow into the idea more of inviting more community groups to the beginning process. I think we have to learn to do that better. And on top of all of that, I'm learning the concepts that, before footnote 7, there was a real racial problem in history to this area that a lot of people, old African-American people in the neighborhood, they feel that putting a park there memorializes a really bad racist tradition. We have to have those conversations more clearly and openly in talking about the very interesting environmental ideas for the future of the area. Good luck how that conversation can develop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Angela Harris.
Hi.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Let me just say for the record that what you see sitting in those seats, in those yellow shirts, they don't necessarily really represent District 4. They are outliners, and I stand with over 30 families who want to deny this appeal, who want the council to deny this appeal unanimously. All of my 30 families live in the District 4. Not like many of the other paid carpetbaggers sitting in the council chamber. I have owned my current home in Skyline for more than 22 years and have lived in Council District 4 for over 40 years. When I was looking to buy, there was a strong push for single-family detached homes, and I am grateful that those opportunities existed. I believe we need more single-family detached housing in the area. Expanding those housing options is important if we want to attach resources and amenities to our communities, like grocery stores and additional restaurants and border investments and support for the arts and cultural, the Black Arts and Culture District. I am disappointed that many of my homeowners seem ready to close the door.
Your time has concluded. My apologies. Amanda, if you can please unmute. Amanda, if you can please unmute.
Okay, sorry, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Just wanted to say, I cannot get over the irony that in that very room yesterday, City Council debated approving a 5,478 square foot single family home, one home in La Jolla. And here we are today debating 5,000 square foot lots in Emerald Hills. As a lifelong Linda Vista community member, I'm speaking in solidarity. I have seen firsthand the effects of council members like Raul Campillo not protecting his community from overdevelopment. I encourage you all today to help Councilman Foster protect his for him today. The transit density loophole allowed for 26 units to be built on a quiet residential street next door to my stepdad, where 2 single-family homes used to be, with no parking requirements. 50 minutes on Google Maps to the nearest grocery store via public transit. St. Agans are sick and tired of our city council collecting impact fees that go to other neighborhoods and watching developers rake in profits while the taxpayers pay the permanent cost of rezoning.
Your time has concluded. My apologies. Sina Sanchez, if you can please unmute. Sina Sanchez, there you go. You are unmuted, but we do not hear you here in council chambers. I'm not sure if the device that you're speaking into may be muted.
Can you hear me now, Councilman?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. For nearly a century, our BIPOC families in San Diego have been told where we can and cannot live. Redlining forced us into communities like Logan and Canto and Emerald Hills. Then after generations of sacrifice, investment, and resilience, after we built these communities and what they are today, the rules have changed once again. Now it's called strategic planning, high density development along transit corridors, less chance for home ownership, more lifelong renters. This isn't about equity when the result is that working families lose their chance to build wealth while developers continue to profit. 100% AMI, really? Most people in Southeast are at 30% or below. Our communities have already endured segregation, environmental racism, displacement, and decades of disinvestment. And now we're expected to quietly accept policies that threaten to push us out of the very neighborhoods our parents and grandparents fought to hold on to. If equity is truly your goal, then stop treating Black and brown communities like we're your guinea pigs, your lab rats, cattle, servants, or your property. We deserve the same opportunity as everyone else, not just to rent, but to own, to build generational wealth and to remain in the communities we created. Stop measuring success by how many
Thank you.
housing units.
Your time has concluded. Christine Wellborn, your final speaker. Christine Wellborn?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, I'm in District 1, and I'm calling to ask you to please support the appeal. I attended the City Council meeting, I think it was in December, about footnote 7, and I was so impressed with the community and how many people showed up. And so I just want to support the community, and it's time to listen to these people and put them above developers. So I would appreciate you please supporting the appeal. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I would like to note for the record that we did receive 4 people that submitted would like to register their position in favor but did not wish to speak, and 6 submitted would like to register their position in opposition but did not wish to speak. That does conclude public comment for this item, Council President. Thank you.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. As I like to do when we have these heavily attended meetings, please join me in giving a round of applause to our City Clerk and her entire team. It is not easy, but you did a masterful job, as you always do, and as was emphasized, this is only the second day of implementing Senate Bill 707, and it seems like it's working very well, so at least the early stages of that. Okay, let's get on. So this is now an opportunity for the council to weigh in for any questions, comments, and entertain a motion, and we will start with the council member from District 4, Council Member Foster.
Yes, thank you, Council President, and thank you to staff for your presentation and your work on this. Also, I'd like to thank my colleague, Supervisor Monica Montgomery-Stepp, for attending today's hearing and providing comment. And having had the honor to serve as her chief of staff, I can tell you that her comments were not supporting D.R. Horton, the company. Rather, it was supporting opportunity. It was supporting generational wealth and allowing families access to a home they can feel safe in.
Okay, this is the second warning. We sat here, listened to all the testimony, both for and against. Now's the council members' chance. Give them an opportunity to speak. You can raise your, probably lower your thumb. That's the way to communicate with us. My apologies, Councilmember Foster.
Thank you, Council President. Her comments were not supporting D.R. Horton, the company. Rather, it was supporting opportunity, generational wealth, and allowing families access to a home they can feel safe in and have pride of ownership. I want to begin also by recognizing the Chollas Valley Community Planning Group and the residents of Emerald Hills and their surrounding neighborhoods. I know you have spent a lot of time attending meetings, reviewing documents, submitting comments, and raising concerns about the project. And I do believe your concerns deserve direct answers. The appeal before us today, and this is a question for staff, is an appeal of the project and not an appeal of the addendum to the Project Program Environmental Impact Report prepared by the City of San Diego as a lead agency. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Foster.
Thank you. I will say that the appeal highlights several concerns, including traffic, fire safety, and several other potential impacts. Those are not small issues. They involve the safety, sustainability, and future of this community. They are valid concerns, and the city should perform its due diligence and address the concerns of the impacted community. Before getting into my questions, we need to be honest about the history that shaped this community. District 4, like many communities across the country, has dealt with discriminatory housing policies, disinvestment, and bad planning decisions. These policies did not happen by accident. They determined where Black families and non-whites could live. They determined who had access to home ownership. They protected wealth and opportunity in some communities while concentrating poverty and limiting opportunity in others. In the 1940s and 1950s, Black and brown families could not simply buy a home anywhere in San Diego. And Emerald Hills was one of those communities. A community that denied non-white families opportunities because of the color of their skin. Thanks to the work of individuals like Judge Alpha Levon Montgomery and others, many of those families eventually found a pathway to home ownership in southeastern San Diego, including Valencia Park, Encanto, Skyline, and Emerald Hills. My own family was among the first generations of Black families able to become homeowners in Valencia Park. That home provided stability. It gave my family an asset. It gave us something we could build on and pass down. It helped my parents put 2 children through college. That is generational wealth. Today, the children and grandchildren of many of those same families cannot afford to buy a home in the community their families helped to build. District 4 has limited for-sale housing while continuing to receive hundreds of deed-restricted rental units. I have stood with my community against the continued concentration of poverty in our district. The city recently settled a lawsuit, Baker versus City of San Diego, to further mitigate the concentration of poverty and saturation of deed-restricted units in communities like District 4. And I have been clear that we must have a balanced housing approach that includes real opportunities for home ownership. We need homes that working families can purchase. Our teachers, nurses, firefighters, public safety professionals, skilled workers, parents, young adults, and working families deserve the opportunity to own a home, raise their families here, and build something they can pass on to their children. That has been my position from the beginning, a balanced housing approach, stronger pathways to home ownership, and an end to concentrating deed-restricted units in communities like District 4. Now, let's also talk honestly about large minimum lot sizes. Large minimum lot requirements are often presented as if they are harmless, and they are not. These policies were used to protect wealthy communities from change and keep Black families, brown families, immigrants, and working class people out. They made land more expensive. They limited the number of homes that could be built, and they kept home ownership out of reach for people who were not already wealthy. As I pointed out last year, studies consistently show large minimum lot sizes limit opportunities for single-family home ownership, increase housing costs, deepen inequality, and encourage greater reliance on rental-focused multifamily development. Let me be clear, large minimum lot requirements are racist. They have discriminatory impacts and were used to exclude people of color. Some people may be uncomfortable hearing that, and I say good. That history should not make us uncomfortable. What I am not going to do is to water down the truth to make people feel better about policies that were designed to keep families like mine out of certain neighborhoods. We must stop sanitizing history. These were not neutral planning decisions that somehow produced unequal outcomes. They were adopted and used to control who had access to land, housing, good schools, public investment, and wealth. When people defend those barriers without acknowledging who they were built to exclude, they are defending the result of the racist policy. They may not like hearing that, but discomfort does not make the history untrue. And we cannot address inequity while refusing to name what and who created it. Which leads me to footnote 7. There seems to be individuals in District 4 that are intentionally misinforming our community about the origins of footnote 7. I have said this publicly from this dais and will again state for the record that no one, and I mean no one, in the District 4 office generated footnote 7. But what we do know is that footnote 7 was generated during former Mayor Kevin Faulconer's administration. This is not fake news. This is fact. So for those that stand with Kevin Faulconer and are supported by Kevin Faulconer, you want answers? You should start there with your friend. To further illustrate the process surrounding footnote 7, I would like to introduce a summary of the actions as part of the legislative record here today. If you can bring up correspondence number 8.
Can I get one of his colleagues 5 minutes? All right. Thank you.
This, I will not go through the entire record, but I want to provide it so that everyone can see every step that took place with footnote 7. And I will say this, the first time it was introduced to the Community Planners Committee, the chair of the Chollas Valley Community Planning Group was present. And you can go back and look at the meeting minutes and pull the verification. So I will leave that there for the public to see. Footnote 7 reduced minimum lot sizes in Encanto and southeastern San Diego without applying that same policy citywide. I moved to repeal footnote 7 because the process was not transparent, consistent, or inclusive. The planning director acknowledged that it was not handled in accordance with city policies and best practices. Throughout this discussion, there have been references to furthering fair housing. As noted per the staff report from the Planning Commission dated January 10th, 2025, reducing the discriminatory large lot minimums from 20,000 square foot to 5,000 square foot has led to affirmatively furthering fair housing. Footnote 7 allowed market rate for sale single-family homes in low-resource communities consistent with planned densities in the 2015 Encanto Community Plan and does not contradict fair housing policies. In addition, it's important to point out that the surrounding parcels to the north, south, and west of the Radio Towers parcel are all zoned RS1-7. So to be clear, all the homes on Old Memory Lane are zoned RS1-7, just like the proposed project before this council today. So it's clear we need zoning reforms that promote equitable home ownership. We must champion zoning reforms that prioritize for-sale homes and promote equitable access to home ownership, citywide, making our city a place where more residents can thrive. It is ever so critical that we support balanced for-sale housing options in District 4 to ensure our sustainability while ensuring we preserve community character. Repealing footnote 7 was a difficult decision for me, but the right decision at the time. And it's also the right decision for the city to roll up their sleeves, engage the public, and further vet upzoning RS1-2 large lot minimums citywide and expand for-sale single-family home opportunities. As I have said on several occasions, I want every family, every young person in District 4 to have the same opportunities that I have had. And home ownership, the building of generational wealth, is critical to long-term sustainability and success. Before I start with my project-specific questions, I do have a few questions for the city attorney. I see that the staff has provided a copy of the city attorney's report to council regarding Senate Bill 330, also known as the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, which is a direct response to a statewide housing emergency. SB 330 is still effective. If you can confirm SB 330 is still in effect and this project is subject to SB 330, is that correct?
I would ask Chief Deputy City Attorney Corinne Newford to respond to your question, please.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that question. It is still in effect, and this project is subject to that bill.
Thank you for that. Per the report, it indicates that the city may deny a housing development project or impose a condition that the project be developed at a lower density after making written findings based on a preponderance of evidence in the administrative record that the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health or safety, and there is no other feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Question for you. What does no other feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact mean?
Well, it would depend on what the impact is. So, for instance, if there is an impact that would have been caused by traffic or fire, you would look at what was causing that impact and how to avoid it or to mitigate for it. But it really is very specific to what the impact is.
So in short, just for further clarification, if an adverse impact is identified and there is an acceptable means to mitigate legally, we should move forward with the project based on the mitigation if it meets standards.
That is what the Housing Accountability Act requires.
Thank you for that. If mitigations are provided that address the alleged adverse impacts on public health or safety, and the city denies the project, what are the potential legal consequences and trigger of the builder's remedy statutes?
If challenged, a court could find that the city is out of compliance with the act. There would be a mandatory order to go back and be in compliance with the act, which could include the city being required to approve the project, mandatory attorney's fees and costs, and possibly fines.
Thank you for that clarification. Lastly, your office did prepare a memorandum regarding footnote 7. Can you confirm that, as indicated per the memorandum, no evidence has been provided to date indicating that footnote 7 violates federal and state equal protection, due process, and fair housing laws?
Yes, that is correct. That memo is in the backup materials for this item also.
Thank you for that clarification. With that, I'll move on to my questions regarding the appeal before us today. I will start with city staff. Some of this is noted in the staff report that I think was done, that is quite thorough. But is the proposed development site in the current adopted general plan indicated as being a park?
It is not indicated as a park in the general plan.
Thank you for that. Does the proposed project far exceed the 0 to 4 dwelling units per acre density for which the site is zoned?
Clarification on that, the site is zoned different, but it is within the density that is allowed within the community plan, which allows up to 4 dwelling units per acre, which would equal, for this project site, 125 dwelling units, and they're proposing 123.
Thank you for that clarification. Is the proposed project inconsistent with the 2015 Choias Valley Community Plan?
As shown in staff's presentation, the project is consistent with, I would say, a majority of the applicable regulations related to residential development.
So it meets general conformance?
It is in general conformance, yes, sir.
Thank you. And I will ask this again, is the 0 to 4 dwelling units per acre density consistent with the density of the existing development around the proposed development site?
It is consistent with the developments located to the north, south, and west. It would differ from the existing residential dwelling units that are located to the east.
Thank you for that. It has been alleged that the proposed project site is an indigenous Kumeyaay burial site. Is this accurate? And can you elaborate on the city's environmental review and tribal consultation process and what has been done for this project to date and what will take place if the project moves forward today?
An archaeological report was prepared for the project site, and there was no evidence of any former burial sites located on the site.
And what will take place moving forward if this site, if this project moves forward in regards to
Archaeological mitigation. So the project per municipal code, requirements would be required to have archaeological monitoring on site during grading operations.
Thank you for that. So there'll be on-site monitoring through the process. Can you explain what happens if there is a finding?
If there is, city staff would be notified, and then we would contact the applicable Native American tribes for continued inspection on the site.
Thank you for that. My next question is in regards to the development impact fees. Do we know what the total estimated amount of development impact fees for this project, what they will be, approximately?
The impact fees are calculated at the time of submittal for ministerial building permits, but at this time, we have estimated that the impact fees would be roughly, we're going to say it's 3.4. Yeah, sorry, we've got Samira here from planning that can answer that.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Samira Rao, Assistant Deputy Director with City Planning. The estimated development impact fees for this project is around $3.5 million.
About 3.5. And can you indicate what types of projects or infrastructure improvements can these funds be used towards?
This project would be subject to city-wide fees, and under that, it's 4 different asset types of mobility, fire, libraries, and parks.
Thank you for that. And I think just before I move on from the DIF fees, and I don't see the mayor's representative here. Is Coda here or anyone here? I'll address it towards the latter part of my comments. Moving on, I do also share in concerns about traffic and emergency access and evacuation. And I guess if we have a traffic engineer available, the 60th Street and the proposed developer improvements meet the city's requirements in the street design manual.
We have a member of our transportation staff that can answer that question.
Hi, my name is Megan Lithgow. I'm an associate traffic engineer with Development Services. And yes, the project access and 60th Street meet current city requirements.
Thank you for that. Also, it's my understanding that the traffic report indicated that it was 2 points shy of meeting the traffic threshold for mitigation. Also, I understand that the proposed development entry point will be unsignalized and will only include a stop sign for the vehicles exiting the proposed development site. Can you let me know, can you explain how did the city make that determination?
Sure. The project prepared both a local mobility analysis, which is what our operational analysis is, as well as a VMT analysis to evaluate the potential significant transportation impacts under CEQA. Under CEQA, the project is located in Census Tract 30.01, and it would be expected to have a VMT per capita of 16.9 miles per resident. Therefore, the project will be expected to result in a significant transportation VMT impact. The project has selected 3 different mitigation measures worth 5 points, and through a VMT analysis showed that it would be able to bring its significant impact down to a level of less than significance. So that was the 5.1.
Sorry,
Okay.
council member, if I can ask staff to go to the other mic and speak a little bit more directly into the mic. People are having a hard time listening.
I apologize.
Council member, thank you.
Thank you for that. And just so I'm clear, this is one of those instances where an impact was identified, mitigation was put in place,
Correct.
therefore continuing to move forward in regards to that item, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's correct. Also, There is a minor street stop control at the exit of what's called Street A on the development plans and 60th Street. And that is an appropriate traffic control for this type of development. And that's why staff did not request an all-way stop analysis or a traffic signal to be further analyzed.
Thank you for that. I guess what I find interesting is that the representative from D.R. Horton indicated that the current construction, the current site conditions does not meet certain standards that it should meet. Is that correct?
Site distance, that's correct.
Can you explain in more detail what that means?
Yeah, I can or you can.
Which, your staff or myself?
Staff can take it.
Okay. So the project is going to be regrading 60th Street. And because of the new grades that are going to be on the road, as well as the roadway widening, as Mr. Boyd explained, the road is going to be widened by approximately 18 feet, and there's going to be additional parkway, as well as DG granite and a trail easement. So when we look at project exits, such as the Street A out onto 60th Street, we do a site distance analysis, and that's to make sure there's adequate site distance both for vehicles turning left out of the project exit as well as turning right.
Thank you for that. I will now move on to the fire marshal. Is fire marshal available?
We do have a staff member from the fire department available to speak online.
Okay, very good.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tyler Larson, Supervising Deputy Fire Marshal for San Diego Fire Rescue. I oversee our new construction section and community risk reduction. First, what specific question do you have as far as the emergency access?
Yes, thank you. So essentially we have, for this proposed project, we have the inclusion of a separate entrance to the west of the proposed development at Old Memory Lane. Can you explain how you made your determination? Because it's my understanding that this is in a very high fire hazard severity zone that requires 2 points of, I'm going to say, ingress and egress. Can you explain how you developed or mitigated this safety concern?
Yes, so this project was proposed with 2 means of ingress and egress, as shown. So per the California Fire Code and our local amendments, if a project is located in a very high fire severity zone and they're proposing more than 30 single-family dwellings, 2 means of access and egress for evacuation are required. And the separation distance is greater than half the diagonal length of the property, which this meets. And so it does meet current fire code for projects in very high fire severity zone.
Thank you for that. And I guess in regards to the second point of ingress and egress, how will that be managed? I heard that the gate will be locked.
So what we require for gates, obviously we need 24/7 access to developments that are gated. For us, the requirements are a Knox key switch, which Knox keys carried on every fire engine, truck, and battalion chief apparatus. So coming into the property, fire department will have access. However, the HOA or whoever buys this property, as far as however they want to maintain their public or the resident access, whether it's a key fob, keypad or anything like that, we will still have a separate 24/7 key access for the fire department. As far as egress in case of evacuation, this usually involves an underground sensor that automatically opens the gates. There's other technology out there, but typically we see a sensor that reads the vehicle and its weight and everything like that. So that'll automatically open up the gates for residents coming out.
So the HOA will have access to how the gate will be operated for the residents in the development. Is that my understanding?
That, yes. And we will review in the ministerial the building construction permit phase as well, so we can work out details as far as exactly where the sensor is going to be and those fine details. But typically, yes, the HOA will decide on that. But we will require, because it's in a very high fire severity zone, ease of egress.
Thank you for that. The other issue that has been brought up as we are adding 123 additional homes in the area, the concern about a fire station. What fire station will serve this area?
This is really right on the border of Station 12 and Station 26. 26 is closer and will probably respond first, but it's right on the border of both districts. There's also to the southeast of this project, there is Station 51. So like with any new development, we'll absorb it as far as meeting the response times. And there's also 2 planned fire stations, one on Fairmont and one in Encanto, I believe. I want to say 65th and Broadway. That's less than a mile away from the development. That's a future fire station coming in as well.
Question for you. I know at one point in time, there were response time concerns. And there, I believe it was Squad 55, a 2-man squad that was put in place. I want to say that they were housed at the Black Contractors Association. I want to say they moved from there, went to Station 51, but then I believe they were relocated to downtown. Is there any concern in regards to response times and the need to bring that rapid, I guess you termed it as a rapid response type unit? Has that been discussed or determined, or will that be looked at as we continue to go through the permitting process?
That's ongoing analysis as far as response times in general. Typically what I've seen with those squads is they'll respond with an engine or a truck and an ambulance. So I just want to speak on a high level. We will absorb, the project as proposed and still meet response times. Obviously, at a higher level, we're continuously looking at response times with increased population in San Diego in general. But the simple answer is we'll be able to meet response times with the current resources we have.
All right, thank you for that.
Before you continue, Councilmember Foster is going to need a little bit more time. Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you for ceding time. And I guess I'll move on now to the developer. And I guess, Mr. Boyd, if you can address your plan to mitigate any additional water runoff. You touched upon it during your presentation, but can you just elaborate quickly on how you plan to do that?
Yes, sir. During the course of construction, we'll be installing the storm drain improvements on site that include 3 biofilter basins that collect water, clean water, and then dissipate water. In addition to that, we're going to have your curb and gutter improvements, which collect rainwater and dissipate to city designated systems. From that standpoint, the extra measures that we're doing are these V-brow ditches that are going to be placed on the south and the northern perimeters. So in the event we have landscaping water runoff, it'll go in the V-ditch and not impact the properties below.
Thank you so much for that. Stay there. Also, just wanted to touch upon the community engagement. You had a slide. As part of your presentation, and you mentioned that you did quite a bit of outreach. Can you elaborate a little more on just what that entailed? I myself have observed you at the current Emerald Hills Park, where certain events would be taking place. You were out there with your team. You would have a table. You would have your conceptual drawings. I know you were meeting with folks in their garages and having several conversations. I want to say over probably about 4 years or so. Is that accurate?
That's very accurate. Yes, sir.
And can you, and I guess just what I would like to do, I have some correspondence here that I would like to also add to the record. It's titled Correspondence Number 9, and this looks like it's an email that you sent to me that was included as part of PRA 24-6639 that was actually submitted by a Mr. Rob Campbell. And I want to say that it looks like it says, and I'll read it into the record, Sunday we are meeting with a number of homeowners to discuss certain concerns, namely drainage. We are confident we can address Kenneth Key, who was the very vocal resident whom has coordinated this effort. We have developed a very positive relationship. He seems to be better understanding of the project and need for housing. Next, we too are meeting with Dr. Sims and her folks to tour certain areas of the neighborhood to get our marketing interest with potential rehabilitation. She desires to prepare a positive written statement listing all the reasons to support the project. She also is asking for Horton to be a financial supporter of local charity events. Lastly, as previously noted, we are open to provide a formal council update at any time. So can you just quickly, just how much outreach did you do?
A whole lot.
You did.
Over a period of 12 months, over a period of 4 years, our outreach never stopped, no matter what processing stage we were at. We went into living rooms. We met with folks. We attended community affairs. We attended community events by NARAB. We felt it was important to meet with the opposition. We had coffees. We sat down with a few of the folks here that spoke against the project, but we came to the coffee shops. We answered their questions to the best of our ability. We never stopped. So we continued with that community outreach well past Planning Commission approval. And we felt that was what the community deserved, and that's what we provided. And so we feel very good about that, Councilmember Foster. But I want to be explicitly clear. There was not a phone call or an opportunity that I personally did not miss. I have come down to San Diego from Orange County time after time after time on moment's notice. We took advantage of every opportunity we could to get our project facts out on the street. And yes, the rhetoric of footnote 7 consumed all of us. And what I tried to do in my community outreach was, let's divorce ourselves from now the footnote 7 issue, which is long gone, and let's focus on the merits of this project. I will be honest with you, that was a challenge. And frankly speaking, but we never gave up on that.
Thank you for that. With that, I'll go back to city staff. Thank you. Just want to touch base on the DIF. I see we have the Director of Planning here. Can you elaborate on the potential DIF fees that will come in from this project, how those can be utilized?
Yes, so citywide DIF fees do go into citywide funds. They do go through the CIP prioritization process that is spelled out in Council Policy 800-14 for prioritization. But council members, certainly upon your request, we're happy to work with your office to see how we can prioritize funding for projects within your community. We don't tie specific funds to specific projects. In this particular example, I would imagine that there would be a larger funding pool available for investments in your community rather than just simply identifying the specific funds to be paid from this particular project.
I appreciate that. And if this project does pass today, then we will definitely have to have those conversations to make sure that the needs of the community are met. Right? We can all agree that there is work to do, infrastructure updates, and that type of work that needs to take place.
Absolutely, Councilmember, and we're happy to work with your office. I do want to note that development impact fees are paid at the time of final inspection, so there may be some lag before the revenue hits the city, but we're happy to have continuing conversations to identify capital improvement projects in your community, beginning with the next upcoming CIP budget process. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that. I think I'm going to try and wrap up here. It looks like I have 1 minute and 35 seconds left. There are several more questions that I did come with, but I think one.
Councilmember Foster, if you need additional time, I'm happy to share some.
I do think what I would like to do is, I guess.
Okay, do we have to do this again? This is routine business for the city council if you haven't been here. We're each allotted 8 minutes. And if a fellow council member needs more time, we give them more time. Councilmember Whitburn gave up 5 minutes. He doesn't get those 5 minutes back. Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Von Wilpert gave up that time so that the lead council member for this district can have his opportunity. This is routine business. We do it all the time. So please bear with us.
Thank you, Council President. I guess I'll try to end and wrap this up. But I guess also as I look at the appeal, it looks like the appellant actually attached the complaint regarding a similar project, the Clobber Project, to the appeal. Is that correct?
Yes, that is part of the appeal package.
And I would like to say, or if I understand what was provided, a lot of that had to do with footnote 7, correct?
That is accurate.
And then, as I received a recent update from the city attorney's office, it's my understanding that the Chollas Valley Planning Group has determined that they wanted to dismiss and settle the litigation. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And has that agreement been finalized?
My understanding is that it's all been signed. There may be some lingering signatures, but it has been settled.
So essentially that complaint is basically done. Null and void, I guess I'll say, or I don't know how to term the settlement side.
Yeah, so the settlement, the plaintiff agrees to dismiss the lawsuit. The city will not pay any funds and agrees to waive seeking any attorney's fees and costs associated with that.
Okay. Thank you for that. I guess my final question would be, because they attached that to the appeal, does it impact the appeal at all?
No, it doesn't impact the appeal. I think that my understanding is that it was included to support their arguments.
Okay. Thank you for that. I guess, and I don't know if this is proper, but if we can make the settlement agreement part of the legislative record as backup for this item.
Yes, it's a public record.
Okay. We'll note that as correspondence number 10. Thank you. I'll conclude here. But based on the administrative record and the information provided today, the appellant has not met the required standards per SB 330 for this council to grant the appeal before us today. The appellant did not provide the proper evidence indicating the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health or safety, and that there was no other feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the alleged adverse impacts. So essentially, the impacts identified all have been appropriately mitigated. Correct?
That is correct, sir.
All righty, thank you for that. So with that, I will move staff's recommendation to affirm the Planning Commission's approval of vesting tentative map, the site development permit, the neighborhood development permit, and neighborhood use permit, and deny the appeal.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Foster. So we have a motion to move the staff recommendation. So I'm going to jump in. I want to thank everybody that spoke today, either here in chambers or remotely. Thank you for working with the city clerk on the organized presentations. Now that Mr. Stump has raised the bar for me, I have not spoken to the developer. I did not speak to the appellant. I did not speak to staff either. I have reviewed the material attached to the docket as well as the public comments submitted online, listened to the presentations and comments by the public. And for those of you who know me, and I know there's some out there that know me, you know that I take a pretty deep dive when these land use issues come in front of us. And what I see is a project that meets legal requirements but raises serious questions of city policy. The questions of park space, environmental justice, concentration of poverty, and equitable investment in infrastructure in Emerald Hills community are very valid concerns. I have seen your council member on this dais fighting for these issues over and over again, and I've been so impressed by his good fight that oftentimes as a council member from District 1, I often find myself fighting for District 4 on issues of equity. Further, as a former community planning group chair, I understand that our community plans are guiding documents, policy documents, if you will. And as residents, we want to believe that they create an agreement between the city and the community on what shape our community's future should take. But as I learned when I was the community plan chair, that when I fought and lost, and when I fought again and lost, and when I fought again and lost on behalf of my community, a community plan is only policy and guidelines. Our communities need, and therefore, nothing should be accepted as anything driving other than what you're willing to step up and fight for as you are today. Our communities need parks, and we need advocates to fight for them. However, on the subject of the project, we must apply the law. We must make findings. The comments about the Housing Accountability Act, which I appreciate and respect, has a much higher threshold, and we've seen it take place not only in our city, but in cities across the county. This project has vesting rights from the day the application was deemed complete, and at that time, footnote 7 was in effect, and we have since repealed that unfortunate addition to our municipal code. I may have policy concerns with 20,000 square foot lots, and my colleagues have spoken eloquently in the past about that history of large lots, but I agree that a footnote is not the way to zone land. Our city attorney has thoroughly analyzed this issue in a public memo that has been available since January 2025, and which is included in the backup material. Based on that memo and based on existing case law regarding vesting rights, I cannot set aside footnote 7 for this project, as many of you would seek. On the merits of the project, staff has laid out compelling reasons for how this project complies with the general plan, community plan, and with the zoning regulations as they existed at the time of the application was deemed complete. And I have not seen any compelling evidence that raises to that legal standard in the record that convinces me otherwise. The appellant's original appeal document claims the waivers conflict with our stated policies, but I do not see sufficient evidence in the record to deny these waivers, as they center on the previously debated issues of footnote 7 in consistency with the general plan and community plan. So I have two quick questions that I want to make sure that I understand on this project. And Mr. Boyd or staff, whoever wants to answer that. Let me give you the easy one. The secondary access does have gates, as was clearly described by the fire marshal, but pedestrian access is allowed?
That is correct.
Through the secondary?
That is correct.
And then the other one, we've talked a lot about it, but I wanted some confirmation. There are 13 deed restricted lots to be located. Where are they going to be located in this 123 unit project?
Per your Housing Commission requirements, those 13 units must be equally distributed throughout the entire project.
So they will not be concentrated on a certain cul-de-sac?
No, sir, they will not.
Okay, thank you for what I suspected, but thank you for confirming that. So with that, based on my independent analysis, I believe the findings of the project are supported, And I will second the motion for the staff recommendation. So with that, we will go to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to the members of the public for their participation today and for our city staff as well and the long effort that this took. I'll start with some brief questions. One of the first ones that seems pretty straightforward about the notice. The day that it had to be noticed was June 22nd, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And were posters or PDFs on internet sites or anything like that posted on June 22nd? Seeing this index of where it was posted at the site and all that other seems to suggest it was later than that, but just wondering what evidence you have.
The project was properly noticed. Notices were mailed out as required. It was also posted on the City Council's website and then distributed through the San Diego Daily Transcript. At the same time, the applicant was also sent their notice, which they confirmed receipt on Friday, June 26th, and then they followed up with posting the notice on the project site on June 29th. When they submitted their evidence of posting, I noticed that the posting had the wrong header on it and immediately notified the applicant to correct the header and make it so that it was visible that it was notice of public hearing for City Council.
I see. So,
Councilmember Campillo?
Yes, I see.
City Clerk wants to weigh in.
Very good.
Sorry, I did just want to confirm that my office did do the noticing. We have the mail certificate as well as the mail stamps for everything that went out, as well as I've seen on public postings such as Reddit that people did receive these postings, and we also received that, as well as the daily transcript. My office did do that as well.
Thank you. Council President, I note my time is running at the moment.
We'll give it back.
Understood. So the city did its part. Sounds like the developer had to put their notice up on the fence as well.
That is correct.
Okay. If they're faulty, but we're in compliance as a city, does that impact the process at all?
It does not. The municipal code has a section that speaks to error in posting, stating that the posting required by the section is intended only to supplement other noticing requirements of this division.
Understood. So their problem is not a legally valid problem, is what you're telling me?
That is correct.
Okay. Is that municipal code, I take it, there's not a broader concern about that, or it's just municipal code? Is that an adoption of state code, or is that just our city law?
That is our city regulations.
Okay, very good. All right. Question for the city attorney's office. Footnote 7 obviously applies as the law when this development was completed in its application. So the date it was vested on, just because it's vested, it's a complete application. That doesn't mean that we can't deny the project, right?
Councilmember, you can deny the project. However, you need to make the specific written findings in order to deny the project.
Understood. Okay. One of the aspects that came up was some of the fire issues. I know we had the response from the fire marshal, and it was on one of the slides. It said the appeal pointed out a lack of an analysis, and then the slide said it did not trigger an analysis. Am I reading that correct?
That is correct. The project did not trigger further analysis.
Okay, why didn't it trigger further analysis?
Because the project is consistent with the community plan density that was prescribed from the 2015 community plan update. Furthermore, it was previously also identified as residential development in the prior 1987 community plan.
Okay. Didn't the 2015 community plan update not have the density as RS17? It was RS12 at the time?
It had the prescribed density for 4 dwelling units per acre. The RS17 is a zoning designation not identified in the community plan.
Okay, so slightly different thing. Explain that a little further. So you're saying, there's a sentence you said that's very legally important. You said the development is in conformance with the 2015 plan, community plan.
That is correct.
Okay. So the fact that they're taking advantage of deeper density as allowed under footnote 7 is immaterial to a determination if it needs or triggers a public safety analysis or report from the fire marshal.
That is correct, because it has consistency with the prescribed community plan density.
Okay. So the community plan density is what you said, four dwelling units per acre. Footnote 7 said the lot sizes are 5,000 at RS12 as opposed to 20,000. That doesn't seem to line up very well. Can you explain it?
With the calculation, so 43,000 square feet per acre and 5,000 foot lots, that would make them match up. So they would match up with each other at 4 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. My understanding is that, so this parcel of land, is it not RS12? Or
It is currently zoned RS12, correct?
Okay. Understood. Let me ask you a question about some of the variances that the applicant has asked for. Looks like the materials from Planning Commission show that there's 123 residential lots, and 107 of them exceed the city's maximum driveway curb opening standard. Can you explain what that means?
That was proposed so that they would be able to have 2 vehicles parked in the driveway, and our regulations would limit the driveway width opening to 20 feet where they're requesting 22 feet.
Okay. Does that have any impact on fire safety? Does that have any impact on public safety that would require a deeper analysis? It sounds to me like we're deviating from something that is required citywide and allowing a special adjustment here.
It would actually, the purpose of it would be actually to remove vehicles from city streets.
Right.
So that would make more availability on city streets and bring those vehicles onto private property.
Okay, understood. Let's talk about the 2015 programmatic EIR for a second. Is that the basis for which there wasn't is that part of the answer to why there wasn't the additional public safety analysis? That's the programmatic EIR was part of the community plan update that you talked about in 2015, correct?
That is correct, and we do have environmental staff here that reviewed the project that will be able to answer more detailed questions.
Okay.
Hi, this is Donna Marshall with Environmental Analysis Section of DSD. Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Certainly. So one of the reasons we're not seeing a deeper public safety analysis or report that wasn't triggered is because of saying the application is in conformance with the 2015 community plan, and there's a programmatic EIR that went with that community plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we're using that EIR at that time to set the environmental standards for this area, correct?
This project was reviewed under that program EIR, correct?
Okay. If the density that is being allowed under footnote 7 had been included, or actually been incorporated into the plan in 2015, would that programmatic EIR have had anything potentially different about it, given how many more homes would have been allowed in the area?
So this project is consistent with the land use designation for this site, which is 0 to 4 units per acre. And so this project density was considered within that PEIR, and so there is no change.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that what's being proposed, whether footnote 7 was passed or not, wouldn't be allowed, or would be allowed. So footnote 7 is immaterial to this entire discussion right now.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Campillo, and I think probably the question is that we're alluding to is, would the project be able to move forward regardless of footnote 7?
Right.
Okay. To address that question, yes, the project is consistent with a community plan density, the prescribed density at 0 to 4 dwelling units per acre. The project would be able to move forward, but it would have to go through a different avenue allowed through the municipal code.
What avenue would that be?
So through the provision of density bonus, the project would be able to move forward. The difference being here is that if they moved forward that direction, they would have to request additional incentives and waivers.
Okay. So I guess this seems pretty confusing to me that a lot of what I understand this project to be utilizing is footnote 7 to get where they're going, but you're saying they don't use footnote 7 at all.
They are using footnote 7 for this project, but there are other avenues to get to this project without the utilization of footnote 7.
Okay, so okay, that's important, because what I had just been hearing was that this would be allowed under footnote 7 without footnote 7 at all, but you're saying they do use footnote 7, so that's important. Okay, if footnote 7 were never part of it and they used the alternative methods, the bonus density issues, would that have then, through that process, triggered public safety analyses that was not triggered in this situation, or is that still immaterial?
It's still immaterial because it's within the prescribed density allowed by the community plan and reflected in the program EIR for the community plan update.
Why would the applicant want to use footnote 7 instead of the other avenue that you mentioned?
I will defer to the applicant on that, sorry.
Well, I can answer that question. So,
thank you, Mr. Boyd.
When we file applications, any application, it's implied that we're going to follow the law, follow the rules, the standards, and regulations of the city, as the case here today. So when we provided our applications, it was under then the footnote 7, which allowed minimum lot sizes of 5,000 square feet. But the overriding consideration under the program document is you're limited up to a maximum of 4 units per unit. So as long as we stayed within the approved density, we went with what was on the zoning books. We would not have considered a density bonus. We intended to satisfy our needs with what was being provided to us through your zoning at the time.
Okay. So we had 2 avenues for this applicant to get their project through, is what I'm hearing.
That is correct, but we do not give applicants alternatives to get to their end product. We review the projects as they are submitted. So if the project came in utilizing footnote 7, that is what staff based their review on.
Okay. From your perspective, would going through the other avenue have been more difficult, triggered different types of laws?
The density bonus regulation in this particular case would not have triggered anything additional. The key point here is that the developer, regardless of which avenue they went, they chose not to take a density bonus for the project.
Okay. All right. I still have 1:45. I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Council President.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Campillo. We'll go next to Councilmember Elo Rivero.
All right. Thank you, Council President. Appreciate all the work from staff on this, the engagement from and with community. Councilmember Foster, thank you for your and your team's considerable work on this. I just wanted to speak to a couple things that came up during the conversation here. And the first is the acknowledgement that there are long-term consequences for the disrespect and disinvestment from communities. And that is valid and real, and the city of San Diego suffers as a result of that in neighborhoods throughout this city. And that is a tragedy that will take many, many years to even make amends for, because it can't be undone. And it makes conversations about the future more difficult, because how are folks to trust that the commitments being made will actually be followed through on if that's never been the case in the past? So I want to acknowledge all of that. And at the same time, what we have in front of us, I think, is really important for where the city is trying to go. And when I hear Councilmember Foster speak to the way that housing was provided, the stability that it provided for your family, I think about Ms. Nash's comments. And I don't think there was a single time I've spoken to Ms. Nash where she hasn't talked about District 4. Councilmember Foster, before I even knew you, or you knew me, I was watching you stick up for District 4 and demand better for the community. And it happens every single day we're on this dais with an unwillingness to compromise because of the way you love your community. And what I heard you say, what I heard Ms. Nash say, and I heard others say, is something that people are wrestling with in multiple parts of the city, and it's the realization that without more housing, the generations to come will not have an opportunity to stay in this city. And they'll certainly not have an opportunity to stay in the neighborhoods that they grew up in. And that is incredibly compelling to me, because I didn't have the opportunity to stay in one neighborhood for my entire childhood. And I see what that means to folks who did, and it's special. And to write off my generation and the next generation and the generation after that from having the opportunity to grow to raise their own kids in the communities where they grew up is an injustice in its own form. I think community character comes from people, and people need homes, and they will not have homes if more homes are not built. And to anyone who's questioning the affordability of these homes, I'm right there with you. Housing's too damn expensive. There is no cheap housing in San Diego. I'm going to pause for a moment, take my time. Councilmember Foster has been absolutely uncompromising in his expectation that what is built in his community is of quality and is not a replication of the past practice of allowing anything to be built anywhere, to the point where we've actually disagreed at times about the need to create more opportunity. I see what's presented here, and what I am very confident of is that if those homes are built and families move in them, it will be the realization of a dream for those families and the opportunity to plant roots similar to what Councilmember Foster and others who love District 4 and love San Diego have been able to plant. And I think that's a really good thing. And I will acknowledge again that change is difficult. I will acknowledge again that District 4, Southeastern San Diego, and other parts of the city have been done wrong by the city and done wrong by others for far too long. But that doesn't change the merits of what's in front of us, the legality of what's in front of us. And so for those reasons, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Elo Rivera. We'll go next to Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Council President. And first off, I want to thank Councilmember Foster for taking the time to walk through numerous aspects of the project and the proposed appeal, and hitting on a lot of questions I'm sure folks wanted to ask as well. That was appreciated. I will thank you also for taking on the repeal of footnote 7 and ultimately mapping out for us today the timeline of how that came about, but also, again, speaking frankly about your approach when it comes to addressing minimum lot sizes, because I think that's an issue that was easily lost in the footnote 7 discussion, but still important. At the end of the day, Councilmember Foster's pushback with this administration is also what sparked the effort to reevaluate the ADU density bonus program. And whether folks like the result of that or not, we certainly didn't even all agree here on this dais. He sparked that effort. Councilmember Foster and I don't always agree on every land use issue. But what I'm always consistently confident of is that he's continuously prioritizing the needs of District 4, as Councilmember Elo Rivera shared. And nothing seems more consistent with that than his office's continual push, not just for housing for the sake of housing, but for economic opportunities, specifically through homeownership opportunities. So we talked a lot today about footnote 7, and I think we heard it from staff with some of the questions here, that even if footnote 7 was not utilized, my understanding is that the property owner would still have the right to build housing, and perhaps it would be fewer units of housing. And I could understand that argument if that's why the focus on footnote 7 is so significant. Yet the appeal we've heard today doesn't seem to suggest that less homes would somehow solve the concerns that have been brought about. Instead, what I'm hearing is that even the idea of putting housing on land that is zoned specifically for this type of very low density housing is somehow unacceptable. And I totally disagree. We are in a housing crisis. Again, not everyone likes to acknowledge it, but there remains a particular need for homeownership opportunities across the city. And especially as we continue to discuss how much new housing across the city is rental units. It feels like we used to talk about the American dream. I grew up certainly with this idea that if you get a good education, you can find a good job, you can save up money, buy a home, eventually start a family. And for young people today, I think it truly is nothing but just a dream. It's further away than ever before, not just because of the high cost of living, but because of our lack of housing availability, and as a result of it, the affordability of it. And so today we're hearing a project that proposes the lowest possible density threshold for housing, 0 to 4 dwelling units an acre, that will provide for sale single-family homeownership opportunities, and that includes deed-restricted affordable housing on site. And we still have that opposition, which is perplexing. I understand and hear the community's argument and why many residents would argue that this would have made an excellent public park. And in fact, I think you're right in noting that the city must have agreed with that in the 2015 community plan when it drew out the possibility for that even. This is, without a doubt, from everything we've heard from each of you, a community that legitimately needs additional infrastructure, it needs more park space. That deficiency for parks is not unique to you, it is across the entire city. In fact, in my home community of Mira Mesa, when that plan update was passed some years ago, it was perhaps the biggest issue that was brought up. And that was in a community where we were proposing to add up to 24,000 housing units. So I agree that the city has to do better to acknowledge how challenging it is to map out updates to our existing communities and community plans, and how we identify opportunities for new parks, especially when we are now looking at mostly infill and redevelopment opportunities in a city that is in many ways built out. So an often used argument that I think we heard once again today is that we somehow need to meet our park deficiency or infrastructure needs, and until then we should not build more housing. And again, I just fundamentally disagree. We must work on both housing and infrastructure. And in many cases, the way the city is structured with development impact fees is that we literally rely on housing to deliver that infrastructure. I know, I'm in a community where they waited nearly 20 years to get a park project online because they were waiting for those impact fees to be collected. So we often talk about putting more housing, especially affordable housing, in high resource areas. And a significant amount of new housing has been north of the 8 in many of our districts. And we do so specifically with the objective of also avoiding a history of concentrating poverty in communities of concern. And what I heard today from some members of the public seemed to suggest that today's project under consideration is once again concentrating poverty. And that argument is false, and we need to call that out. Especially when we have an item that provides something that is quite the opposite of that. Low-density, single-family, residential home ownership opportunities that many we have heard from in the past have often been portrayed as only being available in higher-resourced communities. Communities south of the 8 also deserve to have the same access to quality housing opportunities and good jobs and schools and public services and infrastructure. So, given everything we've heard today, I do not believe the necessary findings have been presented to support the appeal, and so I will be supporting the motion on the table. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee. We'll go back to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you for the time we have here, minute 45. Appreciate the comments of my colleagues and a lot of the policy goals that they're pointing to. Home ownership, absolutely important. And I think that any application will show some good and some not so good. You know, I support building housing in San Diego, and in my district and other districts across the city just yesterday voted to approve a plan that's going to bring thousands of homes to San Diego. But supporting housing does not require the council to approve any and every project on any and every site under any process. We have to make findings required by law. This project depends on footnote 7, which is a rule that reduced the minimum lot size in this community from 20,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet. And the development has had its vesting rights based on that footnote, as was made absolutely clear. As I've said before, with the Clobber project, footnote 7, I believe, violated our duties under affirmatively furthering fair housing laws. As someone mentioned earlier, quoting me back to me, it's poisonous tree. Which is to say, I don't believe the city was in a position to grant any vesting rights to any applicant under that legal mechanism, because how can a city grant property rights while simultaneously violating state or federal laws? I know that's a question that reasonable minds can differ on, but I fall on the side of I think it violated AFFH. If the applicant were to bring it forward under other mechanisms, as staff explained, I'd be interested to know if it still met all those standards under the process. But ultimately, I'm deeply skeptical that this process, which is the utilization of footnote 7, is legal. Which is to say, I don't blame the development team for using it. I blame the city for allowing it to happen in the first place. I also want to be clear about the Housing Accountability Act. Was that my 5 minutes plus 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Whipper has 3.
Thank you. I want to be clear about the Housing Accountability Act. And as a person who's absolutely wide-eyed about litigation risk, the act does not require the city to approve a project regardless of any potential defects. And we heard today about issues of notice and CEQA compliance and public health and safety, other findings for discretionary permits and waivers, but I would focus on the fair housing obligations. The objections from the community are not based on generalized opposition to housing or subjective neighborhood character or a desire to reduce density simply because they don't like the project. They brought up consistently the legal findings that need to be required, including whether that project complies with state and federal law. So out of consistency with my prior position on footnote 7's questionable adoption, I would support the granting of the appeal and reversing the Planning Commission's approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campillo. So with that, I don't see anybody else in the lights. We have a motion by Councilmember Foster and a second by myself to move the staff recommendation, which is up on the screen. Clerk, please call the roll.
I've started the voting system. Please cast your vote. That passes 8-1 with Councilmember Campillo voting no. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. With that, we are now adjourned, Council, to the next regularly scheduled council meeting on Monday, July 13th, 2026 at 10 a.m.